434 Pokemon. I hope. Legendary, starters, regionals, megas, fossils, G-Max, babies, mythicals, pseudos, ultra beasts, paradox, and that's about it. These past 3 years, all of them have gotten the business from me, but now it's time to see how they match up against each other in this jumbo-sized compilation. Some of these segments are almost definitely going to end up contradicting each other when placed like this. And try to remember, whatever I'm saying has to be taken within the context of the original video. Pikachu and Eevee, great Pokemon, terrible starters though. Mega Blaziken, banger Pokemon, insane design. Was it needed? Was it necessary? Not particularly. Like, does Bishop need a machete? You're also watching 24-year-old me up to 27-year-old me. You've witnessed frontal lobe formation in real time. So I wouldn't think too hard about the exact one-to-one order I'm putting some of these in, especially for the 2021 videos. It's surprisingly difficult to rank one-to-one this many Pokemon of different categories in a way that seems kind of equal, while also trying to be somewhat consistent with my past opinions. So I'd say it's broadly accurate to what I think of each one at face value. So these are some updated placements, what I think at this very second. So if you're new here, well, I don't know what to prep you for, really. You're about to witness some kind of undiagnosis. Maybe you, the viewer, can help me figure out which mental illness it is. Leave your comments below to diagnose me, as I've collectively ranked 400 of the little gobbos. Now I know it's a personal bias, just like I have with Rhyperior. Could be insanely strong or useful for whatever reason, but I just don't rate him at all. Because it's not objectively a bad concept, or even that bad of a design, I guess. But I can't shake off the vibe that Galarian Mr. Mime looks like a complete nonce. Every time I ran into one, felt like Shane Brannigan was gonna spawn and tear into him at any second. You're a Hypno in disguise. You'll be seeing him pop up on Facebook Live any day now. This is a video about Pokemon that are babies. So please tell me, why is it that's when they decided, yeah buddy, time we get to working on the Kiss Pokemon? I don't know what I dislike more here, Smoochum itself or the implication of Smoochum ever coming to be. Also, who's responsible? Which scientist in the Pokemon world gave a child that kind of suspect name? What is Elm doing? The only way the word smooch should ever be near the word baby is if you're Johnny Bravo, and even then, he's an HR nuclear warhead. Look, it's happened. Smoochum exists. There's nothing we can do about that. But someone or something went out of its way and bred with a Jinx. One of yous willingly went raw in that. I don't even think fellow Jinx are up to the task. Keeping the species from going extinct is a chore for them. No one wants to be doing it. Within the Jinx community, it'd have to be legally mandated, like getting called up for jury duty. Very lucky they didn't make the same mistake they did when designing Jinx. Smoochum would have been astronomically more offensive with the Mr. Popo treatment. How is this a child Pokemon? Yeah, it looks as though it's not allowed within 100 feet of a school. Jinx also looks as though it's not allowed within 100 feet of a school. It must be a hereditary thing. Maybe those laws pass on to the next of kin, like inheriting your dad's outstanding mortgage. Jinx being a 100% female species, absolutely by design. That's no mistake. God fully created these specimens with no intention of allowing them to carry on a bloodline. So they made a fourth genie, and you know, I'm just happy they didn't make a fourth reskin to the genies. But actually, you know, maybe they should have just done that. Enamoras looks like if Maximilian Pegasus yassified one of the genies into a Toon World card. That's not one of the genies, my man. That's an NFT. Enamoras looks like it snitches on the other genies, rats them out to Arceus, catches Tornadus using the powers of the wind to roll himself a fat zoot, and Enamoras has the Azorfluid speed dial like, oh, Arceus, come quick. Tornadus is smoking the guillotine's letters. Never thought I'd see Arceus being someone's Miss Finster. Now you mention it. I always knew there was some omnipotent correlation there. Once Enamoras snitches, Tornadus probably tries to slap him up afterwards, but it switches to that slightly more salvageable Sky Turtle form. Can look as clapped as it wants, but at least it doesn't look anywhere near as out of place there. If I'm trying to take something away from it, I can see Enamoras as just being a beanbag for the snake, who rightfully takes the helm. We all knew there'd have to be at least one who'd have a rough set of teenage years with the middle stage. It was just a complete gamble as to which one of yous it was gonna be. All three appeared like very botchable design jobs if they decided to take them in the wrong direction. The chances were split three-way. Your best bet would be to consult the mystery box. Now that the lights are on, the entire Paldan Pokédex exposed to the harsh judgment of the general public, I've no clue how Quaxwell wouldn't be the most roast-worthy for everyone. I mean that in a literal sense also. Duck is a very, very tasty meat, and I would feel the least amount of guilt ordering it from a Chinese, knowing that that it was the meat off a Quaxwell. Any of the other two forms, I feel a bit off-put by. That's a bit out of order now for Quaxly and Quaquaval. Come now, have a bit of a heart. They have friends, family, a successful dancing career. They would be missed. But Quaxwell, you don't have any of those with Quaxwell. Duck meat with no emotional baggage, looking like this and constantly looking at you like that with them piss off eyes. Willingly or not, it goes on a social drought between the levels of 16 to 36. I think there's your problem with Quaxwell. You got him switched to fuming. I can't fault him there when he's got probably the most legal government sounding name for any Pokemon. It's like if Charmander evolved into Charles. He's fuming because now it's level 16. He's got a little bit too old for the cute little nicknames like Quaxly. Reaches level 16 knowing it's gonna get exposed, like when back in school the guy called Alex gets outed as Alexander on the register, getting grilled for sounding like a posh boy for the rest of his school tenure. Come on, big boy now, 16, have to start going by your real name. Quaxwell, the practicing Pokemon. Yeah, can all tell you're still in training, practicing how to throw a kick. Should get back to practicing knowing when to use Curaga on me when we're fighting Organization 13. Calyrex is, like, can already tell where your votes are going. The king Pokemon. The man looks like he'd use a knife and fork to eat a pack of crisps. Little menace going around calling himself the High King. The thing must be high to think it's the king of anything. You're not selling me on the gimmick of powerful ruler over the Galar region. You don't imagine Calyrex. You'd imagine some unit built like Tyson Fury being king of England. Way back in 2014, I remember thinking Pinsir was the worst looking one, but I vaguely remember at the time I was close between choosing that or Heracross, and damn, it's so blatant that Heracross is the most clapped looking between those two. What did they do to my guy here? Did Game Freak redesign you? Or did Dr. Contoba turn you into a robot? Mega Heracross looking like a disguised Plankton would make to low-key order a Krabby Patty, but as dodgy as it looks, it's a decent enough buff. It wasn't exactly wasted on Heracross either. Skill link and 185 attack, and you'll easily be joining him in looking that clapped. Mime Jr., the one Galarian Mime isn't allowed direct contact with for undisclosed reasons. Incredibly forgetful Pokemon. Very easy to overlook that Mr. Mime has a child considering he looks as though he's signed an NDA and can no longer legally tell you about it. I know we're only 2 Pokemon in so far, but please tell me, I hate the profile now. Why is it only the most obviously freaky Pokemon getting freaky? Honestly, I almost Mandela affected myself into thinking Lickitung had a baby form. And at this rate, he'd be the #1 contender for being an offspring hotspot. Lickitung still being childless. Don't let that make you think he's ducking any of the allegations now. You all know, he's still just as freaky. He's just a lot more smart about it, you know? Can't get baby trapped from tongue stuff. If the Jinxes and Mr. Mimes of the world are having young'uns, then it's okay. You're gonna make it, brother. Just imagining seeing Smoochums and Mime Juniors around and is cultivating incel culture into the Pokemon ecosystem. Machokes doing gym 6 times a week, drinking blended chicken thighs, chewing on mewing gum, and still can't drop any game. Mr. Mime, the bald ingester, happily married with a wife and kids. Let him hit 'cause he's funny. With all this being said, Mime Jr. is not terrible, and I can see the appeal it has. It's definitely the least offensive out of the Mime family, both in terms of aesthetic offense and criminal. They could have chosen a far more boring Pokemon to get a baby than Senior Mime. But even then, if I were to order the Pokedex in how memorable all 1,000 plus Pokemon are in my own mind, from the number alone, you'd think Mime Jr.'s on the cover of Pokemon Violet. I think its name being Junior has a fair bit to do with that. Now, Master Mime, that's a Pokemon you could set your watch to. The duality of man. Eevee going from the eagle's favorite to the largest neckbeard alive. Seems more like your standard Dynamax, at least aesthetically, because even with such a little change, Eevee might just be the most dangerous giant of them all. I'm sure G-Max Gengar's got a bit of a mad kill streak on him right now, but like, did you? Look at him. You get what you pay for approaching this consensually, but no one should have to expect anything sinister going towards an Eevee. Well, that's exactly what makes it dangerous when it's this jumbo-sized, because it's not even aware of the casualties it's causing. Thinks he's going in for some belly rubs, but wipes out 2 blocks of houses on its run towards you. Eevee has canonically committed manslaughter. Oh, what does Nintendo do about it? Oh, they slap him on the front cover of games to make him the starter Pokemon. Oh, they just don't care, do they? I'm certain that these two got forced onto the mega guest list purely for the flying around Hoenn gimmick they did in the remakes. Seems like they were rushed onto that guest list last minute and all. Neither of them realized they've shown up wearing the same thing. Must have been embarrassing for the both of them. I would take a singular scuffed deep fried Blaziken form over two of these. I only played up to like the third gym in the remakes, but I swear they just hand these out to you. Even the game doesn't respect their value. But at least they're not a downgrade at all. You wouldn't say no to adding more power onto an already juiced up legendary, but it wasn't as if either of them were ever roaming about the Hoenn high streets begging for 1 crumb of power, please. All of these Pokemon are at the bare minimum. They're decent, I would say. But you just can't help but be underwhelmed by the legendary final form, can you? Especially when we've been gassed up by this sketchbook for the past year about what the third legendary was gonna be like. We've been gaslit once again by this thing. Thinking Terapagos was gonna be like Pokemon's equivalent to the mythical turtle that's currently holding up the planet we exist on, along with 4 mighty elephants. Obviously, it wasn't gonna be planetary sized, but maybe like the very lowest part of Area Zero, you'd come to find out that you've been standing on the shell of a large and noble turtle. Just a small little boss fight sized piece of glittering land in the lower area. But I'm just not impressed, am I? The sketches made it seem so much more grandiose. That's how whelmed this final form has me. I'm breaking the seal on using words like grandiose for the first time in my life. I thought this would be the first time Terrestrializing would actually make for a real form change, but it looks more like a weird Smash Bros trophy. It's one of them Dragon Ball statues with like 5 different Gokus chucked onto one. You have the little fella on top sat there like an amiibo, the disc below, and I guess this dome at the end so the disc's floating about on its own little planet. I can't tell if it looks like a dangerous ride at one of those fairgrounds that randomly spawn on the field nearest to your house in the summer, or if it's the airbrushed paintings you'd see on the back of those dangerous rides along with Lara Croft and Morpheus. At the very least, the boss fight itself, it did give me a mean spanking. Gotta say, for my team at least anyway, it just wasn't built for this. Felt like its moveset was tailor-made to give me the belt. I finally understood why it's called the Stellar form, because it's beating me like I was married to it. These two are why it's 26 and not 8x3 like it should be. One of the best things about your first Pokemon is being able to evolve it, right? Progressively making it more powerful as the front man of your team. So imagine getting yourself one where not only can it evolve, its whole gimmick is evolution. All of these choices, and you get none. Not allowed to evolve it at all. Unless your name's Michael. I'm throwing Pikachu in for this one too. Stuck with a dripped up houseplant by the end of the game, since you're not able to feed that Pikachu a Thunderstone or that Eevee any stone. Apparently after 20 hours of game time it still hates you and all, not enough friendship to get it to budge either. No heat with either of them, they're just objectively the two worst starters. They know this as well, that's why they have to go and give him that main character buff in Let's Go. Especially warranted for Eevee, because Eevee with no Lucian is just a socially acceptable Rattata. Canonical crossbreeding in Pokemon. A more underrated and subtle showcase of the creators having done their research for basing a region on the UK. All the Galafossil scientists needed was the caravan to be completely lore accurate. You already find the guy in a campsite. His house, he must have it parked up somewhere else. Might be getting his MOT sorted, who knows. But what freakish monstrosities crossbreeding has spawned up for us. One conversation with this little nerd and his primordial goo jar out in the desert, and here you've conjured up something that could only be the result of taboo alchemy. Arctozolt looks like you paid an arm and a leg to the void as punishment for conjuring. The other one though, your whole body's getting confiscated. You're the Alphons here. This shouldn't ever exist, let alone exist for the sole purpose of cockfighting. Whatever that is meant to be, only battles with the hopes of it being its last. Refuses the Poké Center treatment every time for prolonging its hellish lifespan. Eventually, it'll get the sweet embrace of death it wants when it inevitably becomes extinct for a second or third time. If the inability to eat won't do it in, the sleep apnea will. Breathing problems alone will make sure it's not floating about too long. This thing simultaneously exists in the same two categories of that homunculus that Russian guy bashed in with a Bible and a pug. And Arctovish isn't only genetically botched, the brain's got something lacking there and all. Maybe all that blood is rushing the wrong way from its head being attached the wrong way. But if it can't eat because its mouth is on backwards, it can only move underwater anyway, right? So why not just swim horizontally. It'd be better to have your body on backwards and actually be up straight to eat your dinner properly, you'd imagine. Like, if you're underwater, you just exist however you want. Straight into Octozolt, because it isn't that much better. Actually, it's quite a lot better, but, you know, still second last. Constant state of hypothermia and never-ending cycle of shivering to generate electricity for itself. In an evolutionary sense, Octozolt looks like an ironic circumstance the Ice Age squirrel would find themselves in, now being frozen in the shape of an acorn, with none of the evolutionary tools available for him to consume it during the weigh-ins, losing the reach advantage to a nut. Hand's got about 3 knuckles worth of reach. Only method of eating is Maltesers being thrown up, which he can only hope land in the mouth. Someone needs to give him a necklace with a bowl attached to it. At the very least, the guy is armed with a shelf, 150 kg and all. If Octozolt falls, it's going extinct again. I don't think evolution planned on something like this ever existing. It doesn't exactly have the facilities to be doing push-ups with 330 pounds of wedge behind him. From the looks of him, it doesn't even have the hands to wipe its own nose. Someone spot your man a tissue. Needs some kind of living assistance installed by the NHS. Get him a toy grabber at minimum, and then a spare claw grabber to grab the first grabber in case he drops it. But if he drops both of them, you know, there's not much we can do about that then. I think it's too far gone for assisted living. Don't think even private healthcare is gonna sort you out a wheelchair that lets you levitate like Dr. Eggman. Only way it's surviving is if it gets led around like he's Andre the Giant coming down the ring at WrestleMania. Needs a permanent mobile box to be encased in. All things considered, there's at least 2 more fossil Pokemon they're keeping secret from us that would have been far worse than these 2. Because you'd be naive to believe that these Pokemon scientists weren't experimenting outside the lines of the fossil combination grid. Those little Poindexters were definitely throwing together every possible combination, skimming fossils along the primordial goo just to see what would spawn. For the pursuit of science, there's no chance you're convincing me Galarian eggheads had too much of a moral high ground to be double dipping the Bionicles. They were definitely chucking them all together to form the improvised Megazord Bionicle. Morality was not a factor here. They weren't holding the Drake and Dino fossils, trying to wedge them into each other like, oh nah, these are 2 leg pieces. Don't fit together, do they? You'd be battling a trainer who can't get his Zolt to listen to him because they're both arguing at each other like cat dog. You'd definitely have been seeing the lower half of Dracozolt and Octozolt fuse together and getting topped up by the government quickly. Them Machamps in black suits and shades sprinting down the desert outside Area 51, chasing after the product of 2 Drake fossils being fused together, legging it towards freedom like SpongeBob with the new boots on his head and body. You can get on me for not rating Turtwig too highly. You know, that's fair game. I understand the appeal, but I want to watch you try and front any kind of defense for Grotle. If it weren't for Turtwig, you'd have a very hard time convincing me that Grotle has that official Nintendo seal of quality underneath one of its stumps. Telling me Arceus made every Pokemon. Must have been Beta Arceus who sorted your man out here, because Grotle's looking like a placeholder sprite. You even sure this is from Pokemon Diamond? Oh wait, yeah. Easily from Pokemon Diamond. For the Game Boy Color. The one boss man down the market who sold shisha sticks and shirts of Patrick Star hitting a bong rip hooked you up with. Wouldn't know whether to throw a Pokeball at it or get his phone number, because you're definitely ripped straight out of K-Tai Denju Telefang. Grotle might look like a Fugazimon, but Quilladin, you're not too far off yourself, big man. No wonder Chestnut was forgotten and Greninja absorbed all the hype. Half the people who chose Chespin probably reset their save 2 hours in just to go back and choose Froakie instead. This is Pokemon's first main series attempt at 3D, and you're gonna design the least flattering specimen to ever not make it to the 2nd dimension. Looks more suspect than Timmy Turner in Retroville, looking like something off one of those competitions where kids get to design their own Pokemon, and maybe it'll end up on a trading card that'll be worth 50 grand in 20 years. It's as if Game Freak never had the balls to tell that kid, whoa, what's that? You drew a nice picture for us? You drew a funny little character? Let me see here. Well, look at that. This one's definitely going straight up on the fridge. just the other way around. Just so I can write down a quick little reminder for myself to never allow you to wield a pencil ever again. In almost every case, I'm a complete sucker for that Gen 2 art style. You could show me the absolute worst frame you could pull from One Man, One Jar, but if you gave it just a splash of that Ken Sugimori watercolor, it'd be strung up in my living room as a conversation piece for when distant family members are visiting. But Igglybuff still isn't doing anything for me. Jigglypuff in itself is already a babyish Pokemon. Taking that down further, converting a marketable plushie into marketable plushier, and you're only further exposing it to the homunculus it is. Little demon. Tell me why he's the only puff with them blood red eyes. Now this balloon was inflated in the deepest layer of hell, floated up to our realm from Margaret Thatcher's birthday party. It's almost like they themselves didn't even know what to do with it. So ironically enough, they just scribbled on its forehead. At what point did Jigglypuff or Wigglytuff indicate it once had to look like a Dreamcast talisman? Hook 'em up for a few rounds against the floor pump, and you have yourself an albino Poliwag. I think what's really underwhelmed me here, not too long ago my friend sent me this coughing baby form, and honestly, it's exposed ones like Igglybuff. Having baby Pokemon based on Pokemon's mutants, the freaks of society, that make them so much more interesting. Like, we could all assume what a baby Jigglypuff would have looked like, but how would you even go about an infant Spiritomb? What's Duraludon's kid looking like? Just a little council house. Sinnoh had so many legendaries and mythicals as it is, and so many are bangers while they were at it, so who's to complain here? If you're gonna oversaturate and potentially devalue the prestige of legendaries, you're gonna have to make them worthy, and they had such a clean record on Sinnoh up until a couple of them. They were so close. You're gonna botch one or two, right? But still, Manaphy. Who was asking for you? Nobody. And if nobody asked for Manaphy, I don't even know what to say about Theon. Your dad's a Ditto. Manaphy's the first mythical to try its luck down the red light a daycare censored. Right. The first mythical Ditto found submissive and breedable enough to produce another unasked for mythical. Can tell they definitely revealed more of the A side of the forms early on. And maybe it's best if we flex Growlithe a bit first. Let them get all riled up on Twitter. Save it for when their payments have already gone through, that they get a good look at Horsemeat Palkia. You're a professional cosplayer, but the Pokemon World Championships and BronyCon clash on the same weekend. Just because it's hundreds of years before Diamond and Pearl, that's no excuse to be leaving the placeholders in there. As if Arceus punished Palkia by banishing him to Sid's room for the weekend and came out looking like this. Got its arms chewed off by his PlayStation 1 dog. Gone all the way from Spear Pillar to having tea with Mrs. Nesbitt. And look at the legs on that. Palkia better watch his step with those. He breaks one of them. Arceus might have to take him out behind Spear Pillar. How are you gonna have the God of Space looking like you get hunted down by Joe Rogan? Cyrus went through all that effort to control Palkia. Your man just needed a combat bow and enough DMT to see Palkia in his own living room. The potential was there going for the whole Centaur gimmick, and if there's one thing I can give them credit for, they actually tried to make it look biblically unsettling. I mean, they tried, but it looks more randomized to me. Looking like something that should only ever spawn when you're having one of those dreams. You know, the kind where you're in the Ed, Edd n Eddy cul-de-sac while on planet Namek, helping Hugh Neutron charge the Spirit Bomb to defeat what your mind probably glitched itself into thinking is Frieza, but your brains just merged Palkia and Gaia the Fierce Knight. This one was saved a bit seeing it in-game fully animated, but that still doesn't change that I'd sooner expect to see this thing in a jar on 4chan than in an official game. Garchomp do be a prime devolution, mega evolution, more like not as brave as Butch Hartman to make that joke. No, not today. It's not a dead form overall. I mean, it's still a Garchomp, just one that trades off his speed for two very inconvenient limbs, looking like a hazard to itself. Teachers taught him not to run with scissors, instructions unclear. Now look at him. Something with this much attack power, but it can be dealt with a well-timed banana skin. That clear trade-off between power and speed is almost never worth it here, because really you'd think with a form called Mega, there shouldn't be that much of a decision involved about wanting it or not. So surely this has to be the most dead Mega form going when it's the only one you'd actually opt out of.
Alright, I forgot this one existed. Probably because I don't even think it's a Hisuian form. More like it got that Hisui custom wrap. This might be the only one that did just get a fresh trim. Bastiodon, I just completely aired. Not much going for the little white striped fish. Doesn't matter what region it's in. Bastiodon is an old rod licking jabroni everywhere it swims. But it's a necessary jabroni Pokémon for about 300 HP worth of recoil damage at least. All of you Bastiodon, you lot are only there to add to the body count and fuel the summoning of the big fish.
Common misconception when I do these ranked videos. Just because it's not in the top 10 doesn't mean I think it's dead. So I don't hate this at all. Dead trim aside. But Diglett has to be low down here, because you know there's barely a change at all. It's unfair to judge properly being a pre-evolved form and just giving Diglett 3 strands of hair. I don't really know what you're gonna do with a design like Diglett's unless you finally make its prime Ronnie Coleman physique hidden away below the ground canon. Maybe take it down the executive gene pool, make him the full Pepperami, or turn him into a pickle. Now again, I get it. You might have even less creative leeway with purple goo. What can you really do with a form that looks like Ditto forgot how to transform back into itself? So what else are you really gonna do other than chuck a new texture onto Grimer? But I can accept this one being within the dead tier, because what it goes on to become more than makes up for it. With Geodude and Graveler, these changes would have been fine if it didn't look like all you did was lob a bunch of fridge magnets at him. Graveler, yeah, he had some potential with the orange marks. Could have gone a bit more in that aspect. Make Graveler look less like an HM obstacle, more like a golden ore. I have the same issue with them as I did with Mega Aerodactyl's design. Don't even have to edit the colors this time. The shiny forms already exist. They really should have just been the standard here.
Many a ways you could go about with this gimmick, not even from the same universe, and they conjured up an Amoonguss who looks like it's just clocked out of a long hard shift of cleaning Reggie Giggs' feet. When the professors were doing these experiments, they must have known they weren't going to be catching Koraidons every time. The ancient past or billion-year future is not immune from hosting a clapped specimen or two. They had to have known when they were shoving their giant fishnet full of Master Balls through time that they were potentially using a Pokeball that cost millions on a billion-year-old Spearow. They're not all gonna be insane variations. Realistically, you might only reach into a universe that's like 2 blocks down from our one. Well, how's the catching going? Yeah, not bad. I managed to catch this one. He's like a paradox form of a Poliwhirl, but he's a cube in his belly. You shake him, he works like an Etch-a-Sketch. I've also got this one. There's some potential here. It's like a fighting type Alakazam, but he's in a vest and he holds a belt. Now this one's a bit of a bust here. This one's like a golem, except it's just an actual golem, and he has a big sticker on his back. He's just been running around in circles for the last 20 minutes. Brute Bonnet isn't awful, but for such a unique set of Pokemon, it feels like a complete henchman. Low IQ, savage fighter, like a neighborhood of dogs being set off after hearing a firework. It's looking as if it biologically has zero control not to get violent after hearing the phrase, "Yeah, get 'em boys." By nature, destined to be a goon. Even by design, looking like they're meant to serve. Getting bullied by Great Tusk. They're always keeping one handy by the sofa like they're Bart Simpson. "Here, brute boy, you can hold my beer." Mr. Rhyme does not offend me anywhere near as much as its soon-to-be house-arrested predecessor. I still get a bad gut instinct off him though, but maybe it's just canon that all ice psychic types have to make you feel uncomfortable in some form. But it pulls off the whole tap dancing gimmick way better than Mr. Mime. I was still not overly keen on it, but man, that cane in the tap dancing, alright, fair enough, you got me. You sold me a little bit. I can barely even tell Dreadnought has a different form. I was convinced he just preferred to stand up in the stadiums, get himself a better view. Maybe he prefers that nosebleed angle. It's gone from being the bite Pokemon to giving itself a giant dog cone to stop it from doing just that. It now has a negative reach advantage with its primary weapon. You'd imagine, like the name suggests, becoming a giant Dreadnought would make this thing built for war. Warships aren't exactly the meta for causing damage in a football stadium like a fire dragon, an iron giant, or skinhead Rooney are. Even outside of the stadiums, alright, let's say it's in one of the wild areas. You got yourself a vertical hull on land. Hey boss, you haven't won any wars, have you? Well, you must be on a losing streak. How many wars you won? Oh, were you German? You made it the segment of the ship which makes it float on the seas, only to have it stand up and walk about land. Oh, is it a joke? You insulting my intelligence? Tyranitar is a prime case of overkill. You're telling me something which canonically cannot be harmed by any sort of attack hasn't even begun to peak. Telling me the guy who terraforms entire landscapes after a few stellars needed to get on the juice. Out of all the mons here, I think the one that arm wrestles mountains and wins was already mega enough on its own. But most of all, it didn't need to look this clapped in the process, because Trinitar is a prime case of overkill aesthetically too. Now this isn't a Garchomp botch job at all, it's definitely stronger here, but it's like adding brass knuckles to the fist of Tebigon.
I actually like Copperajah a fair enough amount, but the Gigantamax form doesn't do anything for me. Like you've turned a mythical looking late Pokedex elephant into an inflatable kid slide at a charity bake sale. Only place I'd expect to fight this thing is at the top of Whomp's Fortress. Chairman Rose, actually Peony. It's probably why he's not champion anymore. He must have been fuming when he found out his staple Pokemon could be put to sleep with a ground pound to the back. Never thought I'd be taking him on at the end of Sword and Shield. Thought I dispatched him early at the start of Mario 64. I'm not even saying it shouldn't exist, because out of all Pokemon that needed a Gigantamax form, Copperajah was asking for it. I'm not mugging off how strong or weak it might be or anything like that. I just reckon it would really need that protection going for it. Look, it's just surprising to me that you have 650 kilos of copper walking around the UK and they've not all been stolen by now.
The common complaint everyone seems to have about Violet's side of the Paradox forms is that they all just look like Pokemon from the timeline where Dr. Eggman wins. Violet is what happens when Kuntoba gets his act together.
Alright, Sonic, I'm not pissing about roboticizing squirrels I found down the playground anymore. I'm done. I'm getting up there in age. Hope those running shoes are steel toe capped, because I'm cooking with Tyrannosaurs now.
Easily the worst of the Iron Mons. Iron Mons. Sounds like Barbados Slim talking to Tony Stark. A machine Hydreigon that could only ever spawn through billion-year-old technology looks low poly enough to spawn on a PlayStation 1. Hydreigon is like seeing a Final Fantasy VII boss fight. Iron Jugulus is how they'd have to make it look in the overworld. You try to tell me someone in the future went out of their way to make Mecha Hydreigon only for it to replace the Dragon type for flying? Not on. By design, this is an intentional nerf. You know, maybe that's what they're going for. It's a long time coming. They're a trio of menaces. Society got sick of Hydreigon and its 3 heads tearing up all their living room furniture and nicking a few Steve Weisers out the fridge. Because day-to-day people, they can't do anything about it. They can't handle a Hydreigon. Realistically, no one's got some level 60 Pokemon lying about their back pocket before you'd need to call in a top 10 trainer in your country to handle Hydreigon. Like getting mugged on the street and your only option is to call up Francis and Ganu. The flying types, perfect. Now in the future, you can chuck rocks at it. It's a very intuitive form of defense. Very big in the meta for survival back in Koraidon's day. Even your kids can handle themselves against one. Bashing something in with a rock. You just can't beat the classics sometimes, can you? It's the perfect nerf. Even a fly zapper on the front porch could do him in. This feels more like pest control. Maybe Hydreigon was too powerful and risky to just outright get rid of in a mass extinction. But roboticizing enough of them so their dragon type becomes flying, maybe it's just enough to set them down the pathway for devolution to do the rest of the work. Eventually turn it into something completely useless. In all fairness to Abomasnow, it's more deserving than a decent chunk of the Pokédex to get a Mega Form. Your standard, slower but bulkier beef up, but not like, not in a way that ruins this whole gimmick like Garchomp, since base form Abomasnow wasn't exactly notorious for its 40-yard dash to begin with. But man, out here giving forms to this, Garchomp, Lucario, hey, you're boring me with these Gen 4 choices. Really chose those when your man Spiritomb is right there. I don't even care, douse Carnivine in a bit of that Mega Evolution Diesel and set that boy alight. I know he's got something freaky hiding in him. It's early for me to judge the DLC Pokemon, but at face value, these two are mostly equal to me for now, but they both give me a very unsettling feeling in my gut. See, I think Okidoji, it's not the designer's fault. I'm a little off put by it. It's purely a culture issue, because your man here looks like the mascot to a pump and dump crypto scam. As a Pokemon, objectively, it's kind of decent looking, but I just can't switch off the natural gut instinct. My Edeneri radar is peaking at the sight of that face. This is the face of something that's made Logan Paul a lot of quarters around the cul-de-sac. Okidogi is fully the name of a scam coin as well. Doesn't help that you've got Munkidori over there looking like a bored ape. Won't be long now until this monkey's minted to the blockchain. Gonna get stolen and recolored into an NFT set. Look guys, don't worry. I know it's down 900%. I know it's only been out for a month, but trust the process. It's a long-term hold. Don't sell. Just hodl. That's what they say. And everything will be Munkidori. Yes, spot on, Logan. Spot, you're a genius, Paul. I can call you Paul, can't I? Yeah, those smooth brains, perfect tagline. They'll eat it right up. Easy bag, easy money. After knowing how the DLC goes down, I feel the egotistical need to throw in a disclaimer for this segment. Everything I'm about to say here after this sentence, I'd written out a solid 2 weeks before the DLC came out, and even after seeing how the story plays out, I have zero reason to change a single word of it. My view of Munkidori hasn't changed much in the past few months. It's not a bad Pokemon. It seems like a little bit of a character, some wee man potential. It just doesn't strike me as this massively important, legendary, loyal trio Pokemon. It feels more like some Alolan monkey Pokemon that I just never had the random encounter for. It's failed the object permanence test, and therefore you're not real. Doesn't seem like it'd be a key specimen for a region's narrative. At best in the storyline, it's the sort of Pokemon who's designed to conveniently steal a vital item towards your objective, like a key or a map or something, which you then have to comically chase through a crowded marketplace, smashing into cucumber vendors to get a hold of. What I know factually is conflicting with what my gut knows primarily. This creature is a member of a wee little faction called the Loyal 3, but I'm not sold on that fact. He's looking far too shifty to be loyal in my eyes, and I'll be keeping my eyes peeled wide open if I catch Munkidori using knockoff against me, just grifting my Pokemon's held items for good. Wait, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. You're giving Dondozo that Rocky helmet back at the end of this fight. I mean it, you're not slick, little man. If he's so loyal, how come I know damn well if this fella goes in for a handshake, I'm getting my Pokedex swiped? These things don't come easy. You think the professor hands it out to everybody? You leave a modern Pokedex in the back of an Uber, you better have their license plate tracked, because all high tech in the Pokemon world these days has a little Rotom living inside of it, crunching the numbers, keeping your Sylveon x Barbados Slim folders private. So if Munkidori gets his hands near you, you're pretty much down like an iPhone, I don't know, 14 or whatever, and a Rotom. Munkidori would get your Pokedex scrapped while selling off the Rotoms to the Japanese to fuel the ever-growing online virtual claw machine industry. Went from fueling Pokemon's largest encyclopedia to pretending to grab 3-foot-tall minion plushies. It's one thing losing your phone, but now you've got to go and find a Rotom somewhere. Come on, that's like a Pseudo Legendary. You can't just get O2 to send you a new Rotom like you lost your SIM card. Oh, Munkidori swiped your Samsung, did he? Insurance doesn't cover the Rotom, boss. You got a Pokemon stolen from you in that case. Oh, we could sort the Samsung, but you know, the Rotom thing, it's more of a Team Rocket insurance job. You know what I mean? You might have to give them a call, but we'll send you the Samsung, but for now, nah, you're going Urbex exploring. Back to the Bandos and hoping you manage to find a haunted house with a Rotom rough sleeping in some old VCR. And it's all because you trusted a creature called Munkidori. Its government-given name is a play on words of hunky-dory. There's no chance this little demon is loyal. Even its name is a gaslight. Yeah, no, just trust the process, eh? Yeah, look at me. Munkidori. Yeah, remember, everything is Munkidori, so no cashing out. The lot of yous, keep your bags filled, that's all I say, because I'm telling yous, the Okidoji coin is going to take off any day now. The Unova trio dubbed the Three Musketeers. Bit of an underrated crowd, I'd say. But then they had to go and force us a little quartet here and spawn us this scrappy-doo DLC add-on. The amount of legendaries and mythicals Unova had going already. Another prime case of... who's asking? Who's making their mum drive them to Game Station for this event? She'd probably ground you for trying to waste her time and petrol on such a sideman. Makes me think someone on the research team took a wrong turn on a filthy Rule 34 site and realized what a goldmine bronies were. 2011, 2012, arguably the peak brony years. Maybe they're trying to cash in on that.
Well, actually, there was a fourth musketeer which Keldeo is based...
Does anyone in the year 2021 or in 2012 care enough about the lore behind the Three Musketeers
Musketeers to even know and or care about any of that. All that tells me is Keldeo is just the straight-to-video Disney sequel no one was looking for.
When you had these concept sketches in-game building up to the reveal of 2 legendary Paradox forms, I can't believe the whole lot of us got clickbaited by an ancient textbook. Gassed us all up to think some mad fusion between the 3 Unova legends was gonna happen, and what do we end up with here, eh? What was this? Virizion to Iron Leaves. Barely a form change. Paradox? That's not even an abnormality. It's not even Ainsley, mate. This is just what your crystal collecting aunt thinks was gonna happen to you after taking the jab. Virizion taking that Verizon connection a bit too literal. Been hanging about their 5G towers. I told you those death traps were set up by the elites to roboticize our legendary Pokemon, so when the China region comes a-knocking, we've got no strong Pokemon left to defend the West.
This one isn't up for debate. The most dead legendary going. Wouldn't even waste a great ball on it. It'd barely get to taste a premier ball if it's lucky. Moltres. Don't care if you're from the 151 Golden Age. That doesn't give it the pass here. And speaking of gold, everyone seems to think Ho-Oh looks stupid enough as it is. If you're one of those people, you can't go around fronting that Moltres is salvageable, looking like Ho-Oh got set to max crisp in the air fryer.
Yeah, okay, we get it. Sentient wool, the whole, this is actually hundreds of wee homunculi to spawn up the jumbo homunculus kind of gimmick. But it's not terrible. If it's your kind of thing, fair play. This isn't a Grotle situation for me, where if it's your favorite, you're lying to me? But Stakataka surely has to lean towards the bland side of the beast. 150 alien specimens fused together, hailing from the 4th dimension, looking like it's spawned to teach me how to use a bow and arrow for the first time in Breath of the Wild. Which is a shame, because imagine if it actually went all in on the gimmick of being a rearranging Pokemon. If only it changed itself into anything other than a jumbo-sized chimney. I understand it's castle-inspired, it's a tower, I get it, but a 150-man job is a bit too ambitious here, clearly. They should have invested in at least a few thousand steps worth of time down the daycare center, pump up those numbers from 150, spawn up enough little amoebas to finish off the rest of it. These creatures could create anything they want, and democracy between the 150 decided that they rearrange themselves into this. In nature, what is their goal exactly? What's their end game here doing this? To be some kind of Venus flytrap for Victorian child laborers? Maybe you already can rearrange more. Sounds like an anime-only thing, and the comments are gonna blast me for it because I don't watch it. Have it so that it can use an insane amount of moves from being able to physically mimic them. Razor Leaf just dices you across the room like the Mega Man Yellow Devil. Body Slam goes limp. Ragdolls like it's trying to show off the latest Unreal Engine. Could even throw in some special moves there. Hypnosis could rearrange into the comically large spoon. It's not awful, alright? It's a fairly inoffensive one. But as far as Ultra Beasts go, it's gonna have to rearrange itself into the shed. I've always wondered why. Why the dimension the Ultra Beasts came from hasn't been explored more. I know you go through Ultra Space and all of that, but when you hear about things like Buzzswole being common in its own world, that should make you at least a bit morbidly curious. What secret region is being stowed away within the big hole? What's that thing keeping secret from us? What does it know? But the moment you notice Guzzlord worming its way out of that wormhole, I understand why. For the first time ever, the world of science collectively checked themselves like, you know, discovering the 4th dimension and all, a big day for us, huge day for humanity, the biggest even, but, I think we're gonna cash our chips out now while we're ahead. Don't lose it all, you know? We'll just move past this, alright? We'll move past this one, I think. We'll crack back on with trying to prove Arceus isn't real. Guzzlord, for some reason to me, looks like a boss fight you'd have in Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, but as a Pokemon, even for an Ultra Beast, where they're not really meant to be Pokemon in a sense, vile. Diabolical specimen. Like, come now, if the world's leading minds banded together, took one look at you and went, you know what we'll call you? You know what you look like? You look like a Guzzlord to me. Yeah, I'm gonna call you that. You know, you get those moments when people say about you or others like, oh, you look like a Gary to me. You look like a Simon. Nah, you know what you look like? King Consumption. Corviknight's Gigantamax doesn't do too much for me either. You think showing off your reach advantage and your fancy little red feathers, do you think that's impressing anyone? I mean, all the G-Max Pokemon get a bit of tint or red in them anyway, don't they? Nah. You ain't baiting me in with the elite shadow color scheme this time, Game Freak. Corviknight definitely looks a lot better reserved. Gigantamax seems like it's overcompensating. Less is more here. The gimmick should play out like a Batman type. You have to keep up that menacing aura, like a statue that could pipe up at any second and steal any vital organ of its choosing from you. Use your body like a game of operation, so make sure you always pay the Uber. 5-star rating too, boss. Unless you want to be grinding the battle tower for enough points to buy your liver back. I don't think my stance is strayed too far off the menu for Mega Aerodactyl. Just got the Turkish Golem treatment. This Mega Evolution should have been the opportunity to make Aerodactyl look more primordial, but done properly. It should have been the ancient past paradox of Aerodactyl. In its prime, on the prowl for some Omastars to knock over on their side, taking bets with the boys on how long it takes for them to stand up again. Power of Mega Evolution has completely restored the genes. So yeah, it is meant to be a peak performance Aerodactyl. I feel like the scientists who sorted out its fossil did your man a favor, gave that old amber a clean shave, sorted Aerodactyl out with the short back and sides. I think I said something like this before, but even if they just changed the color of it, give it that Jurassic era filter, make it look a bit volcanic or something, then it could have been salvaged a fair bit maybe. I can't explain why at all. But the little goatee, its big jaw gape, and his face being all long, it just makes me think Waluigi got animorphed. My least rated actual starter Pokemon. Gotta just push that knife in now. Can't pull those punches again. Doesn't matter here anyway. I could choose Rhyhorn as the most dead starter just because it's apparently one in Poketopia, whatever that Seto Kaiba land is, and I'd still get chucked on the grill for it. But for me, get your dislikes in now, folks. It's gotta be Bulbasaur. Yeah, nah, wait, of course it's not. What are you talking about? It's definitely Oshawott. Had to get Bulbasaur on there first to soften the blow a bit. Sorry about that, little buddy. This one isn't doing anything for me. Oshawott? More like Oshaware, down in Juniper's lab collecting dust where it should be. Maybe it's because when Black and White came out, I was in that teenage phase where you kinda had to front you didn't like Pokemon. Or maybe it's because it had to live up to being Piplup's successor. Whatever the reason may be, personally, I think it's a turbo side man, especially when shoulder to shoulder with the other water starters. Not many are happy about the last one, where Oshawott had to be the martyr for being the worst starter in my opinion. So while I'm digging myself this deep, I'm just gonna tell you now, hey, what mate? You're not doing any favors either. There's a lot of ways you could go about making a sea otter Pokemon, and sadly, this had to be one of them. A very safe design that doesn't really give off starter Pokemon impressions. You could easily convince me that this isn't a starter evolution line, doesn't even have a third evolution at all. The bloodline ends here, and you could probably catch both of them in Unova at whatever mid-game area Vanillite spawns in. You can all gas up Greninja as much as you want today, but if you were around back in 2013, you'd know that no one was rating Froakie. Actually, no one was rating any of them. 8 years ago, it's hard to say now, but I think Chespin was seen as the most popular choice, up until the other evolutions got leaked, and Greninja seemed like the lesser of 3 side men. I know it's mad to think in hindsight when everyone loves them now, bunch of glory hunters, the lot of you, but I reckon, and I think we all know, it's really because the prospect of being publicly seen with a Quilladin scared people into choosing Froakie. Froakie got roasted before its evolutions came in to make the save. And you were alright the first time. Doesn't matter how hard it's gonna peak when it grows up, because as it stands for now, it is a very clapped looking frog. Looks like it gets shoved into lockers on the daily by local poliwags. How are you gonna get shoved into a locker by an armless tadpole? Gala comes at you with a bit of a hard sell. Who could blame anyone for being indecisive with this slot? You got the golden boot winning rabbit. Oh, you got the monkey on the drums? But you know what? I think I'm gonna go with the... Yeah. Can I cop the chronically depressed lizard boss? How are you gonna mug me off like that? How are you gonna insult my intelligence? How are you gonna even try and sell me on a starter whose special ability is crying? Pignite has that same aura going for it, where it doesn't look legit. Not like sold on the markets, Pokemon Jade levels of not legit, but I'd say more like a 4 out of 10 Fakemon. If you're gonna go out of your way to pull a treble on fighting types, you better make it look like it's worth the repetition. Blaziken? Nah. Infernape? Not today. We haven't even begun to peak. Out of all the combinations you could have gone for, you were just that dead set on making a third fighting starter, which means that some part of Game Freak just had to make Pignite. Look, everyone, I know we're pushing it with another one, alright? I know, maybe we should switch it up. But we've just got to get Pignite in the game. Too much money left on the table to risk not pulling the trigger here. Got the pun name all set and everything. Come on, everybody. Come on, do Pignite. Do my Pignite idea. So, you chose the crying starter over the one who's scouted for Aston Villa or something. The one who'd go on to sell out arenas playing the drums. Then you got to the checkered bands phase. But here you are. Your Sobble is all grown up. And somehow you get the special ops agent. Drizzile, being obviously in the MCR phase, must have dealt with the harsh reality of Obstagoon being the one to take that frontman vocalist spot. It can't be the Gerard way? That's alright, we'll go with the backup plan. You can be the Mr. Bean. MI6 operative starter? Now that's more like it. Conceptually, that bangs for me. But aesthetically, you're just doing nothing for me. I want to like Inteleon, an assassin, an MI6 agent as a Pokemon. That's destined for banger status, surely. But it's gonna be a nah from me. It wants to give off the energy of like the Team Fortress Spy, but ends up giving off that Monsters Inc. Randall aura. Your man here just wants to be Greninja so bad. Your finger gun might come pre-built with a water gun. Okay, that's just kind of mad, actually. I'll give you that. But still, the bar's been set too high already when you had another guy 2 generations ago who spawned in water shurikens. Even Blastoise had you outgunned 25 years ago. It's not as awful as it gets made out to be by a lot of people, but it has to be the lesser of the 27 final starters for me. Heatran? You're damn right the Heatran, the most room temperature legendary going. Didn't even realize legendaries could be NPCs. And how's it even a part of the Sinnoh Gods crowd? It's not really, is it? Heatran's just a guy. He fixes people's radiators. Palkia keeps space intact. With Heatran, man's there just to carry Giratina's bags through the airport. Arceus really just made Heatran to make the rest of them look that much better in comparison for the group photos. Conceptually, Glacier and Spectre are great. In practice though, and they're looking a bit base form. They look like the Sword and Shield pair before they got dressed, but times 3. Looking barren, looking beta form. Game's still an alpha for these two. You don't get a crowned Sword or Shield item to add personality to them here. Only add-on they're getting is being mounted. There's someone else's add-on, made to make Calyrex look good, which admittedly, it does help it out a fair bit as needing it. There isn't much salvaging these two. It's kind of the point for the regional rats to be bottom tier mons, so being this low, you know what, good job. Good job, because they're really not meant to be appealing, and a new form isn't going to change that too much. But I gotta give them credit, they actually made a decent physical change to them, given what they had to work with. I'm not gonna let Chimchar off easily just because it was my first choice in Sinnoh. I know in hindsight, this only got the draft from me because I was a smooth caveman brain child who was easily attracted to fire. Because Chimchar is as generic as combustion is phallic. No chance I would have chosen this in Sinnoh if it were my first time seeing it now with my moist, fat adult brain. Sticks out with the fire crowd just like Oshawott does with the water types. And by stick out, I mean, you don't. Take a look at every fire starter. Now take a look at Chimchar, looking more like a baby Pokemon than a region's first choice. Monferno starts to give Chimchar some actual character development, it seems. It's not that bad, it's alright. But I have to ask myself, is Monferno really that much better than everything else I've roasted so far? Or is Chimchar just that bland that I'll take what I can get past that? Throw a bit of blue on his forehead, give him a bicep hoop or two, that Shadow the Hedgehog fluff? It's calm, just because you did something a little bit more here. Sinnoh really might have the weakest not fully evolved set of starters. Prinplup isn't doing you any favors in being memorable. I just played through the remakes with it, and the most memorable thing I can think about staring at it for hours of game time is head be looking like the Futurama Lightspeed Briefs. Surely a peak example of filling in the gaps for an evolution line. Right boys, we've got Empoleon sorted, we've got Piplup finalized. Maybe I'm actually right, maybe they did just go and get the guy who sorts the Animorph
more front covers to spawn us the middle one. But I respect the hustle. It's a very inoffensive design where you've got to pay your dues a bit, you know? Sometimes you just have to brave it through the puppy fat to reach your prime. Most legendaries I'd be keen to catch, you know, just for the collectible aspect and I guess the spectacle of having the legendary scrap. But Regigigas, yeah, no, I'm good. You could just stay in your little shrine. Colossal Patriarch of the Titans. I don't know about that one. Looking more like an AI painting if it got asked to generate a set of traffic lights and Robo Sapien. Your man needs a jet wash for them crusty toes. Now, the moss was doing it a favor. Give it another few sets of 1,000 years of slumber and maybe no one will ever have to expose their retinas to this monstrosity again. On paper, a mythical whose power is to warp space, and not in like the Palkia way, can't make something as clapped looking as Hooper have that much power now, come on. More like in the end of a classic Sonic stage kind of way. Sounds all good for a mythical concept, then you take a disgusted glare at Hooper. It's a bit tragic when there's all of these interesting looking origins to it, and you get an end result this dead looking. But maybe something as clapped looking as Hooper can have that much power, because the unbound form does help a bit here. The 6 Rayman hands are a nice touch. If Hooper stuck to the heavyweight division and Arceus clicks its little infinity gauntlet nubs to subtly erase the first form, then I'd probably rate Hooper a bit more. Dialga is definitely jarring to look at, but it's nowhere near as bad as Palkia. Don't get me wrong here, it's still a bit clapped looking. That neck says it all. Dialga definitely locals the same pharmacy as Mr. Krabs. It was hard to judge based on the leaked models at first, but from that alone, it was easy to assume the worst, because that Dialga is unfinished. Gone so far back in time, my man's legs were rendered for the N64. That boy needs to get back in the mire, get some more edge loops around them, sort your lord out. But at least it's still mostly on brand for Dialga. They didn't chuck him down to Sid's room and have him glued onto the body of a lobster, and looks very biblically unsettling once it starts shuffling around and you're having a bare knuckle fight with him.
Shieldon is said to be outstandingly armored. It can eat grass and berries without having to fight.
Yeah, well, am I supposed to be impressed?
Am I being detained, Sheldon? I can eat grass and berries all day long without having to fight as well. Most of the time I don't. In my boxers, no less, watching 3-hour-long video essays about the Big Mama's House trilogy. Outstandingly armored. Imagine being the type of guy who'd crouch down, start rubbing Shieldon's head and saying to himself, outstanding. Unless it's David Attenborough himself updating the Pokedex, you don't get to say that without sounding a bit pinkies out. You live a very cushy life if you were a guy who could look at Shieldon and think, outstanding. I'm actually jealous. I wish I could be made so happy by something like this. You're living in a different world to most people. You see a 4 out of 10 Pokemon and the first word that comes to your head is the first word people read when they can't pay off their electricity. Well, its armor isn't outstanding enough to shield it from my judgment. As a standard Pokemon, it's already nothing to me really. So as a fossil Pokemon, it's very underwhelming. I understand. It's an investment talent. No one is there for the Shieldon, you want the Bastiodon. So on its own, it's just not competing in the rankings, really. Few enemies would have been willing to square off against its heavily armored face.
I feel like you've got to adjust for inflation, the abilities these old Pokemon had. Maybe Shieldon was untested back when the only types that existed were near enough gravel and insect. That shield wouldn't be lasting with the talent we have today. Give a wild Crabrawler on the street a spare Siggy and he'd have that shield cracked in one bang. Give a Grappaloct a key in the toilets and he'd have a pair of them in rear naked choke split open like he's doing the watermelon challenge. It's probably not even worth the revival. Not worth the day out to the museum, really. May as well hand the fossil off to the daycare center and come back when it's a Bastiodon. With a lot of the trios, you're very likely always going to have one that just isn't pulling their weight for the rest of them. And Tornadus is by far the least forceful out of the forces of nature, so you're telling me the incarnate forms are meant to be physical forms, but the other is more like a spirit animal. You see, this is where Tornadus got mugged off. My man, Game Freak, forgot to season Tornadus, and this guy really changed his form just to fly around in a far more inefficient way. Hey, I'll take the cloud form here if you're not using it. Clearly you want to go manual on your flying.
Screamtail is one of my least favorites, but I can give it some credit for how unsettling it was to see for the first time. I mean, I'm desensitized now, very desensitized. It looks much more approachable with the completely reskinned Jigglypuff 2DR, but venturing down Area Zero, in Scarlet at least, it was the perfect prelude having Uncanny Valley Jigglypuff to be the first one you see. Because if these little goblins are roaming the outer crust of Area Zero, then what kind of mighty bush specimens are crawling along the lower levels? Next cutscene, I'd be bracing myself to get jump scared by old Greg, Paradox Jinx form, because it seems similar enough to Jigglypuff, obviously. Like, I'm pretty sure it would still sing you to sleep. Less Ed Sheeran-y though, more Cannibal Corpse vocals this time. Get really mad at you and draw all over your face. Only this time, with a knife. Not just twice as terrifying as Jigglypuff, it's well over twice the height. Them oxygen levels back then. Ancient Jigglypuff is almost a foot taller than current Wigglytuff. Monster gains to be had a billion years ago. Ancient time atmosphere built with that oxid trend. Old Jigglypuffs roaming the streets tall enough to go on the same rides as Lucario. If it figured out how to evolve back then, we'd be seeing ancient Wigglytuffs that's eye to eye with Golurk. It'd be built like 3 belly bolts in a trench coat trying to sneak into a cinema. The late Guardian trio, very mid-Sinnoh legends. Everyone gives them attention, but only because they have Dialga and Palkia on the gram and they want a clout chase. But the worst one out of them, clearly Mesprit, going on the Tour de Sinnoh as soon as you show up, as if it had the clout to do that to begin with, as if it's Entei, as if it's got the biggest biceps out of the late Guardian trio. If it had a Zelf stats, or a Pokemon the Movie 3 going for it, I could maybe give it the pass, but nah. Probably gonna get some heat on me for this one, but at least I'll still have a bit more heat to me than Kyurem. It's a nah from me. How are you gonna have a Pokemon whose gimmick is having insane power, but never getting full access to it? You get halfway there with Kyurem black and white forms, but really, you're just a Necrozma having a semi-Necrozma honey-dicked form. Dwelling within is great power, but the extreme cold keeps that power bound. Yeah, you sure? Go on then. Chuck on a body warmer, let's see you on that heavy bag. If you asked me if I thought Celesteela came out of a wormhole in the sky, I'd sooner tell you it came straight from under Sid's bed in Toy Story. Looks like he's fused 3 different toys together, ripe and ready to cause unrepairable mental trauma in his back garden. Because this is one of them Pokemon designs you just have to categorize as a complex carb. Can't digest this one too easily when it's throwing together a good handful of gimmicks. It's half bamboo sticks, half space shuttle, half some kind of Adventure Time princess. And you know, all 3 are kind of right. The Japanese tale of the bamboo cutter story it's based on, all 3 are relevant to that. A baby discovered in a bamboo stalk whose hometown is apparently the moon. I'm not denying the thought that went into it. It's a clever idea combining all the lore it's based on. But I can't look at this and not think you've gone and overworked it a bit. I fully reckon any of those ideas as a pair instead of a trio would have banged a lot more. A space shuttle made of steel bamboo, a bamboo princess, an iron princess of space, you know, why not? But nah, they had to go and get a bit greedy. I know they had to match the lore of the little folktale is based on, but to do that, they had to go and make it built like a 3-in-1 shower gel. Sure, it might be more convenient for you at the time, but we all know you're not getting any one of those 3 jobs done as well as you could have if you separated them. I'm not even interested where it came from, how it spawned from the moon. Alright, Clefairy's done that. Old news, 25 years late. What I want to know is what kind of cereal this monster's scranning to be fueled up enough in the morning as a launch Pokemon when it's weighing in at about 4 Hariyama's. Iron Hands is an interesting one. The theory here is that there was an athlete who became mortally wounded and became a cyborg to be kept alive. And they're unsure why it resembles Hariyama. Only way this makes sense is if the athlete was some Russian test tube experiment with hands like frying pans who rattle people in slap tournaments. But I'm imagining this is just for any human athlete. They took a bad injury while competing, like, well, the bad news is your insurance doesn't have you covered for the Hariyama treatment. But we could turn you into a Diglett. I'd be more than happy to cheat death. Much appreciated being kept alive and all. Cheers for that. I'll get the next round and all that. But I can't lie to yous. Gotta be straight with yous here. I'd be fuming. I would be fuming if yous Robocopped me into a Hariyama. Out of all Pokemon. Like, alright, okay, fair enough. I'm very fortunate enough that my insurance didn't have me down for the Dustox plan. But you could have at least made me a Machoke or something. I mean, calm now. Iron Valiant exists in this world. If I ever get roboticized and you could turn me into any Pokemon and you make me a Hariyama, soon as I figure out how to use these hands, you'd be getting the dirtiest fake out. There'd be nothing fake about it. You'd be getting standing ovation level claps. Because really, could you imagine that? How would you not be fuming? This athlete better have been a goalkeeper with gloves like that permanently welded to him. I'd better have been an elite athlete, like in the Premier League, NFL, something like that, for a solid 10 years, saving up millions for my Mecha Hariyama retirement. Because no one wants to be a broke Hariyama on the streets. Robocop at least got back on the job. Here you're gonna have to go from World Cups to crushing cars into cubes. The hellish fate of a poor soul being trapped in the cyborg Hariyama body. Would you ever want to be kept alive like this? People are going to be writing their wills out like, if I'm ever mortally wounded, I do not consent to the Hariyama treatment. Now the Diglett treatment, however... At first, it seemed like an easy choice, a bit of a no-brainer to me. A Alolan Persian, dead tier, straight away. Wouldn't even be seen with James, let alone being the bouncer to Giovanni's desk. Persian looking like he took the Mr. Krabs pill. But nah, this isn't dead at all. Stupid is way better than boring, and Persian is stupid. If you got an Alolan Persian that looked fit and trim with a bit of colour grading to look a bit bluer, that would have gotten 0 reactions. And Meowth already had a bit of zest to him, but it's only because he gets mouthy and ends up getting a quick left for it. Without the anime, without the...
Hey, look, it's the twerps. What am I, some kind of crooksy MMA?
Without that whole gimmick, what else has it got going on? If you're going by games only, Meowth is tame. You're a money spawner. You're a coin farmer. But the Alolan form gives it a bit of physical charisma as opposed to just verbal. Just by its design alone, you can interpret in so many ways what its personality might be. To me, it's like Meowth had a sassy cousin who happens to run the most live club in the Alola region. It's almost unfair for me to criticize Brionne for looking like a counterfeit Mon to me, because up to this point, I honestly think that I've never seen this before. I don't think we've met Brionne, put her there. Because I chose Rowlet in Alola, so being strong against water types, I probably never had a rival fight where wait a minute. That game holds your hand with that gorilla grip? I swear it's the one where your rivals started going for a type disadvantage against you. So there's no excuse for me. I've definitely seen this before. Not even gonna say it's that terrible, but easily dead tier, since I've got 0 recollection at all. Made 0 impression on me, apparently. The Route 110 battle in Hoenn, you never forget those wars. Cold sweats in the night to this day, waking up as that last mudshot lands. That Marshtomp has been living in my head rent-free since the first encounter, yet 4 alleged encounters with Brionne and I've still drawn a blank. Combuskin is a very lucky 3-piece meal that it grows up to be a big bucket of Blaziken, because in its teenage years, it looks like a complete goober for something that can kick you twice at once, looking like a complete weenie. Literally. Bit of miscommunication when designing Combuskin. Easy slip up, no worries. Got told to design a Pokemon based around cock and wasn't sure on the implication there. You mean like a chicken, right? Or do you mean like... I'll just check off both to make sure. Carkol not turning into a full-on train, that was kind of disappointing, but I thought maybe it having a Gigantamax form, you know, maybe they were saving it for that. But yeah, nah, they played it safe, looking like the oven how creamy got baked in. You know, in a sense, it's no different than Gigantamax Gengar. You jump into either one, the same thing happens, really. You get the colossal form and still no train set. Your man could have looked like Reverend Lovejoy's basement, but nah. That was a weird reference. When you forget about that missed train potential though, it's not a bad shout for a Gigantamax form, really. A big bucket of volcano cream. I reckon you could have had a little column A and a little column B and a little sprinkle of column cream. Make them a big furnace, mountain, volcano, all of that. And you have little carcoals on tracks, like little ghouls going around them, just swirling around them. Mountain the mountain, kind of like Dragapult's gimmick. What I'm saying is, you could have made him an extra spicy Pumpkin Hill. I don't think I really paid much attention to entire skip Garbodor form when Gen 8 came out, but looking at it now, I've got to give some ratings towards Katamari Garbodor. Few more stadiums terrorized, good few 100,000 capacity crowds sacrificed to the Katamari, and this specimen here is going to be adding Deoxys to that Katamari before you even realize. Yeah, you know, Cream is one thing, but oh, endless Cream. Two very different definitions of crematorium right there. The portion size here goes a little past American XL. You're asking for that Emperor of the Sea. Give me that Big Mom. Give me that Yonko portion size. And then here comes the Pokedex weaponizing Alcremie a lot more than I was expecting. At this point, I'm half expecting McBain to come out the... Duraludon is a bit much for me. A lot going on there to digest a skyscraper. Does he just sit there and like shoot people with hyper beams from the penthouse suite of the building? The dog cone, that's a big enough nerf at face value for Dreadnought. Duraludon seems genuinely differently abled as far as Pokemon go, transforming into a building. I think for an England Pokemon, this is pushing it a little bit. I mean, you get a few buildings like this in London, sure. Well, like one. But really, especially for a creature that looks like it's gonna go extinct any year now ever since Geek Bars came about, should probably G-Max into a block of dirty flats. Skyscrapers aren't practical for combat. You're thinking too high there, setting yourself up as a big target. That's not the big brain play. You see, no one's going out of their way to start beef with a Duraludon Council Estate form, especially because you know he's not alone. You know, with all those stolen Copperages he's got on it. Budgie, solid design on him, and I understand it exists on some level because Roselia is probably too strong a Pokemon to be introducing very early game, but I can't lie to you, I don't think I even knew this was a baby Pokemon. Until recent generations, it seemed as though a good amount of baby Pokemon were rare to come across. You're near enough pressured into breeding to complete the Pokedex. Budgie's though, roaming about everywhere. What's the point of it even being a baby Pokemon and not just a standard pre-evolution if it's gonna be this common? It got more coordinates than a spoofed Pokemon Go account, and I don't know how we were expecting anyone to give the slightest about Budgie when you throw us Roserade at the same time. Makes Budgie look like a chore, and a very optional one at that. I've never seen a Pokemon that's more of a non-mandatory side quest than Budgie. For me to have to jump through the hoops of friendship evolution, Budgie better have some insane exclusive moves. My Roserade better know how to bust out Aurora Time. Doesn't even matter. Roselias exist by the dozen in most people's back gardens. Could save yourself the hassle of befriending your plant. Cancel the Disney World flights. Your man comes pre-installed. Don't even have to catch one. They sell them for £3 at the entrance of every named supermarket. It probably should have just been a Hoenn Pokemon to begin with. Like 80% of the Roserade population loiter around 10 steps away from the daycare center, and not a single one of them got any action. That's embarrassing. Like living in Turkey and never getting a kebab. But I'm glad Budgie did eventually exist, because I'm all game for more 3-stage evolution lines being established. It kind of fluffs up the prestige of Roserade, makes it feel like the complete package. Professor Juniper dedicating her life to study the origin of Pokemon. Rowan discovering evolution methods. Kukui just being an all-around big-time bowler. But Professor Elm,
hey kids, you ever see Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan kiss each other on the mouth?
Hitmonchan does the kissing at least. Hitmonlee can just blink suggestively. I guess that only works for Hitmonchan and Hitmontop, while Lee's relegated to the cock chair. But somewhere along that weird heat, Tyrogue was produced. One of the most valid baby Pokemon to exist. The Hitmon family have maintained their exclusive aura from what I can tell. They aren't exactly ones you should just be finding in the wild, so it all makes sense having a young'un with those 3 different paths to adulthood based on its attack and defense stats, especially for Hitmontop. I can imagine the hassle of the gamble of balancing out the stats the right way, so you're gonna want to hatch a good few of these. Having this method in baby form even opens up the Hitmon family to an expansion. A speed-based Hitmon evolution sounds like a bit of a money idea to me. Maybe Tyrogue sticks to his original form and goes on to become the first Hitmon grappler.
A Hitmon wrestler. My God, whose music is that? It can't be.
It's Hitmon Cena! Because he's already in that old school wrestler pose.
He's ready for a colossal tussle if I've ever seen one.
Keeps the headlock real snug. His finishing move, suplex number 4, or the overdrive. Entrance music is a 5-second loop of aggressively palm muting open strings. The trunks, the headgear. Tyrogue, he's a jabroni, but that's all he should be. See, he's still young enough that being in the full kit does not make you a full kit wanker. If he grows up into a Hitmonchan though, it's borderline at that point. If he's never had a real boxing match, then it's not looking good. Your dad shadow boxes the TV whenever John Fury comes on. Back in 2014, the general consensus was definitely Ordino got a Mega? That's crazy, but I don't remember asking. Oh, if you know there's Mega potential, you're gonna give the Mega Evolution rub to this. Are you mad? Man, you went with one Gen 5 Mega. One. The sky was the limit here, but they decided to stay put on the roof, eating the loft insulation. Alright, you know, maybe I'm being a little bit rough here. All things considered, it's a pretty inoffensive choice. Could easily wish for 3 Unova Megas, but knowing my luck, the monkey's paw would pull that John Cena, and then we end up with 3 Megas for the Simmer Sideman trio. Like an Omastar case where it was too heavy to move and got itself wiped out. Sandy Shocks showing us a rare case of an ancient Pokemon being a genuine form of devolution. Your man Magneton, he had to use a pair of walking magnets before it figured out how to float. And oh, lordy lord, here he comes. We love a good wacky walking cycle. Sandy Shocks slinked about so Toadstool could John Lennon. 10,000 year lifespan. My man, you've got to come off the stabilizers at some point, at least by like age 500 or so. Come on. Understandable why it has the walking sticks, a caveman magnet during a time where no creature had the mental capacity to process what magnetism even is. Looks at its own reflection and starts freaking out, realizing its body is fused together like a pair of oids. It's interesting to see what came first in Pokemon, the creature or the invention. At what point during this thing's 10k lifespan were the perfectly cut screws noticed? Humans of the past just struggling keeping things together with ropes and dog shit, like, oh nah, that's a sick idea. Why do we do that? With the fossil Pokemon, you could make a case for any being your favorite really, and I fully get why Armaldo might be one of your top fossils, but for me, it's gonna have to be the martyr for this list, to bear the cross as this video's way of farming all the take comments, which I don't mean to do it. I'm not going out of my way to hate your favorite Pokemon. I don't even hate Armaldo. I just don't know the guy too well. He seems okay, but okay isn't really good enough. So like 5th last place ye go. I do get it though. It's on the champions team. It's rare by default being a fossil, and no other Pokemon does or ever will look like this again. It's just, don't know how to be nice about it. It really shows. You can definitely tell your man was made from a rock. Might even be a piece of rubber or something. I don't know. Fossil got dented after a UPS driver chucked it over the fence, and now it has a set of eyes like a pair of rear view mirrors. Them big beautiful eyes flapping around the place. Walking the streets a strong breeze away from having the vision of a goldfish. Down the Devon Corporation, they must have had the university students man this fossil. They must have been working on the assignment after a heavy bender on the sesh down Rustboro City, because they've somehow given the fossil fetal alcohol syndrome. How unique of a creature that not only could chew on its own eyeballs, but looks smooth-brained enough to actually commit to it. Arctozolt reminds me of the Ice Age squirrel getting frozen over, but Armaldo is just Sid. I know that has to be the most blatant observation you can make about the thing, but even growing up, Armaldo just seemed a bit off to me. See, I liked Sid as a kid. I think he was probably sound enough for me. He's no donkey, but he's a perfectly serviceable comic relief goon. I just don't think it's the kind of energy I'd personally want to be getting from something that's meant to be a horrifying shrimp creature. Why does Hoenn's most dangerous man host a creature with the same dimensions as Ed? Actually, no, that's a genius move. Ed with a stone stuck in his shoe with low diff on Armaldo. Most wild Pokemon even. All in all, not a bad Pokemon overall, but I'm not too bothered about it as one of the fossils though. I think it looks too friendly. I think it should have gone more in on becoming a freakish shrimpoid. Bastiodon, a tale as old as time, the King Bob-omb archetype, invincible up front, but very susceptible to back shots. That's where the steel and rock typing split comes into play. Look boys, remember, I'm a rock type at the back, so watch it. The face of a Metagross, the back end of a Geodude. I only have one ground rule. You can slap me in the face all you want, swing a baseball bat or two if you're curious, but banking is strictly off limits. It's like fighting Defense Deoxys if the back half of him was still stuck to the meteor. But as fitting for a Pokemon past its time, it just seems like a logistically inefficient Lairon. If you're talking just about its physical dimensions, it's not far off a Lairon working on the side, dancing about across the road dressed like a Domino's pizza box. At least 80% of that weight has to be from Mother Nature sentencing it to a lifetime in the iron waffle. I could see this one going extinct purely from its center of gravity being so dodgy, like a Kingler and its wham claw tilting it to one side. If a Bastiodon gets flipped over forehead first, has all that weight at the bottom, just take the coward's way out and respawn at that point, or it's gonna have to make do existing like an indoor Diglett, plant potted Diglett. I get a lot of people love the Sinnoh ones. It's an interesting fossil Pokemon, but it's another case where I just prefer the other fossils a lot more. After 9 generations, the most fake, the most fugazi, the most likely pseudo you're gonna be buying down the markets right next to the gangster SpongeBob shirts has to be Baxcalibur. Everything about this one feels pseudo, but not in the valuable legend sense, because everything that makes up Baxcalibur's gimmick has already been done way better by so many other Pokemon already. You've got Excalibur, Excavalier, Aegislash, Zacian, all of them are giving Baxcalibur the business. Godzilla, Tyranitar's done you in by being about 12 minutes ahead of you in this video. Dinosaurs or just any prehistoric animals, we'd be here for hours. You just spin the wheel. A refrigerator. Rotom could make a better fridge sauce invading a half-melted orange Calippo. And to really outclass your man here, it just had to be another dragon type. It makes sense for one of the rarest types to dominate one of the rarest sets of Pokemon. But Baxcalibur comes in doing it for the 9th time to summarize just how rinsed everything about it is conceptually. The guy feels unfinished. A walk-in bowling pin of a first draft. Fairy should arguably be just as rare, and they've had 4 generations now to conjure us up one. Tinkerton was fully bricked up, all ready to plow, and somehow it didn't secure that 600 base stat bag. Like I've said recently, even Dondozo and Tatsugiri as another combo pair of pseudos is a decent shout. The actual first tag team pseudo legend pair, since Metagross and Salamence, they're more of a mega powers kind of deal, a 2-man power trip kind of gimmick, just 2 main eventers being main eventers. They're not about that tag team life. They don't strike me as the sort who link up for a bit of top golf. I reckon this could have been salvaged massively if it built on Arctibac's design properly. The dragon thing I can let slide if it leaned more towards the dinosaur side of dragon and not the Barney the dinosaur side of dragon, where it looks like it has to be worn by an actor. Even if you highly rate Baxcalibur, I don't think you can dispute what I'm saying when I explain it this way. And like, this isn't one of those big millennial Gen X Pokemon used to be good speech, but stand your man Baxcalibur up side by side with Dragonite, and look at how much of that charm is missing. Baxcalibur has the color palette of a gentrified block of flats. That's what's happening. Stolen valor. Baxcalibur is a gentrified Tyranitar. Sleek and modern looking maybe, but all of the allure is gone. I'm usually keen on the Pokemon designs that show a clear personality behind it. But not like Azumarill. What's he got to be sad about? What are you crying about? You're attached to a bunny hopper. And in all fairness, I'm still keen enough for it as far as baby Pokemon go. It's at least not purely a downscaled Marill and helps build on the gimmick of Marill being some kind of flotation device. God help Azumarill if he doesn't do a good job at that, because his water type genes, they're not kicking in until it's a Marill. Now that is a tough one to ponder. Gain the water type. Lose bouncing privileges. Physically speaking, Azumarill must hate evolving. Used to be able to bounce about the place on its ball. Now it's too big for that. It has to take the bus like the rest of us. Shifting to Azumarill must be a very sobering experience for the once Azumarill. I bet he misses bouncing on his ball as much as Golem misses his fully human hands. Must be like when a dog gets massive and he can't fit in the airing cupboard anymore. If only the ball scaled in size along with it. But hey, at least you got a couple arms out of it, didn't you? And immunity to Chinese water torture. You never know when that'll come in handy. Yeah? So easy come, easy go. A bonsai tree Pokemon is a very creative one in itself, even outside of it being one of the big dumb babies. You can see why it got the spotlight in Pokemon XD. It was mad playing spin-offs back then, and they would just debut never before seen Pokemon, kinda like how Meltan was in Go. Another Mandela effect for me looking back on that game, I didn't just gaslight myself, Munchlax was in the game. Thought I fever dreamt the fat dickhead the past 20 years. Bonsly almost makes Sudowoodo seem like a downgrade, and I still think I maybe prefer Sudowoodo. But you can't deny that going from a bonsai tree into a stick. I'm sorry, you might have peaked early. Bonsly would be displayed anywhere as a culture piece. Sudowoodo is just one trip down a factory production line away from becoming Wild Woody.
The Antsy is gonna have to be low down here. The Mega Form can't pull your weight here. Base Form only, I'm afraid, you big rock. The Antsy was made to go into a Mega Form, switches his defense for attack. So when he can't do that, really it's just... Look, I really don't know what it is, but whatever Mr. Japao has sorted you out, he hasn't finished carving out your legs. Oh wait, yeah, swear he can make diamonds and all that. So it's still got a bit more than gorilla grip in them nubs. Maybe it doesn't even need the Mega Form to conjure up its iconic enchanted diamond sword. Enough grip in them hands to peel the textures off your skin, leave you looking like a human chessboard, your big UV map. Genesect isn't a poor design, I would say. It's not that bad, but I can't pretend it's getting huge ratings from me either, because your man here might have been feared as the strongest of hunters, but that's 300 million years ago. Get back to your retirement home, old man. Get back in your glass box and Toy Story yourself frozen while people take photos of you. But it's not that anymore. It's just Team Plasma's attempt at being Team Rocket. Team Rocket found the origin of all Pokemon and genetically enhanced it to make it a nuclear threat level weapon. Team Plasma somehow think they've got the facilities to big man Armani Giovanni himself. You might have named this thing Genetic Insect to try and front you've pulled off the next Mewtwo. Yeah, nah, you got a reduced Isle Kabuto and stuck the Halo laser rifle on its back. Nothing genetic about it. Genesect is Mewtwo if Team Rocket scientists got mad that they couldn't figure out gene splicing like...
Alright, fine. Fine, Rocket Grunt Gaz. We'll chuck the cannon on him.
Avalugg would be so much higher on this if all of them were 100 feet tall, or at least realistically scaled and made to be like Whale Lord sized or something. But if it's not gonna be Gigantamax from birth, at the very least you'd think an older version of Avalugg would have answered that age-old question. Where's the rest of you? But nah, I guess it was always Avalugg's destiny to be an on-the-go ice bar. No wonder this Avalugg doesn't exist anymore. Not even evolution could manage some kind of fail-safe for when it gets stuck on its back. You'd think it'd be a fossil Pokemon by now, with a design flaw that blatant. Don't know how Arceus gave this one that green light when coding the universe. Even when Avalugg does local the same region as Arceus, it still slips by quality control. Probably why it's a noble Pokemon to begin with. That lightning was Arceus sending a patch. The only species that could be wiped out with a comically large spatula. Its chances of survival would actually go up if two of them got sandwiched together.
Volcanion is a very inoffensive mythical Pokemon. The steam it's piping up about seems to be a bit lukewarm, giving off that room temperature Heatran heat to it. You know what I mean though? Doesn't feel like there's anything mythical about it. Feel like I could run into him down Berserker's pub after a long hard day's graft of fixing people's boilers. How often do you even see someone bring up Volcanion? I guarantee people would rate it so much more if it were a late game Pseudo Legendary for X and Y. Give it a full evolution line as well, especially for how slim that Kalos Pokedex already is. Really could have brought out the most in Volcanion as a hot, steamy species. Honestly, I don't really hold any strong opinions on Zeraora? But you know, it's pretty decent. It's a solid design, I'd say. But that's not enough to save it from that Volcanion syndrome. It just doesn't seem like a mythical Pokemon at all. It feels about as mythical as Lucario or Zoroark. Even your names clash enough as it is.
Now I love bulking season as much as the next creatine goblin listening to the Rocks bars on repeat for a whole gym session. But I've gotta say, Terrakion is a bit tame compared to the rest of the Swords of Justice. Don't even know how you fit in there really. What are you meant to be? What are you, the cross guard? You a big bulky Quillen for your mates? Blades of Justice, looking more like the shoulder blade of Justice. Should go form a faction with Poliwrath and Hitmonlee. The only thing Tauros has to its name, it got that one episode where Ash catches 30 of them, so it's an understandable regional form to go for. And not only a regional, 3 of them. 75% of the exact definition regional forms are taken up by the Tauros. I saw the combat breed Tauros during the intro video when you start up the game, and barely even processed it was a regional. Honestly thought the game was so poorly optimized, they botched the textures on him. Figured someone's gotta sort out your man's shading because he's immune to the daylight system. So I don't rate any of the Tauros forms really, because they just took the lazy MMO approach. Base Tauros is a low tier Maple Story mob, and Paldan Tauros is the one who gets a color swap and runs around a slight bit faster just to convey to you, the player, hey, watch it, playboy, this one's a bit of a heifer. I'm starting to understand why out of this dozen or so, Tauros is the only one that retained its original name, debated new names, sat in the boardrooms like, so we've got White Diglett. Everyone's down for Wiglet, right? Wiglet, yeah? Alright, sorted. Now up next, we've got to come up with a name for Black Tauros. Black Tauros. Any takers? Yeah, you know what? Let's just call him Paldan Tauros. All right, yeah.
Yeah, I know what I'd call him.
All right, no, that's enough out of you. All right, that's a bad cat. You're already pushing it during the brown whipper conversation. I'm not doing that again. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Despicable. The cat teaches himself how to talk just so he can say vile things like that. I mean, it's 2023. You gotta leave that in the past already. I mean, come on now. Pooper? Just immature. Sinnoh's had a massive wave of nostalgia to it for a very long time now, but I've gotta say, I'm still in that 2007 mind frame if you're asking me about this one. Turtwig is a sideman. It was a sideman then, it's a sideman now. It will be a sideman forever. And if it's your dead set favorite, it's because it was your first Pokemon, or you just really like Torterra, because I outright refuse to believe that anyone who isn't a psychopath finds any appeal in Grotle. Looking at all 24 of these funny little characters here, you choose a lump of soil? It was the most tame grass starter by a long stretch when only 4 generations existed, and now today, double the generations, double the contenders, and still the undisputed sideman of the grass type starters. But hey, what do I know? I rated a crab with boxing gloves in it so much I made a shirt out of it. I rated Jujitsu cephalopod so much I'm tempted to do the same. Just like what you like. Except Grotle. Your weapons. For a region which collectively has the most bang-on average looking set of 9 starters and evolutions, Fennekin, it might just be the most bang-on average starter Pokemon going. It's serviceable, it gets the job done. Is ears heat up enough where you could probably use it as an air fryer if you don't mind the hairs? But I'll kind of draw on a blank here. I'm too neutral on Fennekin. I really don't think they could have designed a more C-grade starter if they intentionally tried to do that. Fennekin was about as passing C-grade as you can get starter-wise. And the thing about Brexit is, well, consistency is key. It's creative enough leaning into the witchcraft aspect, but yeah, it's not my kind of thing. You know, I'm not so much Harry Potter, I'm more Lord of the Rings. I need my Turtles of War. It's not my kind of thing either, cause man, it's bordering a bit too anthropomorphic for my tastes. You know what I mean? Hey, whoa, come on, I told you. Game Freak heard the outcry loud and clear. 3 firefighting types? What do you think, you're too good for Pignite? You hate the fire starters with off-the-charts machismo, do you? Fine. You know what? Fine. You're gonna get a psychic wizard starter who looks like your quirky drama teacher who thinks the earth is a rhombus and 5G towers turn your skin green, and you are gonna eat what you're given. I'm keen enough, in all fairness. It's solid. Not getting top ratings from me, but it's refreshing to see at least. The rest of the Lake Guardian trio, okay, they're not much higher, but they didn't deserve to be down there with Mesprit. They don't mug you off having your Staraptor pulling cross-country shifts just hoping it makes an appearance. The other 2 know their role. What they're supposed to do is line up at the back end of the cave, stay right where they are, might put them to sleep, and let me sling 30 Ultra Balls at them. Mesprit must have lied on the CV to land a Lake Guardian job. Ditches that lake straight for the back end of the country at the first sign of an intruder. Slowest one out of them too. I don't know how it's getting away so quickly. The times have changed. Not all legendaries have to be some omnipotent creature waiting for someone to play the forbidden riff on an ancient accordion. So now you get ones like Kufbu. I actually do like them. It's just not so much as legendary Pokemon. Because I don't see legendary, I see a VIP. Kinda like how I would see Volcanion or Zeraora. Having it be like a legendary Tyrogue with its own evolution line to go along with it, it's not helping it with the pseudo legendary vibes it's given off. Wouldn't even pass off as a pseudo legendary. 50 points shy of the passing grade for that title. None of the conventions of a legendary Pokemon, but it's got that title anyway, purely from being that much of a hard man. The Shifus, they were already killers with those hands when Mother Nature decides to install permanent knuckle dusters on even your toes. Your purpose as a creature, I wouldn't say it's too far off population control. Then it enlarges its frame to the point where it's powerful enough that it might not even need to use those knuckle dusters. Because those eyes, they've got that iconic, I'm a big strong boy glow to them. And they're not just there to make it look hard. The rapid style glares at you and you get tucked in for bed just for being a little bad boy. I guess your man takes the more Malcolm X approach to being Santa Claus. Yeah, nah, coal's getting a bit rare these days. Let's just cut out the naughty portion of the market straight at the source. Gmax or Shifu could filter out society. Let's just weed out all of the nonsense right now in one bulk mass staring contest.
Applin is back and more warm than ever. Except it's not an Applin though, we've all come to find out. Applin was just trying to sauce up some pancakes and spilled it all over himself, the little klutz. And he started glowing white, evolving at the breakfast table like,
Right, that's me off then. Nope. Nobody press that B button. I did this to myself. Gotta learn to stop spilling that syrup one of these days.
I do like Dipplin, but in the exact same way I like Applin. Because it has that unfinished energy to it. You can't convince me Dipplin isn't done evolving here. He's one more syrup apple away from becoming double Dipplin. You'd think for a third Applin evolution it'd have changed type at least. Make him fairy, like a tree. Make him a poison apple. Orthworm could evolve into a Dipplin if you find him a syrup apple big enough for him to sleep in. I want to like it way more. It'd have been enough of a game changer for me if the worm weren't shy. Just have the worm poking his head out as the standard. I'm sat here just waiting for him to unleash that syrup move. I await the Turnley speed reduction, also I can get a glimpse of how good this design could have been. People staring at Dipplin be like, top requested. But hey, maybe they're saving the third evolution for the Indigo disc. The worm's keeping himself dormant until the Blueberry Academy. Perhaps more breakfast condiments are to be spilled. Where I stand with Dartrix is about the same as where I stand with Prinplup. Very inoffensive middle stage, but at least here I can say that it doesn't seem like an in-between frame from Rowlet to Decidueye. It actually feels like its own design and a lot less like just a halfway point. Your man looks clean too. Prinplup's head looking like a pair of futuristic boxers. Dartrix is suited to pull. Fresh vest, fresh trim, man's a Alolan, but definitely didn't go to Diglett's barber. When Growlithe dropped, it was straight away deemed a universal banger. Hisuian Lilligant isn't exactly breaking Twitter for a few days. For all I know, this wasn't even a secret. They could have put this in every bit of gameplay shown before the release. But it was just chilling in the background, camouflaged by the game's textures. But saying all of that, in all fairness, it's a decent take on changing up the original design, and I'll take something unexpected over the obvious predictable choices any day, because even with something as mostly unasked for as Lilligant, works surprisingly well as one of the few chosen noble ones.
All Mega Evolution has really done for Camerupt is taken an underwhelming Pokemon and transformed it into another underwhelming Pokemon, and it was definitely necessary. But as much as Camerupt was raging for a good year or two session the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, I'm like 97% sure it only exists to make Team Magma's leader not look like a complete sideman. Pretty useless attempt right there. Already strapped him in with a life sentence as a sideman the moment they decided to give him Camerupt in the first place. Hatterene just seems like the bigger means the more angry, I guess. It's not bad, but really? A Gmax? It seems more like a mildly displeased Dynamax form. Also looking like it owns about 3 pet Gmax Eevees and has our creamy sized cakes prepared for its birthday. All around, it just seems bad for all sides. There's no winners here. Reading emotions up to a 30-mile radius and is fuming. On the prowl to catch a few GBH assault charges just for sensing a slight bit of hostility. I mean, like on brand for England, yeah, on brand. A Dracovish stubs this deformed little toe in the middle of the night 2 towns over, and that mild discomfort is gonna have Hatterene on a mission. What a weapon. Not only does the middle of its name get Crabrawler and its keys a bit too excited after 3 pints, but Magearna is the result of a scientist 500 years ago. Some guy goes ahead and plays Arceus, makes artificial life, just to wrap it up in a bow tie and give it off as a present to some king's daughter like it's nothing. You think this scientist, he could have progressed society massively if he weren't too preoccupied with pleasing the king's daughter with its metal toys and artificial soul. But how did this happen 500 years ago? Region difference aside, maybe the Hisui region could answer this. Go back a few hundred years and pay the troll toll to get into the boy's soul. Victini never got any second looks from me up until now. I mean, this isn't anything we've not already seen before at all. Like, what, am I supposed to be impressed because it's a mythical, but it looks like it locals Route 3 of every region? But maybe I'm being a bit too hard looking at it from that perspective. A mythical whose special power is just spawning big fatty dubs. A victory Pokemon? Hey, that's a nice bit of lore. I like that, have Victini around and you just win. Instant dub spawner. So what you're saying is, I could get into a bare knuckle fight with a champ. Long as Victini is a color commentator, then that Machamp is getting his jaw spun by me. Alright, okay, you're calm in my books, Victini. Eevee might canonically have a manslaughter charge. Hatterene definitely has some Dracovish toe stain on those tentacles. Inteleon, no ifs about it. He aims those moist deadly fingies anywhere vital. That's intent. That's a motive right there. Straight to the Gala Gulag, if it weren't already an undercover fed. Water gun going at Mach 7 speeds. Inteleon's just trying to get past Gengar's kill streak at that rate. Growing up crying for its entire infant life. It all makes sense now. Good to get all of that out of the system early. No room for emotions. Your man plays Russian roulette every time he bites his fingernails. Now though, could you imagine raising your first Pokemon? Adventuring together for years, side by side. All of that cut short because it got quickscoped by a lizard fresh out the emo phase. Inteleon might be one of my least rated final starter Pokemon going, but turning him into the biggest camper going and giving it a canonical license to kill, that's a creative move. Always knew it was a camper. Look at Drizzile in the teenage years and tell me that boy wasn't a menace back in the Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. The amount of slurs this weapon was teaching your kids back in them search and destroy lobbies. Cinderace sadly getting low ratings like Inteleon, but I can at least appreciate the creativity of going for a full-on striker Pokemon. Galar region, of course you gotta have a starter who knows the offside rule. Would do it all on the pitch, good cross on him, takes a reliable pen, not afraid to sink 12 studs into someone's shin, gonna need some military grade oven mitts for goalie gloves and all. Those shots gonna be extra spicy from this one. Save a shot from a Cinderace, you can say goodbye to your fingers, but you can say hello to your newly acquired Cumberland sausages. It'd make for a banger Japanese World Cup mascot, but a fairly lower tier starter Pokemon. You know, I'm usually fine with human-like Pokemon, but Cinderace is peak anthropomorphism. I like Scorbunny and Raboot highly enough, but they still look like I could buy one from a Pets for Home. Only way you're getting a Cinderace is with a lot of persistence on the dark web and an air pump. If you went back and told me 5 years ago, where is this specimen from? I can't tell when I would have guessed Pokemon. Somewhere between celebrity athlete side character in Zootropolis and fursuit Fernando Torres. Chestnut is alright. If I were going purely by the glow up, it'd be topping the charts here. Quilladin to this? Someone's been doing their deadlift since graduating school. I'll take what I can get coming off this, because Chestnut might be a C grade relative to this video, but technically, that's still like, what, 3 times an improvement from F grade Quilladin? I was really glad that I reached the bottom of Quilladin. That somehow didn't get worse than that. Although I'm morbidly curious how. Quilladin looking as clapped as it does is probably why Chestnut goes under the radar to begin with. The amount of players this weapon must have scared off. Like a lot of Kalos, Chestnut seems to be very underrated. I just think it would have made for a better evolution if it retains the original color palette that Chessman had. Wait, hold on a minute. You're saying these two are legends? Oh, I just thought they had no friends. Look, like Rotom. So what's the crack here? You have a synthetic Pokemon who's apparently got a max bench press a bit too scary for the Ether Foundation. That they mounted some ancient VR headset Shangong Wu in its head to nerf it. All this hype about it going on a rampage. Yeah, with what? All 95 your stats? Slacking probably goes on a bigger rampage every second turn than this thing does. Apparently it wasn't even the max bench press scaring everyone. It was that 40-yard dash. Only thing this muzzle did was make it slower. It's about as strong with or without the helm. It'd still batter you if it gets a hold of you. If it's that beefy, you had to suppress its power. I don't know, limit its diet to soy only. But aside from all of that feeling a bit inconsistent to the lore, that lore still bangs. It's not just a legendary that exists purely to loiter in a cave, making this Ultra Beast Slayer modeled after Arceus. The main thing saving Sneasel here is the fact that it's managed to retain almost all of its original design traits from Johto. An interesting interpretation, but they just ripped the Sneasel OC off someone's dead DeviantArt account from 2007 hoping nobody had noticed. Its evolution was the juicy bit of info that dropped, and I had a lot of mixed feelings about Sneasel as a first impression. I just can't get over its preset shaped oval head. Sneasel seems like one where you can just tell it'd be a much better design once it's had proper 2D artwork done for it. But for now, something about it seems like it was modeled by the guy who sorted out Dialga's legs. Luckily for it, that in-game charisma kicked in. I can look past the awkward way it's built when it's got one of those designs that can convey a strong personality. A strong personality, yet somehow terrifying. Accidentally hitting that plus button into Sneasler. I swear, Giratina wishes it could jump scare that well.
The classic unbreakable forehead versus the unstoppable forehead. A creature named after the word cranium, and it's maybe the first ever canonically smooth-brained Pokemon. Even has the Joe Rogan enlarged TRT skull to encase it in. I'm on a similar wavelength for these boys as I am Bastiodon, both in the fossil sector of dinosaur, caveman-like creatures, the kind to be devouring bones without chewing like they're on the clock, as if that diesel-looking bulldog from Tom and Jerry is about to spin their jaw for it. I feel like owning a Bastiodon would be like owning a bulkier, less efficient Lairon. Then you evolve that, and you arguably get a more efficient Rampardos with Aggron. Because I thought I liked Rampardos more than I realized, until I used one playing through the Sinnoh remakes, and the guy's moveset, it just isn't all there. Felt like it had a built-in 70% accuracy on every move it tries. It's not just a headbutton Pokemon, it's the headbutt Pokemon, T-Rex proportioned, and is more likely to hit you with his hands. Playing through the Sinnoh remakes, you could convince me Rampardos would miss the headbutt you'd need to land on a tree to find Heracross. Got that rigged Pokemon Stadium 2 rental accuracy, but I've got to respect it. If anything, is very on brand for Pokemon's first ever documented smooth brain. In my experience, the move accuracy is making me feel like the Pokedex is downplaying how stupid it is. It should read Rampardos, the minuscule mind Pokemon, like putting your chewing gum in the center of a basketball. But the fact its walnut brain can even comprehend a psychic type move like Zen Headbutt to begin with, it's surely a spectacle to science already. Being able to land the move, now that's just asking him with too much. The big Beyblade snake. He's okay. I think Sandaconda is gonna check off my iconic apathetic segment to these videos where I kind of have no strong opinions on it. That way you know I'm bridging into the C tier, kinda.
Sand swirls around its body with such power it could pulverize a skyscraper.
Oh, okay, you see a man here? He was made to just prove my point, to show exactly how impractical Duraludon is.
Over 1 million tons of sand
Over 1 million tons of sand is... come on, Dexter. 1 million tons. Next you'll be telling me you're ordering 4 naan. That's insane. Someone has to explain to me, where are you getting 1 million tons of sand on this moist rock of a country? Let's say when it spawns, it absorbs everything off the coast we have here. The majority of the weight making up that 1 million tons is going to be in sharp pebbles, chips, and warm cans of Carling. Very on brand of you, Slowbro, to suit up with the dumbest looking Megaform, but unlike its frictionless brain, everything else about it pretty bang on average. It's not like Slowbro can't already pull some shifts in his base form, but the Mega isn't terrible itself, probably the most dead on C grade one out of the lot. Meowth isn't an amazing one, but I respect the gimmick. It makes the most sense to me for Meowth to turn giant and end up looking like one of Team Rocket's 20 million pound mean bean machine robots they use every episode. Literally everyone must have made this joke 3 years ago. Surely they must have. They're the most surface level obvious one, but I can already hear it.
Face it, Twipe. You're no match for our wacky waving inflatable outflating toque, Meowth.
And like most of their insane weapons they've been using for 20 minutes once a week for like the past 1,000 weeks, very impractical. I don't know what happened first. Gmax or Shifu uses it as a heavy bag, or Machamp uses it as a barbell. Either way, that Meowth looks like it caused more damage at the Macy's parade than an actual fight. Being in a 2011 mindset for a long while when it came to Black and White, I thought Tepid Pig was a turbo sideman as well for the longest time. And you know what? Still is. The first time playing through the games growing up where I was actually turned off from the fire choice. Could you even blame me? How's anyone gonna go out of their way for something literally called a lukewarm pig? Man needs to get back in the air fryer, set that boy to reheat till it comes out spicy enough to be worth my time. And Infernape was already pushing it just a little bit, being another firefighting type so soon after Blaziken. But you triple down and you go for another one. And not to mention, at a brief moment in its lifespan, it's gonna look this claps, instant sideman starter contention. But in all fairness, it's nowhere near as roastworthy as I used to think, because Tepig's a lower tier starter for sure. You're still what, 18th here? But the more you look at it, it's actually a solid enough design for as lukewarm as its name suggests.
If these vines slammed into a 10-story building, they could
so easily topple it. Man, loads of the Gigamons really just want to have a crack at Duraludon, don't they? And apparently Grande Venusaur wants to have a little go at myself here.
breathing in too much of the pollen can cause fainting.
Blah, blah, blah. I'll get hay fever too badly to even be looking at this thing. If Gigantamax Venusaur were real and I were in a stadium it spawns at, the pollen this thing produces would leave me looking like a New Vegas ghoul. At first I was a bit off put by its trim, looking like it could go for another round or two with the hedge clippers, but it makes sense. Of course, the king of the Venusaur is looking like its back's a bit too over encumbered. Heavy is the bulb that wears the crown. Probably needs the permanent shade and all. The solar beams this machine surely conjures up be like looking directly at the sun with the chum bucket telescope. Volcano Cream is one thing, but endless cream. Two very different definitions of crematorium right there. The portion size here goes a little past American XL. You're asking for that Emperor of the Sea. Give me that Big Mom. Give me that Yonko portion size. And then here comes the Pokedex weaponizing Alcremie a lot more than I was expecting. At this point, I'm half expecting McBain to come out the cake and load a few clips into my Pokemon. Cream missiles with 100,000 kilocalories. Inteleon might snipe you, but Alcremie plays the long game. That sugar's gonna get to you eventually. Not even a long game there, really. That might as well be as instant as the bullet. Heard of cheat meals, Alcremie's serving up cheat lives. One of those missiles even scrapes past you. If you even catch a whiff of one of them, then you've got about one more pancake day left in you. I know Anorith is meant to be a terrifying extinct shrimp, but how could you not love the wee fella? I know, like it's unfortunate 2 passing grades out of school maximum looking evolution. Anorith's eyes are lopsided too. If anything, that's too much eye. Omnidirectional eye, like a 360-degree camera, and he's got a pair of them. Anorith's eyes could look at each other and wave. How would that even look from its perspective? It fries my brain to think about your 2 eyes facing out staring at each other. What, am I overthinking it? Would it be like staring into 2 opposite portals? As if both of your eyes are looking into a mirror at the same time. Whatever it looked like, clearly nothing gets past him. Obviously this species would go extinct. It's evolving the other way around. It evolved into having a pair of rear view mirrors when it originally never even had a blind spot. But its eyes are dopey looking in a more endearing way. He's like Migi from Parasite. Adorable. and freakish. A direct ancestor of that which is all, but just a little freak. The old shrimp Pokemon. It'd make for an adorable small pet. In theory, at least. Practically speaking, if this had the Detective Pikachu real-life movie filter on and was sitting in my living room, I'd be chucking the hardest thing I could find at my desk straight at it. The YouTube plaque would be getting used like a pie to the face. But that's kind of what I wanted from Armaldo. For it to be a freakish shrimpoid-like creature, right? But that's why I think I like Anorith a bit more. It's simultaneously like a lovable pet that also happens to terrify me. It's like adopting a Rescue XL bully that was raised 7 years in a council estate. Galarian Yamask isn't pulling off anything groundbreaking other than the way it evolves. Give him a little slap, but not too hard now, and then chuck him under a bridge. But until you get around to slapping and chucking, it's really just a variant of Yamask. One of the weaker regional forms in that aspect, but purely because it's there to plant the seeds for the real banger. Poplio got roasted big time when the Alola trio got revealed. I bet a lot of those people loved Oshawott too. They'd rather have their plain ready salted sea otter over this goofy lad of a sea lion. And it might be my last choice if I ever somehow regain the patience to play through Alola again, but it doesn't look anywhere near as bad as the crowd made it out to be back in 2016. If anything, for being 10 times as memorable as what's it? Poplio II. I'm surprised at myself that this one is as high as it is, but Glalie goes mega, and suddenly he's looking a bit down bad. Johnny Bravo jaw drop, fully talks, probably breathing like a heat stroke dog. Glalie is locked and loaded, all set for the prowl. Now it's not a top dollar mega by any means, but it does what the form change should set out to do. Dead average across the board stats. Gives it a bit of an edge statistically, and literally. Teach him headbutt, he's catching a few bodies. My first reaction to the Loyal 3, I had Fezandipity as the cleanest looking out of them. Debatably true, but seeing them all in the flesh, all the main storyline Pokemon have a bit of personality to them. It's just that a shifty monkey and a giant panda dog, they could show a lot more flair. Charismatically, Fezandipity is soft-locked. Because it's a bird. You go to one of the Loyal 3's meeting spot for a scrap. Okidoji's sitting idle, swinging his chain about, cracking his knuckles, sparking up a ciggy. Absolute power play. Mid-fight, he's got his tongue out, hands primed and ready to be chasing Scooby and Shaggy through a series of opposite doors. Little things, but they give off some charm. Tells you what kind of Pokemon he is. But Fezandipity, what's this one doing? Oh, you know, it's iconic. Flying stationary at 3 frames a second. But you know, what can you do? It's a bird. It might look kind of nice, but I wouldn't call it an entertaining Pokemon, I guess. Fair play to them at least though. Poison and Fairy. What a type combo. I thought they'd have just gone with the generic flying combo with it. And I'm sure there's a rich real life folktale lore behind the Loyal 3. Obviously, there must be. You could improv some culture from the 3 off the top of your head like, well, Munkidori is actually heavily based on the god of good fortune in many cultures. Did ask though, did I? The brains behind it, it doesn't make Munkidori look any less like he's about to nick the stunt pegs off the back of my acro bike. The difference here though, Fezandipity is a bit more refined, but since they're all thieves, and Ed and Eddie of Majora's Masks, Okidoji, crypto scammer, Munkidori shifts copies of Frigo Returns and steals onion bags off the back of lorries, but Fezandipity, it looks more regal than the both of those. He's more of an upper class crime committer, you know, like your classic tax evasion or stealing spices from third world countries. Now I rate Houndoom highly, one of my inner circle boys, so it's difficult for me to look at the Mega form aesthetically and see it as an improvement. I just like the original that much that why would you want it to change? But I'll definitely accept the well-deserved Mega Evolution rub for him, but still, even with the power boost, it's definitely on the more average side of things in this stacked 48 pocket pet roster. Banette is exactly the type that was waiting a long time for Mega Evolution to come along. Very worthy of the power of the ring, but don't be deceived by its Wedge 165 attack. Just because it split decisions its way to outmuscling Trinitar, it's far from the best out there. Don't think you're getting ranked highly just because you look like you jump scare me in Mystic Mansion from Sonic Heroes. It might have that Trinitar strength, but it still revolves around using non-damaging moves a fair bit with the Prankster ability. Banger of an ability still, guaranteed body drop with Destiny Bonds, but no one really wants to limit their singular Mega Evolution per team on a double KO.
In Galar, if you did cop yourself the chronically depressed lizard, if you were getting sick of that crying, having to hide all the stationery in the house in case you catch it drawing Quilladins again, you'll be more than pleased to know it quickly grows up and discovers My Chemical Romance while pretending it never cries. But against all of my instincts, it's actually a step above Sobble and a good chunk of the middle stages for me. Something as simple as splashing a bit of green and a design fleshing out some personality that isn't just pissing and moaning. He's calm. He's just vibing to himself. It seems like the Galar starters got hit a little bit differently by the Jumbo Sauce. Their main attribute got the beef up, but they themselves, they're still a little wee action figure sized in comparison. Cinderace itself does get a bit bigger, and I'm sure it gets a much girthier big toe to punt the giant emoji ball with, but the ball is the form here mostly. Just a separate entity, like if Goku had to spawn the Spirit Bomb in the back half of Australia.
The gigantic pyro ball never misses its targets. Yeah, it better not. That thing gets 300 feet in diameter. Cinderace better retire and stick to the halftime panels if it's missing targets with that.
Chingling easily clears into the upper half here for demonstrating exactly what I was on about earlier. Downscaling something like Chimecho into a primitive form. It's one where you have to get a bit creative about it. It's not an Igglybuff case where a literal babby probably could have designed it. It's not even just a Chimecho with his little tag snipped. It's near enough an entirely separate design. And we all know Chimecho wasn't even remotely in need of getting downgraded. That tag was in no way needing of getting neutered. If you're talking strength at least. When you're talking world building, having a wind chime evolve from a shrine bell is simply some charming pocket monstering. Mantine. What a random selection to have canonically porked its way into fatherhood. You'd think Mantine already had a few kids under his belt, quite literally, with the Remoraids always leeching off of him. But they're more just a package deal. Mantine ain't the stepdad, he's the dad that stepped up type of gimmick. Although I didn't know this, the evolution method here is for Mantike to be leveled up around the Remoraid. So I guess they're just a day one set of pals. I guess until it's his turn and he becomes an Octillery. Wait, you grew tentacles? I thought you were like a gun or something. Fully grown adult now, got enough tentacles to make your own decisions on the streets with ya. Gets chucked on the shore and starts frying street food. Mantike has this feel to it where I feel as though it was always meant for Generation 2. Most of the Sinnoh babies, at least to me, they're very distinctively Generation 4 Pokemon, even if they have ties to previous regions. I could be completely off the mark here, but ones like Bonsly and Mime Jr., they just don't match up at all to that old 90s art style to me. Although again, one splash of watercolor could easily sway my fickle brain. It doesn't help that Mantine on its own does seem very final form. I reckon you could even work in a middle evolution between the two. This one's gonna get me some heat now, because Kyogre does nothing for me. I can remember looking at the shelves in Game Station in 2003, choosing between pretty much Groudon and Kyogre, and decisions in my life didn't get too much easier from that point forward. Now I have to add that disclaimer. Not bad design, because I really can't justify that objectively. Go ahead and like what you like, it's just not doing anything for me personally, especially when you look into its origins, and it has all these callbacks to mythology, and it feels like maybe there's just a tad bit more you could have gone for here, for the personification of the sea than an inflatable orca sunbed. Even though they're one big plot device really, Cosmog and Moem are solid designs in their own right, especially considering that they're not fully evolved, and they're getting aesthetically judged neck and neck to the ones meticulously designed to be monetized and milked for maximum profit on as much promotional material as possible for 3 years. The only thing that throws me off, this is clearly just Lunala's evolution line. You'd think Solgaleo would have gotten its own Cosmoem that was, a bit more on brand for him.
If I were a Johto trainer, I'd be importing my PC straight to Sui, Sinnoh, whatever you want to call it. This slab of land is carrying so much of the Johto decks. Where those Pokemon go to get serious, them lakes must be laced with some of the rock Sunny D to get all of these undiscovered evolutions. The Johto region had all of this lot gaslit into believing that they're not still growing boys. And out of all of those growing boys that were thirsty for some of that spicy water from the Fortnite guy, Stantler was dying for something like this. The lower half of Palkia might make it look like it'd get hunted down by a 5'3" man, but Stantlers, they actually do. It's barely even a Pokemon. It's only a notch or two higher than the fish in Misty's gym. Only thing making it a Pokemon is how its antlers can apparently distort reality around it. But finally, it actually has those psychic powers the Pokedex has been gaslighting us about for 20 years.
Yveltal doesn't seem to get the attention that a lot of legends do, which is a shame, because you have to admire the creativity here. Can't go back on the name X and Y now. Just imagining they've soft-locked themselves into a corner like, God of Destruction, absorbs life, eh? That's pretty good. That's great actually, but could you make them shaped like the letter Y?
Happily, luckily, didn't get overshadowed because it absolutely would have had it came out the same time as Blissey. Why would you even give Happily the time of day when this mass monster has just been presented to you? But even then, I don't mind them. I guess it's another case where it's satisfying to see the Chansey line be a full house of evolution stages. It's so much more valid than Badu, where him and Roselia, they're locals on every route with greenery. Chansey was a very inaccessible Pokemon. The thing's still a monster to this very day. It was gurning for a pre-evolution. A 1% spawn rate if you're in the wrong area of the Safari Zone. Cheeses it 90% of the time. I'd be sneaking the Master Ball past the bouncers, painting it in camo. I'll take my chances at them 30 Safari Balls having a crack at Mewtwo instead. It's frustrating, but kind of valid. Pokemon having exclusivity is become a rare thing these days with the amount of games and remakes around to transfer everything from. And Chansey's a Pokemon that deserves a barrier to entry. So you can either take the gap year, camping in the Safari Zone, and if you're lucky, you might see one, or become a full-time egg daddy till you manage to find an oval stone, because it carries about a pretend egg. It's not even a real one. Can I offer you an oval stone in this trying time? Has an egg-shaped rock in its belly pouch, imitating Chansey, just getting subconsciously groomed for medic work. For one day, it'll be an adult handing out real eggs that cure the planet's serotonin crisis, like the toys you'd get as a kid. Boys get plastic construction tools, girls get babies. It's just not playtime, is it? Grafting is not playtime. I can assure you that anything involving a Phillips head screwdriver is not a leisurely activity. 7-year-olds back in the 2000s can't wait to get off school and clean up my pretend baby's pretend piss. Come on, let the Happily have a bit of fun while he's got no taxes to pay. Just let him mong out and play Fortnite and eat sour warheads till he chunders. Rylu, a very predictable baby Pokemon to exist. You expect me to believe there wouldn't be hundreds of Lucario variations out there? Come on, what do you take me for? The amount of weapons lurking our streets who shamelessly want to pin him down and lick his armpits, hunting them down like the Kanker sisters. Yeah, Lucarios worldwide would be getting chucked straight into the box. The one with a handbrake and sits in a trailer park getting their toes tickled. Thankfully, the Pokemon world is far more pure and free of sin than our own. So for the time being, only Rylu exists. And nothing else really needs to exist. That is it. No more Lucario breeding necessary. Rule 34 servers can only maintain so much inflation, because Rylu's about as good of a design as you could ask for a miniature Lucario. Just further shows how Lucario was always primed to be a main character. Imagining your youth being scientifically documented as the emanation Pokemon, as in it's a force which is a manifestation of God. I understand it's from being its own source of aura, but a godly creature is a bit too much glazing. Obviously we know it's based on Anubis, so it makes sense to us lot. But once again, to all those poor soulless NPCs trapped in the cartridge, in lore, what reason could they possibly have to gas this up as a godly creature? Heavy glazing for a creature who's only a couple HGH cycles off his head expanded enough to be your Animal Crossing neighbor. Cleffa just looks as though it's a more aesthetically complete and less naked Igglybuff. So you could say, objectively, not too far off the other baby Pokemon that I care not for. But I don't know, it just goes kinda clean, seamlessly fits into the species. Forgot it's even introduced in Johto sometimes. Is it just the brown ears? Is my brain that fickle?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Cleffa would absolutely be Igglybuff tier without that extra bit of balance on the color palette. I'll even edit it, you see? And look what we made me do. Look how arseless chapped Cleffa's looking now. Like giving Waddle Dee a skin fade with a potato peeler. Like Tinky Winky went to the Turkish barbers, asked for a little bit, just a little bit off the top. Now he's bollock naked and his TV's been stolen. I really like Galarian Slowpoke, and I know if something I didn't care about had a form change this lazy, I'd probably rip into it a lot more. If, I don't know, for whatever reason, Game Freak were feeling that boring to go and give Volbeat a form, but the only difference was its receding hairline got filled in with a yellow felt tip, I'd probably grill him for it. But for Slowpoke, it gets the pass from me. If anything, just like Slowbro's Mega, it's very on brand for Slowpoke to have the laziest reskin. We all knew looking at the trio, it's gonna be one of yous. One of yous is getting chucked in the anthropomorphizer, like a reverse Eggman, who instead of roboticizing animals, decided to make Sonic even more friends. All of our guts were telling us that Sprigatito definitely wasn't staying as a four-wheeler for too long now. I was hoping it'd stay more like the cat, but why even hope? Why are we playing ourselves for like that? We all knew this cat would be standing on two legs after 2 hours of game time, walking about like it's about to break out into song and pays capital gains tax. All that being said though, as far as middle stages go, it's actually really solid, I would say. I appreciate them playing it safe for a middle stage. For a good half of them, it's as if they want you to on-site slot 20 rare candies straight down the walking urethra that is Combuskin. Florigato looks like the natural progression without having to consult the in-between frames to an Animorph cover. The standing up part I think is justified here for what it is, especially when it's potentially a wee bit Puss in Boots inspired. That just means we're one step closer to having a big, mean ogre in the Pokemon realm. A big, greasy ogre. You'd have one eye, and the kids could call him Hoju, before immediately being scrammed, of course. Naturally, the ogre Pokemon would exist in the food chain to consume baby Pokemon. So I was on that majority side who wanted Sprigatito to go more feline, like a full-on tiger or a lynx, but I can't complain too much at the creativity of the Magician Masquerade Baller gimmick. The gap between how much I like the concept compared to the execution, it's not a huge gap. It's not an Inteleon spy concept compared to Inteleon's design situation, but it's definitely struggling with how good Paldea's 9 are, because when the rest are so good, it gives off that same indifferent energy as Delphox. It's like if Delphox were a version exclusive, this would be what you get in the other version. I just don't rate it as much as the others, which I think is fair. It's just one of them for me. Don't know. Conceptually, it's all great. Even in practice, I'd say it works well. Just one of them persistent magicians who always wants to show off tricks you've seen 100 times already, like,
Come on, pick a card. Come on, you can trust me, any card. Come on.
oh, Meowscrew, you do this one all the time. I know how it goes. Oh, I'm doing this is the last time I'm doing it, all right? But this better be you guessing the card I pull. Because I swear down, if it's another bomb, you're getting released. I mean it this time. You're getting released. I'll turn this car around, you big cat. I like that Meowscarada uses magic and illusions as a form of combat. But what'd make me love this gimmick is if Meowscarada were just a complete hack at magic. Doesn't know how to do anything. It's just incredibly good at tricking you into thinking you're seeing a magic trick. He's like, look deep into the mirror. What do you see? And then just gives you that Dr. Hibbert right hook. That's how it'd use Sucker Punch if it knows it. The first Ultra Beast you're exposed to, Nihilego? I mean, the brains behind the Ultra Beast still have better naming abilities than Getsis. As the first one you see, it really sets the tone for them. You don't want to get straight into the Guzzlords and desensitize you too quickly now. You've got to ease people into the aliens. It's one I can't rate too highly when stacked up against the rest of the Ultra Beasts personally, but it's a good gateway into the weird specimens you'll end up bumping into. Really makes you feel like SpongeBob when he gets stuck at rock bottom. I don't blame it for branching into the Pokemon world. A parasite like this was just asking for it. Was probably a good any percent sub 41 speedrun away from getting wiped out by Samus. A huge jellyfish parasite that feeds on any living creature that infests people on the streets and turn them violent. Having people cause domestics like its domes laced with the stellar secret formula. You have a borderline Metroid invasion, yet they're observed behaving like a young girl. Cause Nihilego is deceptively freaky, because it's oddly adorable. Come on, let him infect you, just a little bit. Hey, he brought you flowers. It'd be rude not to get a bit of toxin down you, go on, show us your coin. Tinglu is gonna have to be the treasure of ruin I'd most likely give away down the pawn shop. Being 4th place for me is still an interesting bit of mud, not quite as refined as Rella's flawlessly sculpted mud ball, but still a respectable craft, I can give him that. Because Tinglu's true form is the fine china resting on its head. That's kind of mad, because at first glance, I assumed the cereal bowl on its head. I thought it was a massive inconvenience, but here I am finding out that's the entire specimen, and it's managed to earthbend its way into becoming portable. I gotta say, a very humble form to portray yourself as. If I were a cursed piece of ceramic, you'd be seeing me wondering why 2003 Ronnie Coleman is walking about with a plate on his head. Altaria is a staple example of a mon that should have always been a lot better than it actually was. Bit of a Glalie case, checks off everything you'd want from a Mega really. Solid stat buff, type and ability change that suits what it's capable of, and a design that makes something that seems a bit unfinished fleshed out properly, you know, without getting a bit too trigger happy with it.
Both Appleton and Flapple G-Max into the far more efficient approach to solving world hunger, because I can't tell how much of a savior or threat this thing would be. Swimming in a big tub of honey and apple, and he's looking mighty hungry. I always forget it's a dragon type, but dragon being super effective against dragon makes more sense than ever here, seeing how it's likely its own biggest predator. They look buzzing to be in this form, like if Machamp Gigantamaxed into a literal beefcake dipped in a giant tub of whey, it'd be set for life.
Golem might be a bit goofy, but Alola brought us an extremely goofy Golem, so I can appreciate this a lot more compared to what its young'uns look like. Might not be anyone's favourite, but at least it gets a bit more to stand out from the Kanto edition. I know people were expecting a Molten Rock Golem form once Mega Evolutions piped up, which would have been a good shout here, and that idea, you know, kind of makes what we ended up with a little bit underwhelming. But even then, I could still appreciate what they went for. Going outside the box is an electric type that looks way more stupid.
I thought Ember was such a dead starter for the longest time. Your lukewarm pig grew up to become Substitute Infernape, Benchwarmer Blaziken, and Infernape, he was already pushing it being another firefighting type, but you triple down, and you go for another one, and that other one partly being this absolute goblin of a mid-starter, instant Sideman starter contention right there. But I never thought it'd happen. I'm appreciating Ember a little bit more. Still not top ratings by any means. You're still Mega Blocks Blaziken, Reduced Style Infernape, but when you separate it from being compared to those, it's not nearly as roast-worthy as I once thought. They brought it back around to something you don't have to hide in your shed out of pure embarrassment when you have visitors over. Torterra's grown on me a fair bit over the years. I'm still probably making the shortlist for a lot of people's mental death notes they're keeping track of in their head watching this, because I haven't put Torterra in S tier. But it's pretty decent. I can't justify verbally flipping it over and watching it never make it back on its feet again, because it's a solid concept and execution. Have to give it the credit of paying its dues a bit as well. Top ratings for managing to evolve and regrow that official Nintendo seal of quality. You know, the one Grotle had peeled off for looking like it got leaked along with the other Diamond and Pearl beta sprites.
I rate both Gardevoir and Gallade fairly highly. If you have your options open for Mega Forms, I wouldn't say it's likely either of these are gonna be your first choice. Gallade isn't even the best psychic fighting type on this list, but even then, I personally lean towards him a bit over Gardevoir here for that drip upgrade alone. Hits you with that pose like a true alpha and or sigma male depending on how you interpret it. I wouldn't know if I'm about to get sliced in half or sent to the Shadow Realm.
Why not existing is a little insane to me. This entire species is bred off a Pokemon that is exclusively a counter-attacker. It mimics. It can't drive the plot on its own. Only reciprocates whatever it receives.
You connecting the dots here?
Wobbuffet breeding. Somebody had to break the ice, didn't they? Right, that's it. Who's been fluffing up the Wobbuffets? This one thing you taught him to breed, but why is he spitting on his hands? Which one of you's put sounding on his moveset? He doesn't learn that leveling up. No, not a move tutor alive who could have taught him what that is. The Wobbuffet species need a fluffer on hand to keep the population going. Otherwise, they'd just be staring at each other with zero game, making no moves. It must be all a ploy, just a front. And those eyes on the tail get 8 different types of freaky, such as Sinister Ritual to
summon such a happy little fella congregating on Mirage Island, not far off a Mirage itself, where some people are saying the real creature is just a tail. So as a why not, its true form may as well be if the unknown added a quotation mark to their alphabet. The childhood of iron sharpens iron, squeezing into each other to keep up their punching bag durability is what keeps the pack united. Yeah, you coming, mate? Me and the boys are going for a squeeze sesh down the park. Come in, gym, brother. Today's squash day. You know the split we're on, bro. Squash, squeeze, legs.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to be home till really late again tonight.
Yes. Me and the boys are out squeezing each other. I do not see how that's relevant. God forbid a man have hobbies. Their entire childhood consists of just
Try to move me. Try and move me, bro.
a never-ending rugby scrum taking place on Mirage Island. Yeah, here is nice this time of year. Still wouldn't know, would I? If I pulled the 1 in 10,000 odds required for it to appear, I'm not headed to Mirage Island. I'm shutting the game off, and I'm headed to the offie to buy 500 scratch cards from Bossman.
Galarian Stunfisk is a prime Pokemon for Galar, the only known Pokemon that can use the move Snap Trap. So as always, you can always trust the UK region to have something that camouflages itself on the floor to mug you for your shoes with its own mouth. If you told me Gen 8 were gonna have its own Voltorb or Fungus Pokemon disguise, I never would have considered Stunfisk. That's an oddly creative design choice, having it hide on the ground to lure you in, thinking someone's dropped a rare candy in the mud and Stunfisk makes a rare candy out of 3 of your fingers. Now Diglett stayed out of the limelight, kept himself low-key underground with his dead trim, but it dug, so Dugtrio could plow. No more dead trim for the lads. First time I saw this weapon, I thought, how's Diglett gonna evolve into this? Get him to level 26 in Castle Grayskull? I can see what kind of design choices I can be a sucker for. Giving him a fresh trim is definitely one of them. Making that Ronnie Coleman body cannon, a Game Freak, is definitely another. A cut so fresh, it might actually be worth weighing him down 10 points of speed. Making Dugtrio steel, to convey that through a design, they easily could have just made him silver, which, you know, actually I probably not mind that either, but the hair is such a creative way to go about it. Whether you like it or hate it, doesn't matter. That's the thing. Gets a reaction off you either way.
I held my ground back in 2013. I didn't fall victim to the great Quilladin reveal shakeout. Chespin was my Kalos choice. It's just a shame that Greninja looked like the Kalos main character and Quilladin had to look like the Kalos comic relief character that be voiced by James Corden. So Chespin just had all of its hype absorbed. The brown color palette overpowering the green makes it stand out a lot more compared to your standard weaponized Leaf. And Chespin was very needed for a lineup as collectively skin and bone as Kalos. Sounds a bit harsh putting it that way, but compared to everywhere else, that region's starving. They're all decent enough, but decent enough isn't decent enough for starter Pokemon standards. Really think about it if they botched Greninja and even Frogadier so badly that it couldn't be a main character. Which one of these is getting remembered? None of these are getting Smash. None of these are getting an Ash form. Without Greninja, who would be the most recognized? Who else but Chespin?
When you're talking about any region's Route 1 locals, Zigzagoon is definitely in the upper bracket of those, in my opinion, and it's no different here. Both Zigzagoon and Lanoon are leagues above Rattata and Raticate and Kanto, Hoenn, Galar. Any region, any form, doesn't matter. But again, no comparison here. These two look like they weren't designed to be animals you'd legally have to kill on sight if you locked eyes with one. It's kind of mad that for how overpowered this Mega is, it's this low down. It's not highly ranked based on the criteria that I've tried to loosely stick to, because it really didn't need the Mega, and I'm not exactly fully talked over the design either, but it's difficult to overlook how much of a complete weapon it becomes. That's the only thing Mega Lucario has going for it. Its ability to throw hands or paws or whatever furries use to have a scrap with. If we're talking purely in the middle of that ring, Lucario is definitely up there. But overall, yeah, nah. I can't go in on Lucario for that and let Blaziken slide off just because he's one of my guys. Blaziken is always one of my boys. The Mega only solidified that. Certified Pocketmon banger. But it's no better than Lucario. Neither of these were needed. They kind of balance out here ranking-wise, where Blaziken has the better design, but Lucario gets the bigger power boost from going Mega. It's kind of like the camera up change, but in this case, they took a very overpowered chicken and made it a slightly more
overpowered chicken. Because we all know the speed boost ability is what made Blaziken as weaponized as it is, and deep fried Blaziken keeps that ability, along with proper Muay Thai form to give you the business that much quicker. It really snuck up on me just how many forms the Slowpoke line has. 7 of yous. 7. I thought Charizard was getting a bit greedy on the front line to get every form going. Slowbro arming itself with the S+ tier color of purple and going down the Metroid route I see. Alright, fellow man of culture trying to sweeten me up, trying to get in my good books here. And Galarian Slowking is just mad. Shelter biting the head about to evolve into Slowking, but reveals its trap card. The Uno reverse card. Shoulder's getting the brain blast this time. Starting to run out of places for Shoulder to bite onto. I mean, hey, any Shoulders out there who've been in a rough drought, hey, a long lockdown, no judgment from me. Hey, any you Shoulders down bad enough? Hey, see what happens, shoot your shot, you know? What that tongue do?
I do kinda rate Iron Treads. It's an interesting interpretation of Donphan, but when you're comparing the two Donphan Paradox forms, Great Tusk has a huge presence, an ancient kingpin. Iron Treads would have a huge presence in your living room, acting as an oversized Roomba built for home security. Great Tusk looks like it was built to win wars. Treads looks like it was built with Alexa installed. Compact, 2'11" build, all-in-one family device. Can clean your house, be a security system, give you the question of the day. Great Tusk takes 0 orders. Iron Treads directly takes them through an app on your phone. Can understand needing a master ball for Tusk. With Treads, it's no bother. I reckon you could buy a pair of them with Ethereum, but I have to give Iron Treads some credit here. Your man actually uses his tires, said to be some kind of weapon using technology not of this world. You know what this means? To me, it's sounding like Iron Treads are just the brute bonnet of the future. The former Great Tusk, kingpin of the brute bonnets, and devolution has led it all this way to becoming the henchman of the future realm. The power dynamic is flipped. Now I reckon Iron Thorns is taking the helm of being the kingpin over the henchman. Your man even looks built to hold Iron Thorns bevs while he's on the sofa watching the galactic footy. You could unroll his tire into a flat table surface. Iron Treads? Nah, mate. Iron Cloves. I'm not surprised Okidoji was part of the trio of grifters who stole Ogerpon's masks. I've been saying months ago, this is the face of a scam crypto coin. He probably needed Ogerpon's mask just to not be noticed in public after hustling the Kitakami region to invest in his little Dogecoin with his face slapped on it. Now that he's revived, he's gonna go from stealing masks to shifting them Munkidori NFTs. There's an alternate universe where Okidoji was never a Pokemon and wears a monocle like Crypto Zoo. Why, I run the zoo. I'm the mayor of Crypto Zoo. I can't shake off that financial scam radar in my brain, especially knowing I was right in the end. But it is a sound looking Pokemon though. I do like the big fella a fair amount. Okidoji has grown on me into being my favorite out of the loyal 3. At face value, it used to be Fezandipity, but in person, Okidoji just 1 point on charisma. Fezandipity is just a bird with the iconic catchphrase, yep, Okidoji has the most drip too. They all have the toxic chains, I know, but his did not need to go this hard. He may look like a marketable scam animal, but I immediately trust the guy way more than Munkidori. Okidoji, Okidoggy, Okidoki. Way more reassuring. That's what you want to hear. A resounding yeah. Okidoki isn't a gaslight, it's a phrase of action. Plus, he's a dog, a large panda, like Bear Dog. Loyal 3? Well, there's nothing more loyal than man's best friend. This one bothers me a bit, mainly because it's Unova, where they decided to pass off Elk Meat Lakitu for 2 more color swaps. Meloetta, a music mythical Pokemon. It's the perfect concept to make a trio, to make a full band, but they didn't do it. The concept of a music mythical alone is good enough though, I will say. I mean, its hair is a strand of sheet music. Walked into the barber like, hey boss, give me a bit off the sides and the back, trim up the top with that Pantera Cowboys from Hell riff. Its introduction is nice and simple too. Meloetta
It just pipes up in some bar once you've tipped off the DJ to play the right banger. Might not have a full band to go along with it, but at least it did get that fighting form change. The hair goes up, the tab now has the breakdown riff to Metallica 1. Speed boost like that can probably play the whole thing doing downstrokes only. Bit of a weird one though, event-wise. You have a fighting form and you're not even gonna put up a fight. Don't even have to throw the ball, you just crack one open, it'll crawl in. I don't think Wugtrio is bad at all, really. But I really think they should have made Wiglet have its own unique evolution instead of this weirdly forced Dugtrio counterpart. It feels like they wanted to make White Diglett a thing, because it's a great gateway into what could potentially become convergent forms. Maybe. I'm kind of just chatting there. I honestly reckon it's just because canonically having a White Diglett called Wiglet, it's just jokes. Like, they actually did this. It's just a funny looking fellow. You can't go wrong. It felt like the entire motive was for White Diglett. Name, design, the fans would go mad over it. It was all so easy to sort out. It was a bit too easy. Yeah, something's not right here. I think we're missing something, aren't we? Oh, right. Now, we've got to sort out Dugtrio as well. What are we going to do for that? It's as if they went through the same creative process as developing Wario. Backed themselves into a corner there, realizing, well, we've got to sort something out for Luigi now, too, don't we? Yeah, I don't really care. Just call him Waluigi. Wiglet's great, but how do we do Dugtrio? You're cool, to be honest. I don't really care. Wugtrio. There. I can't actually tell if Wugtrio is even burrowed underground. Compared to Dugtrio, it's looking more like they're all tied in a knot. They're conjoined by some magnet in the middle of their little one-bed Patrick Star Rock apartment they're sharing. Looking real claustrophobic in there, boys. The rock's wound up a bit too tight. It's turning your microwave hot dog red. Nowhere near enough space down there for the three of them to be house sharing like that. I know the cost of living crisis is getting well out of hand, but if the lack of space means you're swelling up to Hulk Hogan leathery skin proportions, you know, there's no shame. You can move back in with the parents. No, there's no loss there. Unfortunately, Paldea's 3 hot dog maximum rule. Can he have 4? That's a bit too greedy now. Unfortunately, that had to be reserved all for greedy Wugtrio, one of my lesser rated convergent mons. It could have banged. Could have gone from the 30p Lidl's own canned sausages and water to the full Frankfurter, but I wish they strayed more away from the Dugtrio formula and made something new with Wiglet as the blueprint. But I can still appreciate it enough for what it is. You know, it's just what happens to a distant cousin of Dugtrio when it adapts to survive on the beach. Hogan's Beach Shop, dude, with that red hot leathery skin, brother. Ogerpon, it's not quite the Shrek-like ogre you'd have maybe assumed the franchise full of big meaty creatures would have gone for. Got no mythical talking donkey Pokemon to ride along with him either. Maybe you should have saved Calyrex in that little horse riding fusion gimmick for Ogerpon, walking into the resting place of the mythical ogre to witness "Get day up, donkey." I mean, it follows you about for a while though. Ogerpon's already decided on its donkey. Better whack out the Diplin, start making waffles. Part of me does still wish that this small remote village could justifiably feel true primal fear, knowing an 800-pound ogre's goon cave is just down the road. But knowing she's just a little guy with a little Vince McMahon strut, waltzing into the festival knowing it's hers. She owns the place like Jesus rocking up for Christmas dinner. She's not a Freakzilla World of Warcraft mob kind of ogre, but she's got a lot of charm to her and a lot of fresh Majora's Mask style form changes, so I can't complain, and it justified my gut instincts about Munkidori and Okidoji completely. Ogerpon is a victim here, like, oh, look at the ogre, get him out of here and stay out. I reckon it'd have a lot more than 3 forms. Bet Munkidori's grifted the other masks off him. Oh wait, oh no, that line doesn't work anymore, because that actually did happen. I was too spot on, Donnie. Yeah, that'll show me for trying to write videos in advance. Predicting Ogerpon wasn't the big bad of the DLC, you know, it's whatever, that's probably been all over Reddit for the past 4 months. But dead on predicting Ogerpon was getting its masks finessed by these dodgy looking fellas, even from an offhand joke taking the piss out of Munkidori, that's a bit freaky. Yeah, maybe I do have hacky on me, but I think I'm gonna hit the roulette tables. I'm I'll see you guys in a bit. I didn't expect it to be looking all smiles and sunshines under that mask either. I wasn't sure at first if it was gonna be, I guess, like a Mimikyu case where its true face is a mystery. But I'm happy that she's a funny little fella. That's one thing the modern games can do. It's flesh out the personality of a lot of Pokemon, the legendaries especially. It wouldn't be the same, would it, if Ogerpon were just in a living room sized forest waiting for you like the Master Sword. You catch him, give him that Miss Finster detention and sentence him to an eternity in the box. It's whatever, but it's different here, you know, when you see them out and about, on the prowl, emoting outside of a free frame animation. It goes a long way in making you invested in these new Pokemon. I understand the robot complaint for Violet's half, and Iron Moth is the exact definition of what if Volcarona ran on batteries. So you'd think Iron Moth would be the worst offender for the robot criticism, but they made the right call to not make any heavy duty changes to the original design. The base aesthetic already suits the Iron gimmick so well enough as it is. It's like they took your standard model of Volcarona and refined it into a DS Lite. I can't really tell how much more powerful this future variant is. To me, there's no middle ground. It either enslave humanity or get put to sleep by Homer Simpson in midair, said to be a UFO controlled by alien life to observe the Pokemon world in preparation for an invasion. So actually, you're not too far off the hit and run camera bees then, are you? Reckon Homer could probably do in an Iron Moth if you handed him a bit of salsa. Those wings would be getting picked off like it's a Doritos share bag. Eternatus might be the first Pokemon where I've had to stop myself and think, am I senile? Do I just not get Pokemon anymore? But when I change my perspective, when I'm looking at an extraterrestrial that crash landed 20,000 years ago, why should Eternatus look even remotely like a Pokemon? Bit difficult to digest its anatomy. That's how I know it's actually well designed. I wouldn't know whether to send out Grapplock to give it the 4-piece or call up the Galactic Federation and let Samus have a quick word with him. Pokemon has a lot of the world is gonna end moments, but you never really look the world's end right in the eye, quite like Eternamax Eternatus. This thing feels like it could slowly consume the planet in hand-sized chunks. A Pokemon so powerful, you're never gonna be able to own it from the looks of things. Even God you can get a hold of if you fill up the contacts on his phone. This is the one Pokemon that gets a hold of you. A lesson as old as time. Do not taunt the claw. It goes jumbo-sized and uses the planets as its own personal claw machine. Big time grabber game here, because the prizes go from dodgy plushies of Baby Yoda to Premier League stadiums. If there's any evidence that Paradox forms aren't specifically to improve a Pokemon, it's gonna be Iron Thorns. You're not making Tyranitar any stronger. Already has the Mega, it has the Pseudo Legendary status, it's already peaked. It's as weaponized as it'll ever be in history. The only thing stopping Tyranitar from being as powerful as it probably should be is a front cover. Mecha Godzilla is a banger concept, but it's not impressing anyone when you already have the big man himself. It's nowhere near the downgrade Iron Jugulus seems to have slapped on it, but you've gone from one of the most feared creatures walking the planet to an alarm clock Ash would have next to his bed. Used to lamp mountains till lava would spill out of them. Now it's just a lava lamp with no more pseudo legendary status and the same type combination as Turkish Barber Golem. It's still one of my favorite future Pokemon because everything else around the idea is a banger. Mecha Godzilla Tyranitar is easily one of the best Violet Paradox forms. The exact kind of gimmick they should be doing for this. And as much as I do like Volcarobo, they definitely fumbled something there and not have Mothra for Volcarona. I say a very underwhelming Mecha Mothra was Iron Moth purely because Iron Thorns was such a banger gimmick. But as I've said, Mecha Godzilla, you're the sequel. You're not living up to anything when we have the original Godzilla at home already. He's sat in the recliner, watching the footy. There's no mistaking Tyranitar. That's the kingpin of any land or recliner sofa it lays dormant in. You don't just walk the streets and you go, is that Francis Ngannou? Nah, none of that. You know if you see Francis Ngannou. There's no mistaking Tyranitar. But with Iron Thorns, there's a lot of leeway for mistaking. A big old lava lamp, a lighter, with it a Pez dispenser, like a Swiss Army knife for mildly specific utilities. Whereas Tyranitar has just the one utility. I don't really tell you, but I think it involves ending bloodlines. Iron Crown may just be another cold, metallic, soulless tin can from Violet, but that's just it. Iron Cobalion is looking cold, like he'd front the reindeers for Iron Bundle's annual Purge Day as Robot Santa, shifting pogo sticks to Grappalocks. So it has to be lower down on the list for me here, because I just know how me and my fickle brain operate. And right now, it's running on the same wavelength as a moth with nothing to lose. I'm really just drawn to those bright lights on his head. This potentially could have been as dead as Iron Leaf, Iron Grass, whatever he is, but the light up antlers, they go a long way here. Cobalion is already elite looking. You can't go too wrong making a neon light up gamer pad Cobalion, but there's no relation to Cobalion, is there? Parallel step, whatever he is, it's only a cutting edge weapon shaped like a Cobalion. Iron Crown and Cobalion, completely different box of frogs, mate. So when I finally get around to designing this Grappalock shirt I've been wanting to sort out for ages, if those Machamps and black suits from Nintendo come knocking, boys, it's just a big misunderstanding. Mine is just coincidentally shaped like a Grappalock. There could be any Jiu-Jitsu cephalopod. I can see why the reception was a bit confusing for Zarude being a mythical. You go for a monkey in an England region. The closest thing we have to a jungle down here is Mr. Mulligan's mini golf, or some dodgy nightclub that calls itself jungle. And I agreed, I was a bit apathetic to Zarude when it got revealed, because there's so many monkey Pokemon as it is. But I actually think they've been slacking on the monkeys. All of these monkeys already, not one of them that looks like they tear your face off. Infernape might wipe your jawline off your face with its heel, but Zarude looks like it was built in a laboratory specifically to peel your face off like a Scooby-Doo villain. I'll rate that there's now a monkey that weaponized. This baboon's got me so shook, I've got the urge to go take a half-hour ice bath live and in color on the gram. Kangaskhan now has the physical prowess to suit how rare it is to find and catch in the Safari Zone. I know the design choice barely exists, but I can go with the design choice to just have him Gohan and Goku you, and for it to tie into his ability is a nice touch as well. A peak example of a wide move pool that goes straight under the radar, because no one cares when you're a normie type who's packing off-season stats. The recency bias is still going strong, but I think it's fair to say the entire evolution line for Sprigatito suffers from being thrown in a very stacked weight class. The fact that this isn't the landslide favourite from the core 3 just goes to show how stacked the lineup was for Gen 9, because I guarantee if you had one of these bad boys revealed back in any other modern generation, it'd have swept the popularity vote easily. Imagine how one-sided the plushie shelves would have been back in 2010 if you had Sprigatito shoulder to shoulder with Oshawott and Tepig. They'd be shipping all the other two plushies off to Africa like they lost a Super Bowl. Having a cute, marketable design for the second most domesticated creature on the market is just a cheat code. It hits too close to home. You can't go wrong. Should be a fast track to popularity alone. Sprigatito may just be the most unevolved starter Pokemon going. People are gonna want to keep it like this when you've designed the most house pet looking starter. Now I love my monsters, those beefy specimens, those with the bodily proportions of a fridge and the capability to clear out a fridge. But no matter how popular some of them may be, I know they can rarely compete in a popularity contest with your Eevees. Yet Fuecoco seems to be a bit of a fan favourite from what I can see. Oh, what can I say? People hunger for meat. As a collective, the clear bronze medal for the starter lineup would have to go to Sprigatito and co. In a lot of the starter sets, there's often a very blatant bottom set PE evolution line, but with Paldea's selections, it's a lot closer than you'd think. Never underestimate just how much a Quaxwell job can tank that grade average down for whoever's unlucky enough to have it wedged in between them. The third choice for me, but still decently high up in the overall Pokedex, I'd say it's only a close third to Quaxly. At first, I thought very little of Quaxly. Just seemed like your standard duck. That's all it is. The best use for it isn't being thrown out of a Pokeball, it's being thrown into a chow mein. I could save that for Quaxwell, thankfully, because as the months and promotion went on, I started to realize the simplicity of it is why it's appealing. Quaxly is a prime example of how you don't really need to overthink designing good Pokemon. Just a standard anime duck, with a bit of a quiff going on, that kind of looks like a beret. It just works though. Everyone's mentioned the Johnny Bravo comparison already, but it's actually kind of relevant here. Just a jet dude in black shirt and jeans, but the hair and shades alone make him a recognizable design. Who would have thought that the key to character design was just a head full of cream? Taken initially, maybe bland design, and then throw on an identifiable design quirk, and then you're all set to be plastered over every bus stop in London as a pick-me-mon for an entire generation. Quaxly's definitely the sort who only trusts a single person on the entire planet to go near his hair with a pair of scissors. Just know he makes all the other starters late, spending 1 hour minimum styling that in the morning. He's lucky Fuecoco's wingspan wouldn't even let him pick up the fruit it resembles off the floor, let alone get his duck in a headlock, because he'd be giving that trim a mean nudgy on the daily. Quaxly'd be broke, no lunch money in them pockets. Fuecoco's lucky he couldn't pull it off really. With Quaxly, the worst he'd get in retaliation is maybe a water gun. But come level 16, Quaxwell would definitely sue. You'd be getting a visit from my lawyers, you little fruit, whatever you want. A very close third to Quaxly. Because let's say you take a crack at making a tier list like too many of us do. You start out simple and you go for the 9 water starters only in their first form. Gen 1 to 4, you can order them however you want, but that lot, undisputed top 4. The more modern generations are where the disputes can commence. But with 9 of them, Quaxly can now be the clear gatekeeper between the 4 elite water starters and those other 4 that aren't even in the same weight class. They don't even go in the bum bag, they go in the back pockets, don't even care if I get them finessed. They're gone, they're gone. Very easy case for Quaxly to be made that it's the best modern water starter. When Quaxly's only real competition had a whole defense movement created in response to his backlash, that's an easy 5th place. I do rate Signature a fair bit. Creative banger, but it's gonna have to be a downgrade from the pre-evolved form for me. It's because of how your man there revolves around the face on the jar. The gooey green fella jumps out, and it doesn't take away from how it emotes mainly on the lower half. With Sinister, that gets lost from the goo having its own face and personality. The bowl doesn't become the face anymore. It's just a wee jacuzzi for him. It does look a bit jarring in comparison as well. The best way I can describe what I'm feeling, Sinister looks like it had a really clean design at first, but for some reason they took that and made it into a Mario Sunshine enemy, and it was made to look way more jarring. Like King Boo, a great design, yeah, but for some reason, one time only, he shows up in that game looking like he's scrammed 5 kilograms of UFO gummies. I still think King Boo's Sunshine design is still a great design. It's jarring, but in a really good sense. So Sinister is still pretty great. It just doesn't hit as hard as Poltergeist is all. I do love the little menace it attempts to be. Tries to gaslight people into drinking it, pretending to be tea to drain their life force. Ruse is generally unsuccessful. Generally. So you're saying there's a chance? Like a noticeable amount of people have done it. You're saying there's a small percentage of people out there in the Pokemon world who do drink the mystery pint that's left on the floor in the smoking area. People who take the risk on scranning their leftover chicken nuggets from what looks to be a deserted McDonald's table. Being that much of a scrounger, you're asking to have your life force taken. How lazy are you that you can't get the kettle on, make yourself a cup of tea? You're really going out and drinking the dirty pints of tea. That is it. No more life force for you. That's it. Give me that. Here's your Shadow Realm season ticket, being that cheap. They must have been just looking for excuses to make the pseudos dragon types by the time Sun and Moon came around. Like, well, we can't just not make Komao a dragon. He's the scaly Pokemon. Dragons have scales. It's the natural order of things. It's in the Bible. I don't know, somewhere it's in the Psalms. That's like a pick and mix of everything. But even then, I look at them layers and see some potential for another concept there. You could have gone with a giant, greasy armadillo that rolls all over the ring. But I still appreciate what they were going for here. Komao, stemming from commotion and mo. Mo, maybe there's a little apostrophe there. The Hawaiian word for lizard or dragon. The combat dragon. But my headcanon, my mostly developed frontal lobe is leaning much more towards this being the commotion lizard. Always clanging about the place, shedding drum cymbals all over the floor. Have you ever been around a drum kit before? I think people underestimate the decibels those things can conjure up when you're right next to it being played. Komao might be the one fighting type who bursts your eardrums before it even lands a hit on you. It's at least worthy of the dragon typing, especially with the interesting concoction of dragon and fighting. It has the peak performance stance of Arctibax. There's not much going wrong for it. This is just one where I like all of the others a lot more. So I can't really say much is off about him. It's just a bit forgettable for me, but I'm not really sure what else in Alola could have been the pseudo legend other than this. Obviously, being the native homelands to King Crabrawler, a worthy candidate, but to call that pseudo, I would call treason. And it's already taken the title of absolute legend. So Komodo, it's not awful. I don't mind that loud lizard, but as a pseudo legendary, it's arguably the most forgettable.
This is an upper tier one for me, which is saying a lot for how creative the idea is since Snorlax didn't even change really. Complete desk lamp of a specimen still. This only happens because the crumbs on his belly grew and they make itself a little Animal Crossing island. Snorlax got dench and ended up looking like the back half of King Kai's house. Throw a couple Copperage on there and you've got yourself a Mario 64 world right there. Would you take the strength of a mountain-sized vanilla gorilla, but you move like a mountain too. You got that one punch cardio. That's gotta be rough actually. Getting sparked out by a slab of land pointing at you. Center Scorch is a banger Galamon to begin with. You really didn't need to change a whole lot there. It may not seem impressive, it only heats up to about 300 degrees from the base form, but you have to consider 1,800 degrees spread across 75 meters of this spicy command strip. When all in on the gimmick, all it needed to be was a giant strip of heat, and they didn't overthink it. The attack animations sell it that much more, but don't let that distract you from what this weapon really is. This isn't the kind of thing Volcanion goes house to house fixing, more the kind that burns down villages and makes main characters. Fits Lapras perfectly to get the big boy form, seeing as it's the icon of surfing. These Lapras would be putting the SS Anne out of business. I reckon you'd have some mad party cruisers on the back of a giant Lapras. Over 5,000 people? That's more than enough capacity for a lethal boat sesh. Man, Lapras would be a top venue. Could revive the Monty Burns Casino on the back of them. The biggest bare-knuckle Pokemon cage fighting pay-per-view going would be hosted here. No laws once it's swam far enough out. Anything goes in the wild west of the sea. First ever mixed species matchup. Sounds impossible, humans versus Pokemon, right? You're really gonna tell me if you put Bruno in a ring with his own Onix, he wouldn't have him straight to the Poké Center in one round. Giovanni might even book a match to put himself versus Meowth. No, nothing personal. Just easy business. Of course you build up the fight hype by going against the only Pokemon who can cut a mean promo.
No one works the stick like Meowth. You might be the boss, you might be worth millions, but as soon as you step into that ring with Meowth, trust me, it's gonna be your last payday.
Too young to see Rumble in the jungle. Just the right age for commotion on the ocean.
Now, I'm not gonna give Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash decent ratings just cause your man predicted them 2 years back, cause I figured lore-wise with the UK, it makes sense, a unicorn-based Pokemon. Oh, sorry, excuse me, still waiting on that unicorn. This is actually the, unique horn Pokemon, implying the existence of the normie horn Pokemon. Now, I love myself a good color palette, and here it goes in. And the Pokedex entries here for this pair go all over the spectrum as well. Ponyta goes from being able to heal you with its horn to Rapidash's horn doing the exact opposite to thick sheets of metal. Ponyta also can read the contents of your heart to detect if you're evil or not. Steers proper clear of mime then, you know that. I can't remember if 2 years ago I said it should have been a fire fairy type or not, but I'm saying it now either way. Missed opportunity there. Obviously, the whole thing about mythical Pokemon is that their existence to the average NPC is a myth, so you wouldn't even know that they even exist. But Marshadow might just be the most mythical in that sense, because from what I can tell, it's the only one that intentionally hides itself from humans. You think that'd be Arceus, being God and all that, but if you were made to play the recorder for a lesson or two in year 3, you could spawn him up if you played the right banger for him. It's a shame none of them in the Pokemon world would ever get to realistically see Marshadow, because it's got a banger of a design. Or maybe it's for the best. I wouldn't want to be known as the guy who got battered by his own shadow. A ghost who literally learned the fighting type, became a mythical the moment it slipped into the shadow of GSP and just absorbed his ability to scrap. I love Wo-Chien, because it looks like something Mordecai and Rigby would accidentally summon by the end of a regular show episode. And you've gotta respect it. All the other objects have a bit of an ego on them, gave themselves a form that's all powerful, stoic, or intimidating looking. Nice and ready to G-check you if you step into their quarter, their ends of the region. These sentient wooden tablets were like, you know what? I don't need to compensate like the rest of you kitchenware. I'm not gonna catfish myself on the Bitmoji, making myself look giga chatted up. I will bear this cross. I will be the big furry snail, the Paldan tickle monster.
8 long years I've been prophesizing the return of the king. I had to say it in a video just before Paldea dropped to remind yous all. So I said it recently. I've been saying it since 2014. Dunsparce will rise, and my observation hacky left a big vein in my forehead throbbing, warning me the reign of terror was looming over us. Finally, 8 years passed, and I might have to see a doctor about that throbbing vein in my forehead. I think I need to train my hacky a bit more. I was kind of taking the piss about it being some mythical monster, having some untapped potential stowed away for so long. I got caught up in my own joke that I think I worked myself into a shoot, brother. All that time, all of that hype, over 20 long years of burrowing itself in the ground, trembling in fear that youngster Joey might be patrolling the route. Going for that money Dunsparce owes him. That's right, all 200 Pokédollars he lent him that one time to have enough for a lemonade, fearing that the local level 3 Rattatas are waiting outside his cave to get the jump on him, grab him by the horn and spin him around like a Stretch Armstrong, shaking the lunch money out of his pockets. There was so much, admittedly, self-inflicted expectations by myself and many others. And all they did, all they do is they go and give him a second belly? What, he gets 2 lemonades now. He doubles his debt to youngster Joey? Hey, maybe a third if you get hold of a mutant one. Realistically though, I wasn't expecting some huge dragon or obelisk the tormentor to hatch out of his belly. I was expecting it'd be somewhat similar to what we ended up with, but more like a snake. I'd have the bellies, as many bellies as at once, I don't care, but it'd be built more like a Dragonair or a Gyarados kinda. So I was perfectly whelmed. I mean, Dunsparce might be one of my favorites. How can I complain about getting simply more Dunsparce? And the more I thought about it, the more I realized just how on brand it is for Dunsparce to wait all this time for an evolution, only to demonstrate mitosis. This isn't the mythical dragon many had hoped for. Dunsparce just dug its way into some electrical wiring trying to get out of paying youngster Joey his £2. The Dunsparce is what happens when Dunsparce electrocutes itself into getting a stutter.
The Dunsparce, after all these years, all these prophecies that you would one day spawn, because I figured it had the same spawn rate as your man Jesus. Finally, you have Dunsparce Prime, and it's just a Dunsparce with more bellies to feed. A Dunsparce who triples the Uber Eats order. It's gonna have to be in the nosebleeds of the entire Paldea Pokédex, sadly, but that shouldn't be taken in the wrong way. All this means is that it served its exact purpose. They did a spot-on job of making the most on-brand evolution being somehow even more underwhelming than the big man himself.
Now, I can let it slide that Gyarados didn't predictably get the Dragon type, because they go and hand it out to wild cards like Ampharos instead. But even with enough special attack to blind every citizen in Olivine City, Mega isn't going to deepen that move pool, and getting the Mold Breaker ability isn't exactly a game-breaking ability. Fairly by-the-numbers upgrade here, but really the biggest game changer about Ampharos going Mega, hey, damn, it has to be that post-lockdown trim.
Imagine getting mugged off this badly. You go through your whole life thinking you're pretty decent. You're a champion-worthy combatant, so you're a pretty tough guy. Then you go off to Hawaii, and they're all like 6'10" meat factories. You have man looking like Dwayne, still waiting for their growth spurt. And not only that, then the world's greatest minds band together to scientifically prove that you're a jabroni. Imagine that you're an executor. It had the brains, but got so much brawn, it just scrapped the brains off. About 29 feet worth of more brawn, it seems. All natty, baby! You better believe the gym boys aren't on those Cantonian eggs. Want real gains, you gotta be on those Alolan eggs. Might as well get that Alolan sunlight down you too while you're at it. Oh, why are you going? Give me some of those psychic edibles too while you're at it. Sableye was looking tragic for that long decade before Hoenn discovered the third dimension. If it were me, I wouldn't leave my dark, chubby sumo cave either if I were this helpless. Insane for the time typing with Dark and Ghost, with nothing going for it to even matter. The Mega allows Sableye to finally leave its cave, get some sunlight down him without embarrassing itself. It's offensively lacking, but that defensive typing, stats, and crafty move pool, they make it something that's actually worth being involved in Hoenn's Elite Four. I can appreciate the Mega for Absol because it always felt like it had that something missing to it, giving it the speed to actually use its wedge attack for a bit of sweeping, and not ignoring the special attack anymore, letting it utilize its move pool far more. All around sound use of the Mega Evolution mechanic, that's not even mentioning it gets Magic Bounce, or the fact that it could kill you just by walking up to you. Better not be showing your pet Absol off down the retirement home about to catch more bodies in Glalie forehead. None of the legendaries need a power boost, right? But Diancie is the exception here because I'm pretty sure it was made specifically to Mega Evolve, because this transformation might as well just be Aegislash's King Shield ability because it's switching into an attack form. So it almost seems mandatory. Otherwise, you've just got yourself a Carbink with main character syndrome.
My gut instinct was saying Marshtomp wasn't too shy of Combusken tier at first. But maybe, you know, being the bouncer of Route 110, it's just because that mudshot barred me from going past so many times that, I don't know, I guess what I'm trying to say is, maybe Marshtomp sparked me out until I learned to love him.
The Reggies don't take after the late Guardians. They've actually got a bit of home security going. It's so specific the things it'd tell you to do. Playing the modern games now and how they just hand legends out to you half the time. I can't believe this was ever even a thing. You want a side legend and it's like,
it says here I have to eat exactly 23 cherry berries, do 40 push-ups, and you want a parents' credit card?
oh, I've got to fly all the way back to Morval City. Regirock wants a Big Mac.
A 3-piece of Titans forcing kids 2 years off gaining actual sentience to decipher Braille or milk that strategy guide money
Really made them feel like secret legendaries.
Salamence is a fan favourite, there's no dispute there, but it is far and away from your man's favourite. I like the guy, he seems like an alright fella, just gotta keep him off the whiskey or he starts committing arson and throwing barrels into Uber drivers' front windscreens, but I can't shake the feeling. Salamence is looking goofy. He's not a local down Super Weenie Hut Juniors or anything, but I could definitely see him being recognised by a few of the regulars down standard Weenie Hut Juniors. Being a package deal of pseudos with the salty Spittoon's homegrown hero Metagross, that's not helping Salamence at all there by comparison. Like, I know Dragonite and Goodra, they're right there. They're Super Weenie Hut Junior season ticket holders, but they're not trying to front otherwise. They're proud of who they are, as they should be. They know they're dumpy looking, while Salamence is trying to be all about that Hydreigon life when it's built like a coffee table. Salamence thinks he's all about that pillaging life up until he gets G-checked by a Garchomp, built like one of them dogs owned by a 90-year-old who knows chocolate is poison for him, but still feeds him it anyway, and somehow he's still standing. That thing's just indestructible, just barely, with all of that belly. I completely see why the Mega Evolution made it permanently airborne. When grounded, the thing looks like it has to move like a PlayStation 1 NPC, locked into turning on its axis point just to make a 90-degree turn. It's better than being a Shogun at least. I'm not even sure that one could turn around. It just evolves from Bagon, and right? That's it. That's the direction you're facing for the next 20 levels. Built like a travel case for your pets so you can take them on the plane. Big time glow up, knowing Salamence would have used its past self like a rugby ball. You know how you have the niche category, like the actual subspecies or whatever. You know how Pokemon comes under like, here, I'd like you to meet Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokemon, Klefki, the keyring Pokemon, Galarian Mr. Mime, the nonce Pokemon. Scientists unanimously agreed Hydreigon. Brutal. That's a brutal Pokemon. Imagine a crowd survey. What's the first word that comes to mind when you see this person? Brutal. Just brutal. Sounds almost insulting. You're getting roasted at the sesh until that one guy tries taking a shot. Like, I know you're not trying to talk. Your mum is brutal. She comes under the same biological category as a sea creature designed to sink large submarines. Absolute villain of a Pokemon. Hydreigon aims to kill. It is overkill as a Pokemon.
Pokemon. It sees your HP is at 0, but that's not enough for him. It just keeps attacking. The battle isn't over when your HP is at 0. It's over when I'm not angry anymore, which is a big ask for him, by the way. Just a minute of not being angry. It's like asking Dragonite, just for a minute, could you not be orange? Can we request just a smidgen of tranquility from your man? Oh, Hydreigon, you're sending us west. All right, just 1 second of peace and quiet in this house. All I want, just 1 second. Could you pack it in with a destruction for 1 second? Just one humble slice of decorum. The heads on its arms don't have any brains. The central head is the brains of the operation, and the other two exist only for pure carnage, I guess. They have the sentience of a motion sensor light and consume anything that's within a scrannable radius. The real head is actually very intelligent, but all it thinks about is destruction. Rough upbringing and all that. You know, if only his area had a solid youth center. Kept them off the streets and inside by the ping pong table. Hydreigon might have been an aircraft engineer by now, and it responds to all movements by attacking. You really just can't bring the guy anywhere. That ping pong table, terrible idea. Can't even have a game of snooker without one of the arms piping up and snatching all the balls every time you take a hard shot. A combustible combination right there. A killing machine that responds to movements by attacking, with a personality and design that encourages your next movement to be to another country. I'm fully keen on how terrifying Hydreigon is, though. I definitely wouldn't mind more horrifying specimens like this in future generations. 8th place, it seems low, but that doesn't mean it's not a great mon all around. It's more just because it's competing in the super heavyweight class with this video specifically. The fabled choice, Omanyte or Kabuto. El Clasico. Always been in favor of the Kabuto, but I think that's just residue from my 8-year-old brain. I would have chosen that because it becomes Kabutops, and Kabutops looks edgier, and I just haven't questioned myself to have ever considered the Helix fossil. Like, as a kid, you're more drawn to the Coolio Pokemon. Kabutops has knife hands, he doesn't smile, and he probably listens to Breaking Benjamin too. When you're a kid, you want the Pokemon you'd think a main character would use. Yeah, well, as an adult, I want to use the freaky starfish who looks like he keeps the word cowabunga in rotation, and he probably listens to Chili Peppers too. My tastes may have changed, but that doesn't change the fact that Kabutops is menacing and is indeed a menace. Kabutops is like humanity's biggest fear, about 90% of the ocean being unexplored. It's thought this came onto land because its prey adapted to life on land, and that's what us humans ended up doing eventually. Maybe they're playing the long game, waiting to emerge for us. That's what I like about the Kabu boys. I think they both have a very strong primal aura surrounding them, a lot more than the other fossils. Like, they're not fun. They're not for Pokepark walks or sharing Subway mega melts with. They're built for procuring sustenance and survival. But maybe we're a bit too quick to be judging Kabutops, the murderous, blood-absorbing horseshoe crab. Turns out it's a bit of a man of the people, a true Robin Hood of sustenance. Splices its prey apart for the fluids and leaves about the discarded parts as a bit of tidy scran for any other Pokemon. Out of all fossil Pokemon, this may be the one case where the pre-evolution is scarier, and that's saying a lot when it goes on to become a scythed sea scorpion. Kabuto is a terrifying little goon. It looks like the reason why you have to get like 7 vaccinations before traveling across the world. I think something gets lost along the way transitioning this little Metroid creature into this malnourished scyther. I think Kabutops should have inherited the mystery that Kabuto's design brings. Obviously, the guy's a bit difficult to hide post-evolution. You can't leave much of that design as an enigma anymore. He's got pectorals now. He went from only having long fingernails to functioning kneecaps. That physical change happening so suddenly is a big adjustment to adapt to. It's like a worm suddenly getting the body of a Megatron action figure. But at the bare minimum, I think they should have kept the red eyes. Tortuga and Caracosta, a pair of fine fellows, superior on the evolutionary food chain for shell-based Evolutionary losers. Tortuga is possibly the genetic seed to what would become Blastoises, Torterras, Shuckles. But realistically, I feel like it evolved to just mong out at the Kame house with Master Roshi. Tortuga may be the big granddaddy of all turtle Pokemon, but Caracosta is a pioneer of what we now know as the high-vis jacket. Can bend metal bars with its jaw. Now that's a grafted skill set if I've ever seen it. Born in the wrong time, Caracosta yearns for the tradesman's life. He just looks permanently fuming that it has to exist 100 million years before the invention of carling. When I said the newer generations would be tucking in all the older fossils to bed, I didn't think that was the case on an evolutionary level. But clearly, Omanyte and Omastars didn't stand a chance. Skateboard and all, Caracosta used to roam about eating them raw. They can spam withdraw as much as they want because their shell's doing nothing. Caracosta treats the shell like a piece of lettuce. It's only there to add a bit of crunch and texture. Omastars look like they share the same diet as a scrap metal shredder, and Caracostas are eating Omastars in the same way. Just goes to show that there's levels to this game. Omastars seem horrifying, and then a big shelled lad comes over like, Ferrero Rocher. Omanyte species have to keep their eyes peeled on land and the sea. Not even safe in the sky, to be honest, with Archeops around. If they can manage the shaman's garden sprint needed to get up in the air, getting found with bite marks from those as well, catching heat from all terrains. Only place the Omanyte species could have an easy night's sleep is apparently on the moon. Imagine being an Omanyte lucky enough to have been revived 100 million years later, only to have ended up existing once again at the exact same time as Caracosta. This Pokemon emerges from the water in search of prey, despite the fact it moves slowly on land. The Omanyte species aren't safe anywhere. Caracosta might move slow, like caravan slow, but Omastar is slower, like wheels stolen off a caravan slower. These are simply a hard pair of sea turtles. Caracosta, being a Chava trendsetter with the body warmer, was keeping it lemon 100 million years back. In another time, that shell was a stone island. I'm about like 80% sure Paradox Entei is another win for the Scarlet side. Maybe 70%. I can't tell if it's just missing that little bit of spice. And you know Entei needs a bit of the good smell, flavor. I don't know if I do that. I can't roll my R's. Your man isn't a bad design. It too closely resembles Entei in the first place for it to be terrible. But I think that's the issue I'm finding. It doesn't fully feel like a primal Pokemon in the same way the other Johto legends do. Even though I do think it's growing on me at an alarming rate. But when I look at Gouging Fire, I don't necessarily think, look at this fearsome beast. I think when Skoldengo busting out a McTwist on that quarter pipe of a forehead, this looks more like Entei got painted and dressed up for a neon jungle party in Thailand. Like Entei got chucked in a cartoon dust cloud fight at a pride rally. The other two are just looking much more prehistoric, especially the smooth brain Suicune. From looks alone, you just know you could shake its head and it'd have the same consistency as a snow globe. Compared to those two, this really is just an Entei with his nails done did and a hot plate installed on his forehead. A bit unnecessary. You'd think Entei was already equipped for the services a hot plate would provide one with. I reckon the guy could deep fry a Voltorb if it rubbed it between his thighs hard enough, like strapping a high pressure jet washer to the underbelly of a Blastoise. Maybe it should have leaned more into being some kind of Ceratop based creature, but even then I'm not mad about them putting the main focus on pumping Entei up with a full tank of diesel, bulked up like the lion it probably should have been this whole time, getting too swole for the ankle bracelets, snapping them off like the Hulk's clothes, except for the good bit, making Entei look less like a furry Great Dane. Base form Entei is like one common ancestor away from solving mysteries. No wonder he's a Roman legend. He lives in the back of a van. A Terrakion modified by an evil organization. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Makes you wonder what kind of insane evil teams they have out there in the future. Probably just a bunch of goons called Iron Rocket being led by Giovanni, looking like a Cyberman dressed in Armani, who now goes by Iron John. They didn't need to go for all that effort. Don John, he was looking iron enough present day. Iron Boulder, it really makes you think. Jesus, just how much tricep meat was Terrakion hosting to be 200 pounds heavier than its metal boulder counterpart. You know, it's fairly low ranked here, but I'm actually not mad about it. I'm down with the orange, black and greys it's got going on. The guy's looking fresh. Quite literally a big baller, and its signature move is a digital shovel. He's like a high-vis jacket Jedi. Terrakion in the future gets a good trade under its belt. I reckon it gets all of them, becomes the all-in-one high-vis jacket man. Oh, machines coming in, taking our jobs. Cashing in, mate. Any job. Iron Boulder's your man. Sparky, construction, interior design. I'll stick a paintbrush in his mouth and stick enough cash in hand, and he'll have your living room ceiling looking like the Sistine Chapel.
Just like Chikorita, the amount of you out there who slept on Meganium. Oh, I mean, yeah, I get it. It's easy to overlook when the grass starters are arguably packed with the majority lead and bangers out of the three. And no wonder it's getting more use as a houseplant on Elm's table when it's wedged between two of the best boys on the market. Bayleaf might be the prime Johto specimen out of the three, and you might not like Chikorita for looking like a D-tier fruit, let alone Pokemon. But now you finally get to see the product of the pair. Give your fruit a good few training camps, give it a few jabs of the real juice, give them half an hour in the sauna and another half hour in an ice bath, and you've grown that pair into a nice vegan dinosaur.
Shine Pow has beta, gold and silver energy in the best way possible. In terms of real animals they haven't made a Pokemon out of up to this point, Snow Leopard was just another ace they must have kept in the chamber. An animal like that writes itself as a Pokemon. One of the stronger treasures of Ruin, but to be fair, I wouldn't be trying to start fights with the big snail. That fella knows the move Tickle. Somehow, if that snail gets one of those off, and with that mouth, one violent sneeze, and Shine Pow's finished. But once again, the hardware is what's running the whole operation here. Not exactly the sharpest sword on the grindstone, is it? Positioning itself as incisors of the body. This guy just runs into Ceruledge like, oh, what blades for hands? Oh, nah, that's way better. Oh, what?
Part of me was hoping with Machamp they'd go down the Mega Alakazam route and just triple the arms. Your man in the comments here had the right idea. No legs, just 4 more arms and moves around like an uncomfortably jacked spider. But even without the extra arms, the motive is still all the same for any form of Machamp. Mass. Cultivate. He really just had to get out of the trunks. The G-Max really exposes just how underdeveloped those calves have been this whole time. Machamp got so insecure about his legs not being developed, it learned armament hacky just to hide them. Not like he'd be paying much attention to the lower half anyway, when it's looking that top heavy. Machamp's parents probably always told him, you eat any more of them eggs, yeah, you'll bloody turn into one. Now he's so yoked, the yolk is cracking out of his skin. 1 million tons of egg right there. Your champ took the full English breakfast a bit too literal, took the full capacity of the English egg supply.
I wasn't too keen on Pheromosa at first, but for some reason it being a part fighting type warmed me up to it. At a surface level, it just seems like your standard feminine humanoid Pokemon, which is whatever, might be good enough for Rule 34 bait, but I don't think it was that weird enough as an Ultra Beast. If I see a wormhole in the sky, I expect a big, greasy, slimy alien. I should be left either quivering in my high tops or flummoxed at the being which I now have to process exists. But Pheromosa could have easily passed as your standard Pokemon in a region, but you have to look more into it to realize where its Ultra Beast starts to show. One that's doused in a scent that makes it mandatory that all eyes in the room are locked onto it. Some kind of aftershave that makes you down bad for cockroaches. And that's where the fighting type comes in. That's why I like it, because it's a cockroach that can give you the business. And I'm sure it would love to if it didn't find anything but itself unclean. See, these Ultra Beasts, they smarten up quick. It must know that you're on the 3-in-1 shower gels. Now that is a dirty power play. You're getting told to take a bath by a 6-foot-tall cockroach. And the worst part about it, you're not going to say anything back. You're just going to sit there and let you and your personal hygiene get mugged off. No matter how valid Pheromosa's criticism is, you just sit there and word for word, you say, "Yes, Miss Pheromosa." Grab Scuba Steve and go and give yourself a good old scrub. But here's where the power play is, because it could spin your jaw 10 times over. Yet it'd much rather avoid the brief physical contact it'd have to make with you to get it done. prepare for trouble and make it double. Because Mewtwo, it gets 2 forms for some reason. And I rate both of them on a similar level, but for different reasons. Gotta give ratings to the Y form for reverting into this super Mew form, and for being the superior form overall, I'd say. But I also give ratings to the X form, because it unlocks a completely different skill set, even though your man didn't need 1 form change, let alone a pair of them. I don't know what Giovanni's been pumping into those IV drips, but I'm sure he fed him enough under-the-counter poffins to make sure it was already as powerful as it could possibly be. Best believe that brain has its own heartbeat, but it's not like you're missing out big, like, oh no, my Mewtwo only has 154 special attack. Nah, you're good.
Aerodactyl, like the Rayquaza of the El Clasico fossils, one of the Gen 1 dragons that was deemed too powerful to be a dragon. You can't see a fossil like that strung up in Pewter City's museum and have some geek in a lab coat tell you that's just a flying type. Yeah, nah, no one said it was a dragon, mate. More pterodactyl than dragon. More historical than D&D, so mostly just a rock type, really. Can it be a... Did you just say dinosaur type? That's just stupid. You're living in a make-believe world there. Highest offer, best I can do, flying type. But until you get me a nice enough stone, it's staying as a ghost type. Having that whole skeleton hung up in a museum. At some point you have to wonder just how under the table you'd have to go about reviving one of these. Back in the day, all that was known about it was goes for the enemy's throat with its fangs. You resurrect one of these, the feds are getting involved. Like, you've got Dragonites and all that around, so they could probably handle 1 or 2. But what if they were resurrecting like Ultra Necrozma on Tren and they had no clue? How do you expect to calmly bring an Aerodactyl into the modern world too? Waking up in some tube with a 10-year-old child mouth breathing on the glass the other side, doesn't know what to do. All you both know is that it goes for the throat. These people haven't learned a single thing from Mewtwo. You're about 20 steps away from Cinnabar Mansion, like setting up a nuclear power plant in Pripyat, Ukraine. You know, statistically, Chernobyl was like what, 1 in a million? What are the odds we lose that 1 in a million twice in a row? Even if he's a nice Aerodactyl, the culture shock would be too frightening. For what feels like a long sleep in, it's gone from the discovery of fire to being able to watch people have Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels in real time on TikTok Live.
And my wife has summoned a ham sandwich to my field.
He gets 1 whiff of someone's secondhand vape cloud and he turns to liquid form. Aerodactyl is clearly one of the boys who was part of the mandatory extinction. I doubt your man here was starved for scran selections or had some kind of defect that made it so he could only feed exclusively from grass-fed Ommonites. It needed the planet to be factory reset to be tucked in for bed. Aerodactyl, vicious, cutthroat, wouldn't invite him to meet the family.
I get a fair few comments about how you not like Zygarde, and here I am looking at every legendary as a collective, and in all fairness tears, nothing else on the market that's quite like a Pokemon made up of tiny cells that you'd have to collect. But there's one big thing I just don't get with you Zygarde lovers. How can any of yous care about it so easily when it's done absolutely nothing? Now fair enough, so many legendaries do nothing. Plenty of Moltres of the world fulfilling their sole purpose in life of sitting on their one Minecraft block of space until they have to dodge an Ultra Ball or 2. This is meant to be the third man to the box art legendaries. Nah, that needs a motive.
You can complain all you want about newer Pokemon generation designs, but you can't be giving it large when you bring the fossils into that conversation. The more modern generations, if I can even call it that anymore, to me Gen 5 onwards is always just gonna be modern. Overall, they're giving the older fossils a mean spanking. Bastiodon especially is not keen for it. It's as if they realised 5 generations in that rocks can actually come in colours that aren't only detectable by the same camera that photographed Theodore Roosevelt. Archon and Archeops are just way too vibrant to not be given some fair ratings. The ancestors of all bird Pokemon, a very broad spectrum potentially. What you see before you now was the blueprint to what you now know as Blaziken, all the way to Delibird, the bird whose brain is too smooth to fly. You see the wings there? Oh, you want me to fly? Come on, you know I'm all glamour muscle. It gets there eventually with Archeops. Yeah, you just have to let him get a quick 25-mile-an-hour wind-up. Only takes him about
About 2.5 miles to accelerate, only like half the length of Shaman's Garden. Guy has to dead sprint what might as well be hatching a 5-kilometer Pokemon Go egg every time it wants to take flight. Honestly, at that point, just leave it. You win, okay? I believe you. I bet you could fly, alright? Just drop it. I love how stupidly built these two are. It runs and jumps better than it flies. Maybe this is the compromise this species had to deal with to end up being the preset for all birds. You know, they had to have a bit of everything to eventually become every bird. Lower half Blaziken, top half unpheasant. I think it's fair to say Pichu's quite easily the bronze medal out of the core 3 Pikachu family, but absolutely a main eventer in the baby Pokemon roster. Kinda makes Pikachu's whole existence in the anime in need of a bit of retconning, which I remember seeing they did. Surprised me that they ever went out of their way to eventually acknowledge that, because it's weird when you've built a franchise around one design and how you go about adding things to it from there. The franchise poster boy, the face of the company, that's not a face you should really be playing about with too much or too permanently. That's why whenever Pikachu gets any kind of update, it's purely cosmetic, or they just pump him up with enough lard to incapacitate a small continent. Redesigning that could have been a risky play, but honestly, Pichu is about as good of a Pikachu redesign as they were ever gonna get. I even kind of like how it's a more pale yellow, a satisfying gradient going from that to Raichu's color. If anything, Pichu existing, all it does is give us even more reason to yearn for the return of Tony Soprano dad bod Pikachu. If you chose Quaxley knowing exactly what you were getting yourself into, clearly you're someone who wants to have your cake and eat it too. Can eat your cake off the cake. And that's just the dessert and all. You could polish off a 3-course meal off that back off. People might think Buzzsaw or Machamp have backs wide enough to project a movie on. Quaquaval could mount a 52-inch OLED and leave enough space behind to set the Xbox up. Ironically enough, the one thing many people have wanted their favorite humanoid Pokemon to have an excess of, and even commission, I'm sure, a lot of their net worth towards artists for, makes it look so much less human. Show me any human with a spine built like an acute angle who's still walking unassisted. All that dome it was charging up in the teenage years went straight to the hips. Animation bringing out a lot of the character here thanks to the 3rd dimension. But boy, that thickness ain't too far off cracking into the 4th. It's refreshing to have more martial art Pokemon who look like they follow a daily skincare routine. No bricklayer callous hands for this one. Doesn't have to flex how hard it is to all the other macho fighting types, headbutting walls and drinking cement, just trying to impress all the other dudes. Who's Quaquaval pretending for? Doesn't have to pretend. He knows he's the hardest one in the room, while also looking the most fresh, comfortable in his own feathers. He's that one guy who dances in the gym to themselves because they have bulletproof confidence. A master of the martial art disguised as dance. Quaquaval comes at you doing the robot. It's just giving you a showcase of how you're going to be moving for the rest of your life. Waking up in a hospital bed like, I don't know, he just came from the trees, man. Last thing I saw, he was doing the Macarena. Quaxwell managed to have one of the biggest comeback stories going, all the way from that to what everyone can only dub as Paldean icon Gazakin. The collection is almost complete. Now we just need some kind of non-binary grass type Dazakin. Maybe us, I don't know, Kumbusk them, which you're really gonna have to change the design for. Far-fetched getting a regional form, it might as well just be a mega evolution. No comparison here. The only time you'd ever choose the Kanto Far-fetched is in a Chinese takeaway. Just built different in the UK. Come over here long enough, leave as a fighting type. You come over here with your leak thinking you're a big man, soon enough you'll get slapped about and realize being normal isn't gonna get the job done. Gotta adapt into a pure fighting type. Can't fly anymore either. Don't blame him with the dead weather we get over here, I'll be taking the car too. Oh, I love the wee man Bulbasaur, as everyone should, but it can't just be me. Can one of you please explain to me why the severely swollen Bulbasaur doesn't click with me? I know this is an off-brand opinion for me, considering how on-brand of an evolution Venusaur is from Bulbasaur. It's a very off take for me, because I rate Bulbasaur highly, and I always love it when they just make a Pokemon fat and or jacked. I'm easy, baby, any mass will suffice. I don't discriminate with my big meaty mons slapping
slapping meat, so I should be all over Venusaur. It's not even just the weight either when it comes to on-brand opinions for me. I judged Cinderace for being a bit too far on the human side, and Venusaur is about as anti-anthropomorphic as the starters get. Not seeing anyone hopping about conventions in a 200-pound frog suit. Tricep meat Bulbasaur's a bit too hefty to be lugging around cons. So why doesn't Venusaur resonate with me as much as the smaller and much less angry looking Ivysaur? I can't really give you a proper answer for that. It's about as well designed for what a Bulbasaur should grow up to be, and I wouldn't dare touch it with any changes. But compared to the rest of the final evolutions here, it just never clicked with me as much as the others.
Venusaur wasn't exactly breaking anyone's scouters from its raw power, but it had its uses. It was doing just fine on its own, but even then, this right here is a damn fine buff. Mega Venusaur isn't melting any faces off, but it's a reliable hand in the ring. Its design doesn't exactly scream Mega at anyone. It's not been branded to spell it out for me. I don't see Mega too much here. I see Mewtwo cloned Venusaur, but man, I'll take these nice subtle changes over the overkill. I don't want to see him giving him a tree for every limb it has and adding PT Piranha on his back. It's a shame the Stellar form was near enough just chucking the first two forms onto an egg, because on their own, the first two forms, they're looking pretty calm. I didn't think I'd end up caring about the little fella form more than the complete dream that Sketchbook sold me on. But you see him hop out of the little Gemerald shell, start making his way towards you, I was sold instantly. Surely, this Chaos Emerald Turtle is friend and not foe. I was loving it, till Kieran decided to pelt a Master Ball straight at it, just for even thinking about looking in my direction. I can't help it that I'm the main character. I didn't choose this. Don't know why he's so pressed. Well, what's the issue here? What's going on? I had a great space reserved in box 29, all nice and warm for him, right next to Ogerpon. It's a shame he doesn't stick about too long. The wee man shifts right into flight mode the second it detects any beef. Anything even remotely kicks off, and he's folding himself in like one of them UFO balls. If you manage to flip him over, I reckon he'd make for a regulation standard Beyblade bowl. You know, I thought it'd be a fair bit larger than an actual toy Beyblade bowl. I didn't think it'd be literally the size of a disc. I thought that was just like a quirky nickname for it. Even then, this isn't even the Indigo disc. The Indigo disc is like a DVD that Geeta gives you. I reckon you could fit that bad boy into a GameCube. It's so hairy, yet so soothing. It's setting off the suicidal moth instincts in my brain to be drawn to bright lights. It's like everything I loved about Iron Crown's aesthetic on a compact CD. Just look at the fluorescent turquoise radiating from this ultimate frisbee. I can't look away. It's like something you'd hallucinate from going insane floating about after Joe Rogan locks you in his isolation tank. Duraludon did always seem a bit unfinished to me. Not even like it's a middle stage evolution. It felt more like if a stage 2.5 Pokemon could exist. Like it's halfway done evolving from the middle stage, but got stuck in that Animorph in-between frame just before it could reach the final form. I figured looking like a lighter in its first form, it would have hailed from like Slovakia, but Archaludon evolved to show off its capitalist American genes. Had no idea it had such red, white, and blue roots, brother. It's a good thing no one knew it's been American this whole time, or the G-Max form might have had a few planes crash into it. Wasn't sure what to make of Archaludon at first. Why did they make Duraludon evolve into an office job transformer who morphs into a staple remover? But it's actually more the Megatron kind that just straight transforms into an unregistered firearm. Just a full-on railgun. You can't not give him some creativity points for that. And he doubles up as a fold-away mattress for when you have Orthworm over for the night. You get a few hundred of them on a field, like, you know, one of them golden retriever meetups. You link them all together, you've got the world's biggest Hot Wheels track on your hands. There may be very few new Pokemon introduced with these expansions, but they make them count. They're at least higher effort thought process-wise, and it shows with one like this.
For how much of a Gen 2er I am, this is kind of mad, because I like Typhlosion quite a lot, but I just can't shake off the feeling like something is missing to it. He's like a dog without his collar, like Donkey Kong without his tie. Its fire to body ratio is looking a bit too off for my liking. Your man's barber got far too much off the sides and back, looking a bit chilly, way more disproportionate than what Cyndaquil and Quilava have. Maybe add a splash of paprika on his tail, because the fire it does have is a game changer. If you're talking about Typhlosion with the heating turned on, it's all good. But I can't lie here. When that heat's folded away, when it's looking formal, he's got his shirt tucked in a bit. It goes from an easy B all the way to the back of the queue, somewhere wedged between Chimchar and Prinplup.
I know I just said I rate Chessman for taking a different aesthetic direction for grass designs compared to your standard weaponized leaf, but you know, I wouldn't say no to the weaponized leaf either. I get it, the literal #1 Pokemon, and even Kanto as a whole was a tough act to follow up on 20 years back, and it's definitely not the greatest in-game. I'm not saying it's up there in the god-arsiest tiers, and I understand that it has all of the symptoms there to medically diagnose it as mid, but even then, it deserves a little bit more respect, because for a lot of people it seems, Chikorita is their undisputed worst starter, or at least in the bottom tier. That's some high-level disrespect when you take a room-temperature pig or a sentient houseplant over a miniature dinosaur? Are you joking me? Oh, alright, fair enough. The dinosaur is a big stretch up until you strap the experience share on it. Maybe it's a glorified houseplant just like Turtwig as well. But at least here, you've got the end products. You've got the full pair already grown. It's not roaming about still in the soil phase. You've already got a stew going with Chikorita at least. Mega Steelix gets a big chunky defense boost with some physical attack gains, but then comes along Mega Aggron to Plow King all of Mega Mr. Plow. Steelix's Thunder Away, a textbook case of gimmick infringement, but comes with the better ability and the pure steel typing. These two balance out for me since I rate Mega Steelix as a design more, but if you're asking who I'd want backing me for when Lucario comes scratching his paws at my front door for all the slander I give him, I'll probably take the Aggron. Twitter's piped down enough since the first trailers, so with that recency bias hype aside, we can all now confirm Yasilian Growlithe is a good boy. He's a damn good boy. Arcanine, it was trying as well. I was hoping it'd be a lot more cloudy, make it the legendary Pokemon that it's apparently been this whole time. They had a good thing going with the Growlithe aesthetic. You know, if the crowd response wasn't loud enough for him, but even though the way they went about it has some missed potential, it's still a pretty decent banger. Being a rock type, they definitely should have leaned into the statue come to life gimmick a lot more. Not just made it look like it's had a long 14-hour shift down in the mines. Now you know I have to include this. Not much known about him, but come on now. Look at this boy. Growlithe was looking trim enough as per. Doesn't matter what century it's in apparently. Seems to be based on these ancient lion statues in Japan. That's an elite concept to use, but if the look of these statues is any indication, I can't imagine what Arcanine is saying. Wise Elder Kingler. If this thing weren't 100 feet tall, it'd definitely be a local down Berserker's pub, probably telling you about his days in the Navy.
Yeah, I once took down about, must have been at least 100 to them dreadnoughts. Well, that's just with the small claw, though. Didn't even have to use me big un.
I'm sure the big man himself could install a Gigantamax grog then. Inclusivity is key down Berserker's pub. All are welcome. Makes sense he'd be a local down there. He's not quite a Scizor, but he doesn't need the wrench hands. No tools required. He can sort you out any job. Raw, hands alone. The man is hand built for a hard day's graft of loosening up those Melmetal nuts and scooping them up into the back of his scrap metal van. Another prime example as well of how Gigantamax doesn't hold back the brutal reality of these weapons being turbo-sized. A move like Water Gun guaranteed to catch a body was one thing. Now you're telling me if Kingler uses Bubble, the move Squirtle accidentally picks up on 20 minutes into its lifespan by sneezing for the first time, it's gonna melt away your body. I'd hate to be your man's barber there. Gonna need a full hazmat suit to give that beard a trim. Ah yes, the alpha male of the forces of nature. Landorus is an absolute menace, and I never thought I'd use that to describe something in 2 pairs of moon shoes. It makes sense for the Gligar line in the incarnate form, but how do you get grounded flying for something that appears to be physically grounded? That's an easy one. Give them the literal Air Force Ones. You could argue Rillaboom isn't a good design if you're talking about it purely from being an adult version of Grookey, which is actually fair enough, but judging it overall, it's still a higher tier starter for me. Maybe I'm just a sucker for rock and metal, and maybe it's just a masculine urge to want monkey that a gorilla drummer is just baiting me in to give it high ratings. Your man plays the drums, he looks like he knows his way around the weight room, he's got that Super Saiyan 3 trim, there's something about him, he seems pretty loyal, looks like somebody you could listen to Deftones with at an afters passing the Galarian wheezing around, you know what I mean? As soon as this little freak got data mined, I knew it was checking off the aesthetic boxes for me. I'm a sucker for purple. I'm a turbo sucker for little ghoulish goblin creatures. Then you go and making this little cult leader, a mythical poison ghost who specializes in assembling henchmen to do all his gooning for him. I mean, he's a made man. He doesn't even need the henchmen to do his gooning for him. He's got his own little portable goon chamber. From the leaks, it was easy to assume he's the one who gave the loyal 3 their poison powers. So I was right. I think everyone was. This fella is the little ringleader. I just didn't know to what extent it was gonna be. I didn't think they were gonna make the subjugation Pokemon. What a title to hold. It sounds like a mid-2000s wrestling pay-per-view.
This Sunday on pay-per-view, TNA Subjugation. Kurt Angle faces Samoa Joe and
It's an insane title to hold as a Pokemon, considering that Pokeballs are effectively subjugation devices. It's surprised you don't fight him in the epilogue like a Dark Souls boss.
I activate Petrant, the Subjugator.
If I were this little berry, locked away in his little portable goon chamber, commanding powerful trainers, it's a good game plan. It's not the best game plan though. I'd do it a bit differently. Imagine this end scene, but instead of like just a generic NPC horde, it's just an army of the greediest, fattest bastards in all our Pokemon. Just a beefy army of rotund, stout men. The ones who just can't say no to a little snack. Snorlaxes, cheat day Machamps. You just know X-Cloud has zero say in whether or not the mochi's going down him. So many Pokemon would fold in the face of food. Most of them would be like an untrained basset hound staring down a bucket of KFC. At that point, it's mandatory. Your brain might as well be hooked up to nodes like an Unreal Engine code. Petrant watched the Jimmy Neutron movie and was like, hey, you know, yeah, I can have a good crack at that. Having the powers of subjugation just to make an entire town chicken dance. Fair play to him. It's the most amount of emotion a Pokemon NPC has probably shown since Mystery Dungeon. A banger mythical. Awakened by a rare berry every few years just to get a whole region pinging off edibles. He just spiked an entire nation for a quick laugh. When you're looking at the Sinnoh Pokedex, this is much more like it. Lopunny learned how to throw limbs. The Megastone giving it 20 years of training Muay Thai in the mountains with an elder Hitmonlee in the span of a 5-second cutscene. And that's the thing with a lot of normal types. It's just like Kangaskhan. They often seem to get a wide move pool that no one cares about because they've got nothing backing them to support these good moves. And not only that, it's arguably the only thing to make proper use out of the Scrappy ability to actually hit ghost types. As I've gotten older, my taste more refined. I just love a solid weirdo. A complete freakzilla of a Pokemon. The real unique ones. You're never getting another Omastar. Maturin is moving past the Kabutops and its edgy scythes for hands and opting for the party animal Omastar. Look at him waving about his little tentacles. This lot went extinct because they were too heavy to hunt, so the guy's just locked in. Omastar is in a perpetual state of requesting uppies. A request I would greatly consider, as long as it were in the Omanyte form. You take one look at that wee man and tell me it wouldn't make for one loyal pet snail. Hey, he's just trying to show off. Look at him. He's just trying to flex his biceps to you. Wants you to give him a little squeeze. If I could go back in time and give them one thing to save their species,
It would be an AK-47 assault rifle.
no, I'd go back in time and invent the skateboard. Wouldn't be going extinct on my watch as a pet. I'd be having my Omanyte doing kickflips in no time. So I'll rate Omanyte for being a complete wee fella, and I'll rate Omastar for being a complete freaky star fella. It's the right balance of monstrosity, and arguably scarier than the forced monstrosities of the Galafossils, because this feasibly could have existed on our planet at some point. What it's based on would have existed, I know, but I'm saying literal Omastars hobbling about our planet. You can't actually prove me wrong, can you? Girafarig getting some long-awaited action. Ever since those beta forms got leaked, we've all been hoping they'd eventually cook something up for it. Because we all know that evil tail was cooking something up back there. Scheming away, never sleeping, just plotting for the right time to consume the head and take direct control. The two brains finally collaborated, increasing the psychic potency of Girafarig 10 times over. Finally addressed Girafarig being the most vertically challenged giraffe in all of fiction. All that brain power kicked in, and it's only just realized, oh yeah, I'm meant to be a giraffe, ain't I? Yeah. I didn't think it was genetically possible for short king giraffes to exist. The only thing separating Girafarig and literally any other horse Pokemon is the first half of his name. Alolan Executor is more giraffe than Girafarig, but now, standing at a mean 10'6", no one can argue with him.
A lot of first-timers to Paldea Pokedex is introduced. The first Dolphin, Skeletons, Mud-Rolling Legends. Farigiraf is a decent banger, almost worth the wait of going 26 years or so without any giraffe Pokemon at all. This entire time we've been thinking Girafarig was gaslighting us about the giraffe thing. Oh please, a 4'11" pony who's supposed to represent the largest ruminant on Earth. Get real, Jeremy. Meant to be herbivores and all, and I know for a fact that tail exclusively eats children.
Scizor was holding its own just fine before getting the upgrade here. Wasn't exactly a mon sending in death threats to the head office requesting its clamps to be tightened up. But for how kind of unnecessary it is, I do rate that it focuses more on improving its defensive strengths, and the technician ability is no mold breaker, adding some FMJs onto those bullet punches, so it's definitely way above average if you're talking about strength alone.
Wartortle and Ivysaur are on about the same level for me. I'm not being completely lazy and undecided this time. The Kanto starters aren't all in one segment because I found them all too equal. Only done that for 2 of them this time. Surely it would be weird for me to like all 3 originals so evenly and then suddenly have an issue pipe up for one of them just because they got a bit of a beer belly on them. Bulbasaur is a top boy, so why wouldn't I like the more agitated and slightly more wedge Bulbasaur? Like a Bulbasaur shifting side to side, getting wider like a car in GTA Remastered. And Squirtle is my guy, so why wouldn't I care for it packing on some beef, moving into a nice medium-sized shell, and increasing its lifespan 100 times over? Snivy I rate highly for the first forms because he's a sneaky little goon. Servine I rate decently enough too, but it's nothing too groundbreaking as far as middle stages go. It's nothing we haven't already seen with Snivy to begin with either. Servine isn't fully up there with the big boys, but it's nowhere near down there in the Animorphs tiers, where you could rig up a Guitar Hero controller to play Mario Paint and still pull off a better first draft for an evolution. They actually sat down and adjusted Snivy's older design appropriately. It's about as on point as a development from that design as you could get, really. A very safe one, but no complaints. Snivy's a banger enough as it is. Really was the best shout, you know, not to stray too far off the menu from what you already know.
I can understand in-game there isn't really a wrong choice for Galar, but in practice, if I had to deal with kids, I'd much rather go and play football in the garden with them than have to put up with them crying every 2 minutes. So how would you even choose Sobble over a footballing rabbit? All it does is piss and moan. Wanna know what Scorbunny does? Gets dubs, scores, guarantees you a solid 3 points every match, every fight. Doesn't matter. The science doesn't lie. It's in the name. The big brains know what they're doing when discovering such creatures and giving them appropriate names. Hits like Muck and Mr. Mime. They didn't go and call it Concede Bunny, did they?
This feels weird to put Raboot above 2/3 of the Kanto ones, but hear me out, alright? It's arguably not better than those two by a long mile, but the development from Scorbunny to this is much more significant than the shift Bulbasaur and Squirtle had evolving for the first time. Because Raboot has one of those personality designs that you know I like. It gives off so many vibes to me. I feel as though everyone who grew up in the UK knew a kid like this, treats PE like they're in the Euro finals, probably steals dust caps off cars. I reckon only like 2 people will get this, but where's Carbrini? Man comes pre-built with pockets, probably where it keeps Lucasades to sell during lunchtime on the playground. My point is, Raboot is a solid mid-evolution to me because it's obvious there's an actual development. Does anything really shift that much when Turtwig becomes Grotle? Aside from becoming 10 times more vegetated and having its Nintendo seal of quality peeled off. Evolution here feels like it's actually getting older and not just wider. Torracat is a prime example of what I mean by Servine, and even the Kanto crowd wasn't really doing anything too groundbreaking for a mid-form. Incomplete or not, it doesn't matter really. In the end, evolution should imply that it gets better. You shouldn't evolve just to end up getting wedged between single wide doors. You ain't got the clout to be cursing them bodacious hips like your Miss Finster. Everyone knows Muriel's the only one worthy to be cursing those handles. Damn. Torracat not only feels like a peak upgrade from Litten, it feels like its own specimen. It's a lot more distinguishable than just a Litten who's fallen off a building and found its way into a van full of lasagna. Froakie might look like it gets shoved into lockers by tadpoles, I assume via dropkick given the current limb situation for him, but once it starts to evolve, once it starts getting on the weights, climbing buildings, slinging pebbles so fast it needs a license to even be in possession of its own webbed hands. Those now Poliwhirls are gonna be the ones getting shoved into the lockers, ones of the Davy Jones variety. Froakie looks a bit scuffed to me, but Frogadier starts to wrap it up a lot more nicely. That's more like it. None of the awkward puberty phase here was built awkward from birth. An upgrade here was well warranted.
Look, ignore how it ends up in the future. Don't worry about that. In its prime, Great Tusk was a boss, a master of his domain. Wherever it decided to stomp about in the same circle all day, it would have ruled over the brute bonnets and their low, malleable IQ. The ones who'd sculpt their clay-like brains into making their life's purpose anywhere from dealing with any screen tails that dare try piping up with that dead Ed Sheeran tune from the credits, all the way to Tinny Holder. Brute bonnets are the henchmen, and Great Tusk is the one saying,
Yeah, get 'em, boys.
usually followed by a
Not me, you fools, them.
a true boss of a Pokemon, looking for unsuspecting trainers rocking up with their 1 or 2 gym badges who ventured too far into the region, thinking they're going to be a big man and take on the late game as early as possible. It's rare I find in Pokemon that you'd run from a fight. The games are usually so easy, you don't really have to. I can only think of a few times this happened. Getting mugged on Route 110 down Hoenn, as a peak example, had Francis and Gano on speed dial ready to spark out May for that one. I haven't felt a good humbling experience like stepping up to Titan Great Tusk unprepared since I had the nerve to disrupt Cynthia in a summer holiday in Unova, seeing big huge Donphan in the middle of the desert when even the NPCs have Pokemon higher level than me. I thought to myself, you know, I think I'm gonna leave him to it. Nah, you look busy. I wouldn't want to disrupt his day. You know, that empty patch of sand over there, it does need a good walking on anyway. So, you know, I've got stuff to do anyway. I've got my own little patches of sand to walk. It's all right. I'll just see him in about 15 more levels and let him sweep me then instead anyway.
Now I don't just like Poipole because it sounds like I've asked Meowth, oi, cats! What color is he?
I'm a bit colorblind, but I think it's a bit purple.
In the best way possible, Poipole is the most conventional alien-looking Ultra Beast. Sadly, the only one that's known to have an evolution line. With a banger design like that, Poipole seems to be a prime contender for a starter Pokemon over there in the region of Wormhole. I don't even need to know the other 2 choices they'd have over there. Already sold me with that elite color scheme. But maybe I'd grow to regret that choice once it grows up and becomes an on-the-go, highly toxic adhesive factory. So for me personally, a bit subjective, for that one little factor there, it's not going to rank anywhere near the top 990 Pokemon that I'd want to be the legal guardian of, but definitely going to rank on the higher side of the Ultra Beasts. Naganadell's shiny form has me itching for that biannual hit and run playthrough. Just look how much of a freak this thing is. Looks like it was built to mass distribute a muck vaccine, combining 2 of the most deadly beings in both mythology and cold, harsh reality. The dragon and the dirty syringe. Seems to be no coincidence that Braviary was once a psychic type. Didn't take too long after shifting to Pokemon's America for its brain to get smoother and smoother until its IQ just couldn't quite pay the rent for that psychic type. Got mentally floor buffered. I reckon it's a lot more sleek than the Unova version. Gives it that importance where with a design like this to begin with, it probably should have had from the beginning. Cause, you know, with like, I don't know, Unpheasant, obviously,
It's just a bird, a pest to car windscreens and chip shop bins. But when you have something that looks like Braviary, it shouldn't be anywhere near the same realm as the rest of these high street menaces. It should have always been a bit more important, like this Sui form's done here. Grimmsnarl can jump over the world's tallest building. Okay, alright, we get it now. No need to subtweet the man, you can just say Duraload on everyone else is doing it, alright? Another one of the big boy forms dunking on the skyscraper. 2 G-Max forms that when put together wouldn't look out of place in the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. Speaking of kings, Kingler is one thing, but I don't envy Gigantamax Grimmsnarl's barber. That trim would end up being your legacy. Your life's work would be completing a full body skin fade on this. Some barber's creation of Adam is waiting right there. My headcanon here is that Grimmsnarl itself didn't gain any mass. It just had its body hair grow out to a colossal length. Still one of my favorites here for going from a side quest giving goblin to an absolute demon. About as end of the world looking as Eternatus is.
You know, Mega Salamence, yeah, it definitely looks like a complete goon. But when you look at it for long enough, it starts to rub off on you. The croissant starts to have a bit of charm. Or maybe I'm just going mad. Salamence was deadly enough, but the Mega brings it from Pseudo Legendary to borderline actual Legendary. Nothing pseudo about those stats across the board. And it's not the only Hoenn Pseudo Legend to be blessed by the Mega Ring. Metagross seems to get a similar power up with juice spread over almost every stat. Now I love Meta Geezer, and the same thing applies for Salamence, but I'm not sure why. The levitating iron supercomputer with its 4 RTX brains felt the need to overclock itself even more. But here we are. I'm always gonna rate the design, whether or not it's floating, upright and presenting itself to us, or pinning down its prey for consumption. But they really didn't have to do this. But in all fairness, the designs are both creative and they both seem to get some of the bigger power boosts when compared to some of the other unnecessary mons that got a mega form.
Meowth finally reached a form where it can actually catch that Pikachu. But sadly for G-Max Meowth, he's gonna need some max PRs to be lifting this Pikachu anywhere. Plus-sized Pikachu is rocket-proof. Giovanni had an easier time cloning Pokemon Jesus than he'd have lifting this unit off. Pikachu would clearly rather solve its own hunger than the world's, looking like it ate every last layer of G-Max Alcremie, the only being in existence that can tank those 100,000 kilocalorie missiles. Probably a light appetizer for him. Inteleon with that Mach 7 precision couldn't really miss. Cinderace with a 300 feet diameter fireball surely could never miss. But Rillaboom, armed with 6 drumsticks, surrounded by an entire forest of drums. Rillaboom's out here playing Donkey Konga expert mode. Could FC any song in existence, cause there's no chance the big man is missing anything. Holding sticks like Grapplock does the Bevs, as in, with the utmost precision. And smashing them all over the place. The finesse and fitness, actually, needed to drum with 2 sticks is impressive enough. Now you've got 6 with the strands of hair. Split the stadiums off into thirds. It could probably play for 3 different bands at the same time.
I wonder what kind of power Celesteela has being able to get out of bed in the morning shifting 4 Hariyama's worth of mass out of it every day. I think the opposite with Katana. How is it this much of a weapon weighing 100 grams? One of the strongest attackers known, and it weighs the same as a ball of gas the human eye couldn't even process without strapping on a Virtual Boy. Telling me a Pokemon that's main form of offense is giving out paper cuts has the offensive prowess of a mossy golem that lifts up the continent of Africa like it's shifting the back end of a Ford Focus. Surely the pound for pound strongest Pokemon going. This would be so unfair to fight against. Telling me this came from the 4th dimension, your man's barely discovered the 3rd. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near this thing, and I don't just mean for the obvious reason that it's a sentient shuriken, but just owning one and having it around the house so paper thin that if you catch it at the wrong angle, you won't even know you're about to walk straight into it. Shocking bit of trivia for the being known as Oob Slash. Your man can't even learn the move Slash. Seems like they dropped the ball on that one. It's like Magnemite not knowing how to stick to a fridge door. But did they really drop the ball there? Because look, you have to realize what Katana considers Slash, the government considers first degree. The sentient shuriken, the origami samurai. You've already sold me. That paper isn't just steel, it's money. Top dollar gimmick right there. Giving Delibird anything is a well-deserved shout, really. I imagined if it somehow got a form, it'd just be some regional variant with a bigger bag. Realistically, anyway. Give me the booking power and I'd be sorting out a Unova regional form in the big city, looking rough, doing meet and greets Christmas time. Doesn't look like a Delibird, looks like your uncle dressed like a Delibird. Can catch him at a 10% spawn rate down Castelia City alleyways when they're on a ciggy break. I thought for sure Delibird was forever locked in as one of them exists for the lore only Pokemon. So it's about time Delibird's finally managed to clean his act up, to be a good boy for a year, keep his fins clean of sins for a full calendar year to be given something in return. Because everyone knows what you've been up to. Come on, what's in the bag, Delibird? What you got there? What, you been handing out laced food? Empty the sack, Delibird. Can't hide it, we've seen all the messages about your little game. We know you've been spiking most of these presents you give out, playing Russian roulette with our children. The statistics don't lie. Alright, Delibird would be a permanent name, tattooed on the naughty list. You know the one, the list that routinely gets checked twice by the FBI. So if anything, Iron Bundle is a complete menace to society. Because with Delibird, alright, the species is so weak, it's born with 2 black eyes. You could probably shove the bag on its head and slap the piss out of him. There's nothing he could do about it. Iron Bundle can still hand out those dodgy presents, and it's so much more powerful. There's nothing you can do about it. You're not gonna step up to the Futurama robot Santa, alright? No, well, Unless you've been good this year, like Zoidberg, he just might give you a pogo stick. Now off topic, here's a big reach of a prediction. My Haki is telling me that one day there will be some kind of pogo stick Pokemon. I'm telling you now, I've manifested it. The holiday season, it's meant to be whimsical, wonderful, and all these other fancy words. But to him, it's all a sick game. Maybe I'm just thinking too maliciously about the Delibirds. Maybe 20% of the people opening his presents, maybe the Zoidbergs of the world, got like a Steam Deck. The other 80% get an Inspector Gadget boxing glove attached to a spring and get decked. Delibird to Iron Bundle, that has to be the biggest gap in power for a new form, at least that I can think of. The guy got that 2 decades later Gorodin Frieza buff. I just know Iron Bundle was the one to do him in. They took one look at this like, right, that's it. That's enough scolding out of you water types. Only Volcanion gets it now. You happy? Yeah? That's it. Here to remind you of the true meaning of Christmas. Too many non-believers are coming down here, celebrating the big JC's birthday sesh like Americans on Paddy's Day. But once Iron Bundle comes down that chimney, you'll all be praying that 2022-year-old man is real. The UFO Orbeetle is just the right amount of over the top for Gigante Pokemon. This would fully be the main bit of plot for a Jimmy Neutron episode. He's tired of helping Sheen do his maths homework, so he tries to make a ladybug he found in his back garden intelligent enough to sort it out for him. But by the end of the episode, it's a giant UFO controlling everyone in Retroville, and there's a gap in my head for the events leading up to it getting that powerful. All I know, it's somehow Hugh's fault, alright? He's always a menace, it's always him. The B-plot is Carl getting upset because llamas across the town keep getting abducted by the UFO insect. And no one believes him though, nobody would believe him. Turns him into a complete conspiracy nut. That's his gimmick for the episode. Classic QAnon Carl. The amount of mill tanks that must go missing from this thing. Got that thick neck thirst. What a sweet calcium needed to fuel up the biggest brain in all the land. Doesn't even need to go on the hunt. Could control the minds of every living being in its vicinity to do the hunting for it. Just bring them all in. I think the base Orbeetle is decent, but this is a big improvement right here. It's an earth-doming UFO coming off a base form that looks like a last-minute replacement if they couldn't get the rights to use Neocortex as a villain in Crash Bandicoot Country Returns. Ah yes, the bearer of 5 spoons. Its power grows along with its appetite. Alakazam's brain was already wrinkled enough. Then the Mega comes in and elevates it to Bulldog melting on a sofa level of wrinkled. Plays it safe with the Mega. It does what Aerodactyl does, but for its mind. You all know I rate the design choice here. Makes sense for Alakazam to float with its psychic powers considering it barely has enough muscle fibers to stand upright in the first place. But it could always hold its own anyway. You don't need the Mega. All you really need is a pair of spoons, some special attacks, some speed, and baby, you got a stew going. Now, Sharpedo. This wasn't just an add-on to make Team Aqua's leader not look like a complete jabroni. Mega Sharpedo isn't there to gaslight you into thinking Archie might actually pose a threat this time around. It actually can be a decent threat, especially if you time things right to get off a few speed boosts in its base form and then decide to Mega Evolve.
Unlike Poplio's second form, what's the name? Brian. I actually do remember Primarina, because I was pleasantly surprised that this is what the polarizing Poplio would one day become. With the amount of heat Poplio was getting when it got revealed, the final product of that could have gone in so many debatable ways. A pair of Machamps in black suits were already waiting outside Poplio's apartment, waiting to rip off its Nintendo Seal Equality sticker at the high chance of there being another Quilladin botch job. Give him that Men in Black treatment, make him forget what franchise it's even meant to be from. But Primarina turned out to be a nice, cheeky way to flesh out the sea lion concept.
What an absolute little fella the swamps of Paldea have spawned up here. Toad School. Okay, no, fair enough, alright. The Toad, it do be cool. I've never seen conveyed purely through movements the phrase,
Come here, come on, why are you running? Well, come on, I just want to work with you, just want to talk, come here.
what a wacky little gizmo he is, running about the place at 30 miles an hour, outspeeding pro cyclists, running like Tom's gonna fill him in with a frying pan. The guy runs like he just escaped the Kanker Sisters caravan. Got the walking form of John Lennon in that one photo. All makes sense. It's gotta be quick on the toes. That chewy body is a delicacy. When 90% of all habitable buildings in your entire region are on Uber Eats, you're gonna need all 30 of those miles per hour to avoid ending up behind the sneeze guard in a subway. Need them slick tentacles on form at all times, knowing at any moment Ainsley's hunting you down for sport. You know how it is. Shirtless, Bowie knife between the teeth, sprinting through the swamps, looking to dance about around your remains on some beach in Greece, cooking you up into a quaint little lemon meringue pie or something. On the prowl for some Toad School ingredients, looking to add another testament to the barbecue Bible. I would be comically legging it everywhere too, if I was self-aware as to how delicious I was. Have me running a little suspect like Shaggy, constantly throwing it back, presenting himself, high-key wants the ghoul to grab him. I don't care. I wouldn't care, because I know the entire country of Paldea lives off the $5 footlong, like the almighty meal deal, the backbone of the country. So if you're not quick on the feet, you're not lasting long. All you're gonna be is fuel for increased shiny odds. If I'm a Toad School, I know there's no chance I'm getting harvested just so you can get your quick little sandwich power up. Paldea loves its sandwiches, and Toad School has a top speed as if it's the McRib's secret formula. Shiny hunters would be locking them up in a huge factory, milking them like they're trying to sell a limited time only Krabby Patty. I'll rate the evolved form Toad School in its own right too. For what it lacks in wackiness and being a complete gadget of a creature, it makes up for by pure menacing energy. I think at least. One part of me thinks Toad School looks vicious. Another part of me thinks it looks like he's part of Mario's community service, legally obligated to fill him in down Rico Harbor. Tentacruel Delfino regional form, maybe even Metroid Tentacruel, absorbing nutrients. Hey, what that mouth do? Cause pain. Scientifically, that's what mouth do. I've no clue how fast Toad School can run compared to its pre-evolved form with that 30 miles an hour speed, but I doubt the maths of having 5 times the tentacles and a speed of 150 miles an hour. I don't think that checks out. But look at your man here. I don't think he's running. Really, you better hope holding down that B button gets yourself up to 30 miles an hour. You'd better hope Koraidon has his running shoes on. Ainsley'd need to whack out a lot more than the Bowie knife. Gonna have to button his shirt back on. Gonna have to call upon help being heavily backed by the BBC. Dive into those taxpayers' millions to spawn up some Team Rocket mechas to get the job done here. Because I understand hunting down Toad School for the valuable delicacy, but there's a far greater risk-reward ratio here with something as deadly as Toad School. I guess it really depends on your preferences. You know what I mean? Like, best case scenario, you end up eating a popular delicacy. Worst case, you get wrapped up by 10 tentacles and sucked. Maybe that is your best case scenario. It's a win-win situation for some. To each their own. Either way, it's looking like one of yous is getting their tentacles wrapped around the delicacy. I've already gone off on this wacky gadget of a creature so much, as well as how terrifying the much larger and much crueler brother is in the Convergent or Parallel Forms video. So instead, how about a little bit of trivia about them? The game's coding suggests that these two might have been what replaced the Convergent Magikarp and Gyarados. Hey, Magikarp and Gyarados, they get a good amount of time in the limelight, so they definitely made the right choice here. Because look how zesty the shroom is. This is what they wanted to take from ya.
It's amazing to me that they actually made this complete April Fool's Mon a reality. Wiglet is great, because it's really one of them, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we did this one? And they went, yeah, it actually would be. Hey, let's just do it. It'll be a laugh, edit. Let's just do it. We'll make a white Diglett, call him Wiglet, and he'll pipe up from the ground like one of them garden earphones off the Teletubbies. Clearly, the Wiglet is the main focus, as it should be. Wug Trio isn't getting thrown into the trailers, getting everyone gassed up for the new generation. Not even the Macho Man would care about snapping into Slim Jim Doug Trio. But everybody's gotta love the Wiglet. It has a real cozy Yoshi's Island design to it that I just can't look away from. Or maybe can't look away due to the primal urge to grab it with my bare hands, yank him out of his hole, and whip him around the place like one of them sticky hands.
The main man himself, White Diglett. You bloody legend, get over here. White Diglett. It's clearly a water Diglett of sorts. Oh yeah, that's the assumption you made looking at this. You see that name, that design? That's a White Diglett, boy. But going just by design, you know what it is. What it is accurate to, sure, but the streets know.
Typhlosion was one thing, but seriously, Gen 2 boy me, why is Feraligatr of all Pokemon starter packs this mid on the rankings? Feraligatr gets solid enough ratings from me when playing Gold and Silver, but I do think as underrated as this trio may be, they're still easily a collective mid relative to every other fully evolved starter. The top shelf ratings I hand out to Totodile and Croconaw isn't helping it either. Overall, you're still a B grade player for me, but that doesn't make it immune to the Venusaur syndrome. It's a very good design objectively, but I guess because I hold the pre-evolved forms in such high regard that I guess I just didn't want them to change that much in the first place.
I'm a Shield man myself, but I think 2 years ago, that was more because of the exclusives it had. You take the version exclusives out, and we all know what the A side is here. I've seen the shelves. You're all doing my boy Zamazenta a bit dirty here. I get it. Everybody wants the sword. What are you gonna do with a shield? Do you really think that you have the finesse to cause damage with a defensive piece of equipment as if you're America's greatest hero? Goofy? To me, these two might just be the most equal pair of legendary poster boys. Refreshing to see two main legends that aren't complete polar opposites or looking to do the other one in. Just a pair of the boys. Necrozma looks like an absolute little freak. Thought this was more of an Ultra Beast than a Legendary, you know, because of its goblin-like features. Doesn't sit around and get cut like Kyurem. You get the full Ainsley. Ultra Necrozma means it actually gets its big, low poly claws onto those pesky box art legends to devour. Kyurem clearly wasn't cut for the job of getting its hands on its two Legendaries. Necrozma learned from those mistakes. At least 50% of Necrozma's body weight consists of hand. The guy was built from the ground up to consume Legendaries once it gets a hold of them with them pincers. Sinnoh surely has to have the most stacked set of Legendaries. I mean, when you take out Regigigas and Stone Cold Heatran, when you start talking about the real big boys, and Palkia is probably the worst one out of them, that's not even me trying to bury Palkia, that's just how you know Sinnoh's got some turbo firepower for its legendary lineup. Swampert is a filthy weapon. No wonder the teenage version of this folded over as many GBASPs as it definitely did. Who'd have thought a wee axolotl reaching this monstrous amount of mass must have been kept in a fish tank filled with Ronnie Coleman's bathwater. And the scary part about that, still nowhere near the most powerful Hoenn starter. When you take every evolution into account, it's always completely subjective with the starters, but if you're talking fully evolved only, Hoenn has a very strong case for the best collective trio going, and Swampert's only the beginning, at least for me personally. If you want to say Swampert's the best Hoenn one, you'll be getting no arguments back from me. Back in the day, I really didn't like Pinsir turning into this complete mutant, getting armed with this fleshy jetpack. But maybe these days, I'm just a lot more of a weapon, because I actually rate how much this fuels my sleep paralysis. It has a far more wham power boost compared to Heracross. I don't even know why I'm comparing the two. There's no comparison here. I think it's because they both look like the type who get angry and their first reaction is to start headbutting things. So with Mega Pinsir, after all these years, I think we can call it a truce. We could shake on it.
Landorus may be the alpha of these spirit animals, or whatever. It may be the ringleader, the brains behind the schemes they've got going to try and bite jawbreakers or whatever Japanese gods do during slow work days. Thundurus is definitely the looks of the operation. Wingzerus, or whatever, wildcard. Never know what he's gonna do. Sure, there are some caves that are in desperate need of loitering. If only one legendary could exist out of these three. If you're going purely by an ocular pat down, Thundurus slumps the other two handily.
Alolan Raichu may outclass its Kanto self thanks to the Psychic type. Definitely one of the more sound regional forms. Maybe a rare case where I prefer the original more. But using your Psychic powers to surf on your own tail is kinda swaying me here, not gonna lie. You'd think it adapted this way from surfing in the Alola region. But apparently, it's because of the food Alola has. Now, I don't know what kind of scram they got going down in the Alola region. Get down Uber Eats this second. I don't want to hear it. I don't care that it's down in Hawaii and I'm in Gala pretty much. I'll be down the nearest hospital and you just have your man Abra teleport it to me. No excuses. Now I'm calm with the idea that you have to eat a ton of like chicken, for example, to build muscle. But man, sign me up for whatever pancakes give me psychic powers to mentally frozone myself everywhere. I already know this video is going to be outdated. It probably is going to be outdated by the time I finally drop it with the Hisuian forms being revealed, but I can't ignore them here. The ones I'm aware of, at least. A kind of unexpected choice to get a form from Unova, but far from a confusing and lukewarm one like Ordino being the only Gen 5 Mega. Not much is known, so I can't say too much. But really, anything to separate flying types from being the generic normal type is an upgrade to me. I'm not sure if it's just recency bias, but I'm really rating the design here. Whole new evolution needed to salvage this one, just factory reset it. But luckily for a Pokedex filler like Farfetch'd, it got both. Assuming you got yourself a Farfetch'd blessed with the Magnum Dong leak, you can just break the class barrier. You can evolve into a highborn Sir, it seems. An evolution that's only achieved once his technique is good enough to land 3 critical hits in a row. I wonder if anyone's ever gotten that unlucky that they've just got a Gala Farfetch'd to level 100 and it still hasn't done it. I guess that's why few Farfetch'd can even survive enough battles to get this far. Very few are worthy of being named a Sir. All those years being hunted down, and now it's become the reason species like Kanto Farfetch'd go extinct in the first place. Sirfetch'd is now the hunter. The blood of its enemies is merely a condiment for its leak, which is to be partially consumed later for combat sustenance. A staple of the Gala region, the frontman of the punk rock band live every week down Berserker's local pub. No amps required, enough decibels in its voice alone to perform to a sold-out Wembley Stadium apparently. Playing Pokemon Ruby back in 2003, if you'd shown me that the level 20 Lanoon I was currently double kicking with Combusken would one day lead to this, probably would have been one of my favorites straight away. Clearly more of a punk rock guy than glam metal anyway, obviously. At least I think so, because damn, that shiny form's looking a bit wild. Obstagoon might be down Berserker's local, but that shiny form looks ready for a rave down a Lowland Meowth Club. Arguably the strongest Pokemon so far. The Ozone's favourite pool noodle even gets its own anything goes tier to play around in with the Gigantamax lot. But still, it's not like big base form Ray wasn't already getting asteroids into his macros daily. You're going from a top level legendary as it is to the most overpowered pet in the universe. And do I even need to clarify about the design? Mega Ray is a mega banger.
You'd think Cresselia would be a mythical being the counterpart to Darkrai and all that, but I guess when it's the only cure to Darkrai's sleep paralysis, you probably should make him easy enough to find. Make him local enough so none of the NPCs get soft-locked into Darkrai's wild ride. Yeah, I'm really sorry about your kid. I know I was meant to get that Luna Wing and save him, but I was about 2 days late. I couldn't get to the Nintendo store in New York on time.
they are really making up for the lack of true giraffe content in Pocket Monsters. We got to settle for Short King Girafarig, and I guess, I don't know, Tropius being this kind of half and half variation until this generation. I found out about Raging Bolt from someone at me on Twitter, so I thought it was a joke. Yeah, someone was having a bit of a goof. There was no way they've installed Raikou with a travel pillow. I'd like to say fairly assumed only a meme account could have done this. Well, he is a Roman legendary. The guy travels a lot for work. If he wants to make life on the road a bit more snug, you know, more power to him. Although I'm sure his belly is full of the stuff, full of power, couldn't possibly have another bite of that power, seeing as nature deemed it dangerous enough for its fur to be the first known instance of hazard tape. It's both the safety and the danger. It's like putting a wet floor sign on a Kyogre. Once I clocked the official Nintendo seal of approval was on the underside of its boot somewhere, I thought the general response would be a collective grilling. It seemed like a very easy, unanimous, "This is stupid, well, what are you doing?" But look, I think you were all too quick on the draw, at least when that trailer dropped. You've always got to give it some time to settle. Pokemon are just weird in the 3D angles sometimes. You gotta lay off Raging Bolt a bit, and most of us humans don't even look great in 3D. You might be a bit too quick on the draw to mock the long neck, but it's easily the most creative out of the legendary Paradox redesigns. It makes sense to be all the way up there to host the thundercloud it has. What isn't to love about this? Dynamic color palette, lightning bolt mustache? Oh, come on now. Now this, gamers, this is epic. The guy is called Raging, arguably a tier higher than Fuming. Installed him with a mane that lets him scream into the pillow. He can swear as much as he wants. Get all of your slurs out of the way. Get them out of your system now with that noise cancelling mane. A nice little stowaway for when he's all grumpy. You're damn right, Jirachi's a mythical. Have me sitting around watching 8 hours of TV with Pikachu, taking him out for a walk here and there, occasionally probing him with a cursor. A mythical like Jirachi, it better be your reward for that. One that spawns every 1,000 years to grant wishes. One that's got a lethal iron head on him too. Have you flinching long enough for its next appearance in the year 3000. Literally would slump you in its sleep. Okay, I don't want to sit around poking Pikachu's belly for 1,000 years, so better make this one count. Let's see. Legend states that Jirachi will make true any wish that is written on the notes attached to its head when it awakens. Breakfast can. Mew isn't just a mythical Pokemon, it's the mythical Pokemon. From what I know, the only one to have a literal myth behind it. People to this day still probably check under that van in Vermilion City hoping that Mew would one day be chilling there. And to be fair, the last place I'd be checking for anything interesting would be on the underbelly of a Ford Transit. The genetic code of all Pokemon packed away into this little pink fridge alien. Can learn every move possible, hunted down to create WMDs, probably the only Pokemon God itself addresses as Sir. It just wants to fly about in his bubble, jamming out over South America. I remember action replaying my way to getting all of those Sinnoh legendaries I couldn't get a hold of. I'm not even sure if 10-year-old me knew what Shaman even was. It's a decent enough looking lad. Actually, it's a nice change of pace from your titans like Dialga and Giratina. Professor Oak makes an appearance for the event, a man who's dedicated his entire life towards researching Pokemon, and there's a legendary right before his eyes. Kinda. It's just down that 3-mile stretch of grass. You might be able to see him. And he's like, phew, you downloaded Uber on that PokéNav? And honestly, I don't blame you, Samuel. Could I really be bothered to sprint down 3 miles of grass to go and catch Shaman? At least not in Diamond. Base form Shaman is still a banger of a design, I'd say, but you couldn't help but think there has to be more than this, right? And then Platinum drops, the Sky form comes into play. You better believe O could be legging it down that stretch of grass for this one. That's a sleek design. Best play they could have done for Shaman right there. Not just aesthetically either, the Sky form separates it from being your standard 100 stats across the board mythical. It all makes sense why Ursaring was so mid for the last 20 years. It's been a middle evolution this entire time. Somewhere through the generations, that peak grizzly bear form got lost to time. The Johto region must be easy living. Clearly Ursarings these days aren't getting bullied enough for evolution to pipe up. Johto region's so safe, most of the Pokemon there reverted backwards and had baby forms. They've started to settle down and have families. No wonder it's been stuck in a mid form this whole time.
man. Half the sparring partners asked to choose from are toddlers. But looking at Ursaluna makes you realize that there's never really been any proper grizzly bear Pokemon. Ursaring's the closest we had, but your man's leaning more towards the yogi side of bear than grizzly. Ursaluna is much more like it. We've been missing out on a mountable mountain bear this entire time. How are you gonna tell me this whole time Ursaring somehow forgot to reach this form? It evolves from a full moon and a few Scooby snacks, seasoned with a bit of bog juice, of course. Teddy Ursa had the evolution guidebook tattooed on its head this whole time. Actually, I should be fair here. The guidebook instructions do get a bit lost in translation once it becomes Ursaring, that belly ring making it look more like a target practice for muck punches. Not everyone's gonna interpret that as Ring of the Moon. Maybe its stomach needed the iconic big red clickbait arrow with yellow text going across them saying, "Insert Pete blocks."
As a player of the Pokemon, sometimes, I don't go out of my way to complete the Pokedex. I keep telling Oak, I don't have time for your little certificate and handshake, or I've got way too much to do. I'm a very busy man. No time to be spending completing the Pokedex. I've got far too much on my plate, completely taking the piss out of the Pokedex. But when Ursaluna Blood Moon is the reward for the Kitsukami Pokedex side quest, how can you pass that up? They're finally working around how they can introduce Hisuian forms in the modern setting. And I did love the original Ursaluna, but I always wondered why it looked so docile. It just looks so unbothered, even in its official art. Look at him, you can even see him half-assing a roar. You step on the guy's territory and he starts yawning at you. Wants to be fuming at those kids kicking a football on the side of his cave. But he's had a long 14-hour shift down in the Crimson Mylands. Oh, back's aching more than usual. Comes out like, "Hey, you kids, jeez, you know the rest." Blood Moon Ursaluna got the chiropractor in, started doing glute stretches. Now he's walking on two legs, looking like the reason why cyborg Hariyamas will one day exist. You'd be lucky if the doctors could convert you into a Hariyama after a bloodlusted Ursaluna catches you playing one touch, one bounce near his cave walls. I don't even think you could be one of the 108 souls to contribute to building a Spiritomb. Blood Moon Ursaluna consumes the conscience along with the bones. What a demon. I'm a little disappointed that there's so few new Pokemon in the DLC so far, but I can't be complaining. That's such a wild card.
When I first saw Hisuian Voltorb, all I could think about was, how much does that thick monobrow get in the way of rolling around? Agility is what pays for the electric for Voltorb and Electrode. That has to be quite the nerf having a speed bump welded to your forehead. But clearly, having a 3D monobrow hasn't got Voltorb pressed at all. Look at this happy little goon. No idea what they started putting in the new Pokeballs to make the modern pair such a threat to humanity. What you'd see as C4 cannonballs today were once this friendly little lads. Go back a few hundred years and the all-natural vegan Voltorb is looking like the family pet. I'd gladly take him out for a daily roll around the park, but this breed, don't get it twisted, this breed can still be dangerous. I'll blame the owners personally. Potentially harmful species needs proper discipline. You see, if any signs of the Cantonian urge to self-destruct around a group of innocent kids starts to kick in, I'll be pouring vinegar in its hole. But sadly, there isn't enough vinegar in the world to condition this species to go against what it's always destined to be. Fuming. I'll rate the Electrode form as well, even though it looks like it really wants to use all 150 points of its speed, all 4 feet of its height, and all 156 pounds of its body weight to break every bone below my areolas. I just don't know what it could be. Something just happens mid-evolution to make the wee man suddenly become an angry ball. Probably from all that vinegar I poured in it. Chestnut gets overlooked enough already next to the other grass starters. Now one of the most popular ones is gonna finesse that one unique trait it had going for it. An unexpected type change when Decidueye already had the most unique starter typing. Ghost and Grass Decidueye is a high bar to live up to. So from the very beginning, it's like they've booked themselves into a corner. Seems like no matter how they change Decidueye, it's gonna be a wrong answer. But as it turns out, Kitana and Fedora? Yeah, nah. Ronin Hat and MMA, that's the play. Apparently making it mortal actually banged. How are you gonna be the best samurai in a lineup with Samurott?
Rowlet's coming in here a lot lower than I anticipated coming into making this video. So here's where I'm at. I still do like Rowlet. I've not retconned being straight on the Rowlet hype train. It was a valid decision, but there's something about it that I can't explain. It's like, you know how I said over time, the more you look at Tepig, it actually starts to look less bad. I kind of have the opposite with Rowlet. Not that it looks like a bad design suddenly, but for me, the longer you stare at Rowlet, the weirder it starts to look, and I have no idea why. Nah, it doesn't matter how long I give it a good ocular pat down for, and my brain deteriorates as I think it looks weirder and weirder, because weird isn't bad. It's still a top boy, I gotta give him that. I'll admit, I fell victim to the Rowlet hype train. I bumped that ticket so hard, I barely even considered choosing Litten. One of the rare times where the fire type starter going into the next generation got the least amount of press, it seemed. As I remember it, people were happy with Litten, but it was just vibing in the middle between everyone gassing up Rowlet and the rest of them were either doing a 20-minute stand-up set grilling Poplio or were part of some cult that praised Poplio, forming a Poplio defense league. And that's real. I was just joking about the EDL, but people actually did that one. I avoid spoilers for new Pokemon, so I had no clue this common house cat would one day become the macho man's first owner. No regrets with Rowlet because Decidueye is a weapon, so I know what I'm choosing for Legends Arceus. But whenever I pick up Alola again, Litten isn't going over my head this time. Because again, even without evolution lines in consideration, Litten is a trimmed up design, does the same as Chespin and uses a unique color palette compared to the rest of the fire starters. Remember that little quirky classic? I heard you like Mudkips. Heard you like Mud. You heard wrong, my man. Mudkip is Midkip when you're comparing it to half of the starters. But wait, nah, hear me out now. Heard you like Hoenn. Now that's a bit more like it. Because it's a tough lineup to compete with here. So tough that B+ bridging into A tier is apparently mid. I mean, what segment's this? 11 out of, well, really 24 if you're being serious. And that feels wrong. Because mid isn't something you could describe the Hoenn starters as, because I really can't decide. I just can't separate three certified bangers. Torchic is my guy, but I don't know how you can say there's a wrong option here. If you woke up late and Birch's lab had slim pickings, you'd still have a top shelf banger waiting for you. Actually, if you woke up late, Birch would have got mauled by a Zigzagoon. When out of all 9 taking evolutions into account for a second, you have Trico in like 7th place probably. That's how you know you've got an elite lineup of 10th birthday presents to choose from. Blastoise being my Kanto pick means I'm especially glad they kept it simple here. Everyone rates the Trapezius cannons easy, light work, nothing but a peanut. Just give them more firepower. Turn them into the kid who takes the water fight a bit too seriously, busting out military grade super soakers, the lad who freezes water balloons overnight before a 6-year-old's birthday party. They kept it simple. There's no need to overkill here, but he might just overkill you with that Magnum Dong. 135 special attack along with the Mega Launcher ability, that sets it up to be a lot more than a Roomba for Stealth Rocks. Yeah, Lugia's this mid. What are you gonna do about it? I'm so easy with anything Gen 2, so I thought I was gonna rate Lugia a lot higher here. I'm rating Lugia a lot more than the film critics did, I can say that much. Line Lugia up against the wall with every other legendary, and it's getting outworked here. The Pokemon designers really love that combo of long neck and grog belly. You'd think Mega Gyarados would have been made so that they could finally have it in the way that it was originally planned as a water dragon type, you know, before realizing that that would have been broken. But this is Gen 6. This is 2013. The future is now, old man. And there's more than enough ways to deal with water dragon types. I mean, they already did kind of work that out like 2 years after with Kingdra. They gave it the dark type instead. Although this isn't enough at all. 3 new weaknesses be damned. But Gyarados on its own was already a boss fight worthy specimen. Its kinda Hoenn counterpart Milotic would have made for a much better choice here. Big day for Luigi's Mansion coded Pokemon. When it comes to these new regional I mean, conveniently similar species, but are actually completely unrelated Pokemon, it's easy to think, why not the Pokemon who need it get the forms? You know, the weak and the boring ones. I see it both ways. Why not milk the creative juices on an already creatively lucrative design and just give us more bangers from existing bangers. You know, we don't need another boring Persian, just because Persian was already boring. But I've got to agree with many of yous here. The pre-evolved form Poltergeist is superior. You can't compete with how well of a design choice it is to make it seem as though it's emoting through the jar. The little Rayman hands holding the tea scooper, Sinister being a whole bowl of gaslighting goo, is a whole bowl of fun, but it's obvious this little fella is on the A side. I know where I'd be drinking my tea from, or my green mystery goo, unless he's full of monster. Now, I'm not going near him. They have different patterns though. The Poltergeists with monster energy inside of them, their jars would have a 5-finger death punch tattoo on the back of them. A bit too classy looking for that though, you'd think. Poltergeist for the sophisticated monster drinkers. Nah, I'm not like the rest of them goths. You know, yeah, fair enough. I do shotgun 4 monster tinnies a day, right? But I'm a bit more pinkies out about it. I didn't even realize when evolving it that the item required for evolution depended on the form. So I guess I just got lucky and found me the right Poltergeist for whatever teacup I randomly found in that cave next to that Sandshrew and his gang ready to release the hounds on me. Sandshrew be like when you knock on the door and ask your mum if the boys can come in to play. The core Gen 2 ones, they just have a different kind of charm to them, and Magby is exactly what I'm on about. I'd wager it's my favourite design out of the Magmars. I don't even have to think twice about whether or not I like him, but when I look at Magmar, my eyes have to check themselves at the door before sending the messages to my brain. The flaming hot Kinder Egg with frills on its sleeves goes to the same dentist as Donald Duck with a forehead double cheeked up Herculean style. You sure, pal? You want to try that again? The more you stare at Magmar, the worse it gets. I guarantee you, if this got introduced in Gen 5, its reputation would be that of a Simisear. If this were a Pal World original, it'd get rightfully grilled. You can see why a lot of people do like Magmar, but only because it's such a mutant. Magmar is so much closer on the freak spectrum to Jinx than many of you would care to admit. I always think if only Magby were designed first, maybe we could have seen a much more clean, less freakish looking Magmar instead. Even designing Magmortar, it's like they kind of had to tell him, just relax a bit, tone it down a little bit. Magby's got that Charmeleon, darker red shade. His face has nowhere near reached something resembling a Lux Maxim Platypus. It's just a solid baby Pokemon design with his little almost Zoomer trim and everything. A solid all-around Pokemon. I just hate to be the poor Ditto producing that 1,000-degree egg, because the name's obviously derived from Magma Baby. Or hey, Magmar's forehead bunda isn't bunda at all. This whole time he's just had a stacked top shelf. Snorlax has about 1 hour of the day free to himself that isn't eating and sleeping, so it's good to know he spends out limited free time getting plenty of action. This big boy season gets you having delay a raw Snorlax egg. The poor mothers. But what a strapping young lad they're left with. Munchlax getting discovered questionably late 4 whole generations after Snorlax. Possibly a bit of an absent parent in that case. The upkeep, the maintenance on this unit. 105 kilos of food to be consumed every day. Can't blame our old Cabigon. Cause that be gone too. Only 2 things get Snorlax out of bed. If you can't play the poker flute, music's not your thing, just get the bailiffs to knock on his door for overdue alimony payments. You know, he'll never wake up if you do that. There's really no way to work around that expensive caloric upkeep. I get a kilogram of chicken, £4.25. With his body weight, that's near 450 quid a day just to keep him mobile. I'll just have him necking down sunflower oil by the gallon. But even that, it's not gonna come cheap, is it? But as long as it's not relying on you for sustenance, Munchlax is one of the baby Pokemon you'd stick around for. Even just to see him, to witness 100 kilograms of food being eaten, it'd be a spectacle. An absolute unit of a specimen. The absolute unit. Munchlax is a flat 2 foot tall and would make weight to fight Tyson Fury this weekend. 230 pounds on a toddler's frame. Geez, the 5 speed was awfully nice of him. Might as well be walking the surface of Jupiter. It would take 70 Togepis to outweigh a singular 1 Munchlax, which also means Munchlax will require to consume 70 Togepis to hit his macros for the day. 2,100 Togepi a month. Just cease. Just stop at that point.
Toxel, the one prequel that actually would have been asked for. Toxtricity is a bit too big for the crib to be coming straight out of the egg. So it's another case where Toxtricity is a prized specimen. It's understandable you'd need to be a parent for a bit to earn one, unless you just go to like the lower left area of Paldea. They're just congregating about there. As far as baby Pokemon go, that is a premier design, and it has the luxury of not feeling too forced, not getting introduced in a later generation to its evolved form. Feels like a natural evolution line, and it serves a true purpose in determining which Toxtricity you end up with. Is your kid playing base or lead? Is he going to be heard playing live or not? A valid Pokemon to be a child, because if you really want these kids playing in front of sold out arenas, you gotta get them started early on the instruments, so you know right away whether or not that's a bust, so you can dive straight into plan B. The Beast Plan, baby, doing everything in your power to ensure your child becomes the next Mr. Breast. You don't want to be that guy who discovers their insanely talented boxer at age 37. Just chuck opportunities to them while their brains are still spongy and capable of learning. See if anything sticks. Doesn't even have to be guitar. Hand them my way, you may be seeing a Toxtricity saxophone form. I might have to cut my losses when I end up with the one existing Toxtricity jug blower. But hey, I'll still be proud of Toxel being in the top 1% of jug-based performers. Other people's Toxels growing up to play on stage at Glastonbury. I just know I'd end up with the Toxels whose maximum potential is to be something comically stupid, like a professional bumper car driver or Pokemon YouTuber. So many of these pseudos are just drywall smashers. It's all about how Salamence goes on a big old rampage, chucking Xbox controllers at the wall, or how you look slightly in Hydreigon's direction and it just saw red, bro. But the Goodra boys are a good pair of boys. An amazingly friendly Pokemon. You don't hear that too often with Pseudo Legends. After a slew of history-erasing monsters, Goodra coming in at Gen 6, bringing back the Pseudo Legend template of Chubby Village Oath, and then doubling up with the Hisuian form. Both of these are cut from a different cloth as Pseudo. Not even a cloth. Goodra runs over and hugs its trainer, leaving them covered in a sticky slime. Tyranitar gives its trainer a hug and leaves itself in a sticky slime. Out of these 11, if you heard they were single and in your area, only 3 of them wouldn't make you decide to live underground like a mole person, and Goodra is 2 of them, but only if you don't cross them or leave them, or whatever it is they don't want you to do. Neglect them of hugs and all that. Because these tubby rotund fellas might look more inviting than your standard Hydreigon, but it's packing a quick left with the force of 100 Mike Tysons. I mean, Goodra will scoop you up and nuzzle into your neck thinking you're a toddler like Tyson did to Haspula that one time. It's starting to add up. Like, Hitmonchan's whole gimmick is boxing, and it's getting shown up by something that looks like it stars in a TV show that airs straight after a double helping of the Teletubbies. Because the Goodras are the full package. All the makings to be insanely successful boxers. All the punching power in the world. But all it wants to do is give you a little hug. A good amount of Hisuian forms seem to be literal pseudo legends. None of that 600 base stat kind. Except Goodra, he's doubling up, along with one of the most resistant dual types, a type combination only worthy enough for the god of time. And the fridge-sized Zippo lighter. Those resistances and pseudo-legendary stats is asking for Goodra to be a complete weapon. Sadly for the Sliggoo and Goodra pair, that steel type is looking like a weapon to themselves. Looking like that type comes at the cost of mercury poisoning. I guess Gumi is safe apparently. It might not have the Hisui form, but definitely gonna have a Gumi pacifist form. That boy's gonna be staying home, keeping itself sheltered straight from the egg, living that level 1, 0 experience lifestyle. Gumi isn't starting beef with anyone. Never know when that next slither of experience is gonna turn him into a Sliggoo, give him that steel-type death sentence. Then you'd have the Gumis, who are just fed up, eating rare candies in bulk. Just take me now, Arceus. Come on, you just live down the road. For as depressed as these two seem to look, they're looking pretty good too. Mercury-poisoned, hyper-clingy Goodra and Sliggoo, that's a mad set of regional forms that they'd actually go for. Swampert is already a filthy little weapon. Then the Megastone goes straight to its forearms. Nobody is invading his swamp. Anybody tries, they get their face torn off as long as it's got that gorilla grip. And the Swift Swim ability ensures no one's face is safe from being removed, if the weather permits. I'd
don't even mind old Lizardon getting the spotlight here, because it actually needed it the most along with Sceptile probably. Charizard Y is a banger design looking exactly how you'd imagine a stage 4 Charizard to look. The Drought ability and Solar Beam combo is a nice one for the big orange lizard. But you are too greedy, Mr. Lizardon. Have to go up for seconds, don't you? I prefer the X form for Charizard no longer having the plastic paddy itself that they're a proper dragon, when we all know he's only like 10% dragon and 90% orange lizard, and the black with blue flames do be a vibe too. But the big dub here, not getting half sparked out by skimming stones on the floor. Big dub for the big black lizard. Wait, that big black dragon. I'm gonna have to go back on my word. I'm gonna have to look like a hypocrite for things that I said when I was 16. Manectric might have looked stupid to me 7 years ago, but over the years, it's grown on me. Especially since then, using it as a Volt Switch lead fairly often. I can appreciate the boy now. Even its comically large lightning bolt, I've grown to love. Because Manectric definitely looked like a middle stage evolution. And it always had a decent move pool, but not much tricep meat on him to utilize it as well as it could have. This Mega was highly warranted.
Cresselia isn't a bad first shot at a Moon Legendary, but I can't fault them if they wanted to save the good material for a potential Sun and Moon counterpart, ones that aren't made of Crayola model magic. Lunala's a simple but effective way to conjure up a Moon Pokemon. Your man's shaped like the moon, colored like the night sky. It's a big, jumbo-sized bat, the wings being how full the bat moon is. That's a nice design touch. Someone a long time ago, and hopefully now old enough to be funnier than that, might have told you, I like Mudkips. You saying I like Mudkips? You talking to me? That's some slander. I mean, I do like Mudkip. It is alright. But you must have misheard, because what your ears should be picking up is, I like Piplup, easily the Sinnoh starter of choice. It's got a slight bit of competition up in the big boys stages, but as it stands as a young'un, it's a no contest if you're comparing Chimchar and Turtwig to this. And I'm sorry, Oshawott? More like Osha who? Osha who cares? No wonder Hisui got its act together and started handing out Piplups by the time it got that Sinnoh rebrand. Look, I understand. I'm a Grookey man. Didn't look up the leaks for the evolutions. Kept myself nice and pure going into Gen 8. And then you see Thwackey for the first time. I was right there with you. Almost made me cave. Almost pulled off what Quilladin somehow couldn't with me back in 2013 and have me reset my save and go back and choose Scorbunny. Thwackey is leagues above your man there, but I can see how jarring of a shift this was, especially in 3D, along with the shift to yellow and coming off such an elite design like Grookey. You've just got to give it time to get used to, let it soak in a bit, because eventually you realize it's an oddly sleek design. The 3D doesn't do it justice at first. It looks like a guaranteed banger whenever you see it in 2D, and eventually you warm up to it. I don't know what's more sickening here, having to run back and forth across the Johto region just to finally catch the thing, or finding out just how many of yous watched the third movie a bit too much. Didn't realize just how much Beauty and the Beast awakened an entire generation, so I can't blame Entei for being a Roman legend. I'd be on the run to another country as well if I attracted that kind of fan base. Entei, definitely worthy of the clout of having to hunt down across the country, shirtless with a Bowie knife between your teeth, roaming the mean routes of Johto on the prowl.
Another attempt at someone taking Infinite Fusion into their own hands. It's a miracle this thing is even alive, let alone making the draft for Ash's champion team. Honestly, disqualify him. Right now, strip him of the title. Oak and the rest of the professors should shun him for this abomination to science. That's probably what me years back would have said, but this mutant has me all warmed up to it these days. And I'm not glory hunting just because Ash won the league with one of them, because I've not followed the anime since Pokemon Troze came out. Ash Ketchum could single-handedly win World War III, and in my eyes, he will always be that same jabroni that got punked out by a fresh out the egg sniper Snivy. I feel like Dracovish just shouldn't work. The guy should be scrounging off universal credit, but somehow this fella's definitely working. It's like when you're rummaging an empty kitchen for some easy hangover sustenance and you throw together like super noodles, those 3 Yorkshire puddings that have been starving in the freezer since Christmas last year, topped it off with McCoy's flame grilled steak and drenched a lot of it with expired Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, and whatever you've made somehow ends up changing the game for hangover scran. Dracovish is when you're getting desperate, the last resort drinks. All that's left at the house party is Tesco economy vodka and bar cream soda, but you mix the two together, take 1 sip, and now you got 20/20 vision. Shouldn't work, but absolutely does. That's exactly what Dracovish is. That Tesco vodka cream soda thing, I wouldn't be placing bets on that one working. I'd actually think you go blind mixing them. The colors make this one stand out a lot in a group of rocks. Dracovish is something that never should have been cooked to begin with, yet it's making most of the other fossils look like they could do with a bit more time in the air fryer. Celebi has this elite mythical aura to me because for the longest time, it genuinely felt like you would never legally own it, especially if you were playing on the Game Boy back in Gen 2. You missed that event, you don't know anybody who went to it, don't care if you've got every unknown piece, your Pokedex is taking a fat L for that one. Ironically enough, for a long time, the only chance you'd ever have of getting a legal Celebi was wandering across time. Apparently, I've only just found this out, you could glitch the game by turning a Sneasel into a Celebi egg. Okay, come on, 5-year-old me, you were slacking. Obviously, I should have deduced that the move Beat Up and Celebi shared the same index number of 251, and I could exploit that with a level 57 Sneasel to get myself a level 0 Celebi egg. What was I on, not picking up on that? Not only was Generation 5 a turning point for me as a player, it didn't just put me off the fire type for the first time, it actually made me opt for the grass type for the first time as well. My initial impression wasn't so much that I liked Snivy, but it was the lesser of 3 sidemen at the time. I couldn't bring myself to even consider taking an Oshawott or a Tepig back then. I'm trying to keep this as unbiased as possible and not compare them to their evolution line, but I still have to ask myself, do I really like Snivy more than most people seem to? Or is it just because I'm more interested in what it evolves into? Yeah, nah, Snivy's a banger on its own. Got one of those designs filled with personality to it. Looks like a proper Joker, doesn't he? If Snivy were your friend, he'd think it's funny convincing your other mates that up until age 14, you'd only ever eat food if it were cut in the shape of a dinosaur. And that's the smirk he'd give you when he somehow gets away with it and they all believe him. The most humble and least offensive beak of the lot, Articuno, is a few notches shy of easily the most offensive beak of the group, Zapdos. The face on him, if you were eating chips on a hotel balcony, Zapdos could steal them 2 stories above you. But whether you prefer Thunder or Lord Frieza, it's all good, because they're both a country mile ahead of whatever 2-star rated takeaway Moltres is being roasted in. The other 2/3 of the Swords of Justice are clearly the parts of the blade which are used to acquire other trainers' pocket money without having to beat him in a battle. I get that Terrakion is meant to be the more stout and girthy member of the 3 Musketeers or whatever they had going. Don't mean to body shame the quadruped trapezius. I'd be on the double vodka ways for them shoulders, but it's just nowhere near up there with Cobalion and especially Virizion for me. Now these are 2 Reggies I can get behind. No disrespect to the other Titans, at least the ones that have had at least 1 bath in the last 1,000 years. I wasn't expecting anything to ever be added to the Reggie lineup again. Could have gone down the easy route of just making him a yellow Regice, but nah, they had to go and give Darkrai just that much more sleep paralysis fuel. And then there's the lore of Regidrago possibly being the head to an ancient dragon. You know what that tells me? That tells me Regigigas isn't the big daddy of the golems. Your man is the stepdad. We've got to find all 5 pieces of Exodia for Regidrago and find the real Regidaddy.
Latios and Latias, probably the one case where the roaming legendary aspect makes the most sense. You don't even get Honeydicked walking up a hill and finding them somewhere only for them to dash before you can even whack the Pokedex out to get it registered. You're just going about a standard route and it's there chilling with some level 7 Puchienas. Unless you're playing the remakes and you just main character your way into being groomed by the champion so he just gives you one. Old games had you grafting, had to become champion for the pair of them to decide you were even worthy of walking the same patch of grass as them. You can't even look up the location on the Pokedex if you've not already had that lucky encounter. All you get is your dad in the living room like, what color's that right there? Is that red or blue? I don't know, blue? There's your hint, blue. Go out and sniff some clues.
Medicham is another Hoenn native that had all the potential there and it just wasn't tapped into. That's how you know the form has done exactly what it set out to do. I wouldn't be picking fights with something that's already predicted you are gonna pick a fight with them in the first place and starches you before you even know who they are. Makes Machamp look like a jabroni. Medicham has enough hands to throw to punch you in each individual area of your body at the same time.
Even Pikachu having his own isn't enough to take Togepi away from being the main character of the baby Pokemon. This Korean gobbo gets lugged about for a solid 300 episodes. No way it's not the most important one. Instead, Korean mythical gobbo brings bad and good luck to anyone. Specifically, the Pokemon Company, because I can only imagine this thing has shifted more plushies than a Japanese arcade. I wouldn't be surprised to find out Togepi was a top 5 merch mover in his prime. I'm pretty sure I've seen guys out wearing Hawaiian print shirts of Togepi's egg. And I'm only half certain they even know what they're wearing. Togepi's a rare case where the baby Pokemon is almost definitely the best design in its evolution line. And I'll say that to big up the whole lot of them. The entire Toge family are delectable monsters. There's a lot of Togepi lore out there, but it can be summed up very easily. It brings you good luck and stuffs you full of happiness. A constant stream of serotonin. Not even sure it's an egg, sounding more like a big pill. People would be going to raves with suspiciously Togepi-shaped bum bags in the queue. You can't imagine what Misty went through. The grinding calm down she must have had when Togepi left? Biblical. Apparently they all live on a little island called Togepi Paradise. Anime only stuff, and they're sent out to spread kindness into the world. And when that mission is complete, they'd return to their little gobbo paradise. Not fully sure on how they'd quantify kindness to know when said mission is complete. Could I just PayPal someone a tenner? Or do I have to get on Mother Teresa about it? Togepi itself just spawns kindness. So all you have to do is make appearances. Hey, I'll take requests, I'll do bookings, wakes, funerals, hen nights, divorce proceedings. Wherever you need it, I'm your man. I'm your anti-depression lifeline. I love me a good old monster with a bit of character behind him, with just a smidgen of looking completely stupid. And the Lekid checks off all the boxes there. Personality just radiating off the design. So many baby Pokemon require friendship to evolve and therefore reach adulthood. So if you were to hypothetically hand me any one of these to raise, you might as well go ahead and diagnose them with that Andy Milonakis syndrome. Look, if your evolution isn't edible, you better get used to breast milk. You're getting the teat for life. But a Lekid, I've got a little soft spot for it. You know, for a Lekid, maybe I will come back with the pack of smokes. I'll even let him bum on off me. Go on, gives you head, spark us up. My mentality is wrong. The title baby Pokemon comes with such annoying, life-ruining connotations. So if you called them puppy Pokemon, it'd be a complete game changer for people. I could take the whole lot in that case, except Smoochum. The rest will be getting the finest poffins a touchscreen could whip up. She'll be getting 5 solid pounds of dairy milk. But it's so true. If you think of them more as like getting a puppy, which you probably should anyway. Instead, it's a whole different situation. All of the chores of a baby, they become fun little quirks when it's a basset hound. With this distinction being made, having your living room covered in piss and chewed up furniture are two very different situations to tackle. A Lekid being a little menace. A baby, oh, that's your day ruined. A puppy though, oh, he's just full of character. Oh, he's such a little lad, isn't he? And when he gets out of line, got a built-in air jail attachment. Sentence him to time out on the toilet paper holder. He's a furry. Little friendo and all. Infant honey monster. So it wouldn't be like trying to stroke an amiibo. The proud doggo daddy community, oh, they'd eat him up. Actually, maybe less so, finding out that it has fur and doesn't have the texture of a Funko Pop. But we all rightfully should be rating Lekid, because he's the top don of the baby mons.
We're like halfway deep into this and I'm already on Sandslash. This really is a stacked set of forms. Look at this absolute unit. And not only ice, gets the steel type and all. The fastest Pokemon in any icy terrain. Steel claws like that and he's gliding up mountains like David Hasselhoff on the ocean. I refuse to believe there's any humans out there cruel enough to deny an Alolan Vulpix another case of planting the seeds for the real banger still, but on a roster of forms and designs this well done, as strokeable as it may look, it's gotta be set down a fair few, especially when it doesn't even get the fairy typing like it goes on to get as Ninetales. Even then, it's holding its own fairly well on this list given that it is still a pre-evolved form, because it's far above the peasant pre-evolved evolutions like your Grimers, your Geodudes, far and above that crowd of jabronis. Design clean as, yet doesn't overshadow the original all either. They're both great aesthetic counterparts to each other.
Your Butterfrees are exactly the kind of thing that should be getting the new forms, because it's finally got something going for it. Beedrill definitely got the better exchange of the two, but with that design buff up alone, I'm not complaining. Went from looking like a winged Wikiberry to this prized specimen. It even makes tornadoes that can blow away a 10-ton truck? Whoa! Whoa! I'm pretty sure Hariyama can well, one bang those. Jesus, imagine the mayhem a G-Max Hariyama would be getting up to at that rate. The dude's already G-Maxed up. Got more cake in them thighs than Alcremie. With everything else the Pokedex has said about the Giants. 10 tons? Yeah, that's not a huge one. It's a good thing you got looks, kid, cause go what else go for you. Butterfree can gust off like 0.0001% of Sandaconda's calling bag. I've taken enough heat for talking about starter Pokemon, so having to out one of these three as the bronze medal, that's pretty light work for me at this point. But Samurott has to be the one to bear that bronze cross. But not by a long stretch, because somehow they've managed to make all three of them decent enough bangers. I don't think anyone had an easy time choosing a starter this time around. Most difficult starter selection since 1996. Samurott was already a sound enough boy in its base form, so I'd actually say it's a good thing that they didn't do too much to change it. But if they went with that all-white shiny form as the main design, that might have actually done me in. I'd have to go back on a lot of my word, because just maybe I'd have willingly wanted an Oshawott for the first time ever. If you had a Pokemon game and at the start of it you had 27 choices now for any starter you want, each of their 8 and 9 professors merged their briefcases to spawn up that Gigantamax Seto Kaiba briefcase. In that situation, I'll trade you this shiny blue eyes or whatever you're grooming me up for here, Kaiba boy. Just take that 15th ball with the Oshawott in, and you can go ahead and trade them up into Samurott for me, and you've got yourself a deal. Maybe slide me in a couple million too, because I know you got the bags for it. Oshawott might just be my last choice at face value alone. But once you get past the dead stages, Samurott is far from the last option. Had a lot of growing pains along the way. Looks like it's from a completely different evolution line. Probably could have been a mythical Pokemon, yet it's the end result of these two. Looking like they local Route 7 with a 50% spawn rate. Even though Oshawott looks like you could find it with an old rod, it's only temporary for the undeniable Samurai Otter, and then that Hisuian form had to pipe up, which I have to say, it's probably a notch higher than the Unova one. I've only just gone into the Hisuian forms in a previous video. I'm not going to repeat myself too much on the Decidueye, but I'd say it holds up surprisingly well compared to all of the other ones. Not on par with a Alolan Decidueye for me, but you're going to be needing that Stretch Armstrong wingspan to be reaching up to the top shelf like that.
Kalos was kicking off with the fossils they excavated. Gen 6, hardest prehistoric lineup going, and it's not even debatable. Aemoras and Auroras, those fossils are kept at the top shelf. They do just be chilling.
Negative 240 degrees Fahrenheit.
Kinda chilling. They're not where the action is. They're not with the smooth brains in the jungles making their own prehistoric Premier League, kicking Ommonites about as footballs to keep themselves entertained until the inevitable Fat Deoxys lands and takes them all out with him. They stay safe in their little fridge world where they live without the fear of having their heads caved in by a beefy turtle's jaw. You'd think these two would have got the pass from an ice age happening, extinction wise. Maybe the entire species as a collective fell victim to each specifically getting crushed by the meteor. Did an ice age happen in Pokemon's world? Did a meteor hit the planet? This old man in the museum was waffling on to me about the moon landing happening July 20th, 1969. So I assume other aspects of Pokemon history have to match up to ours. But how far can we say? First it's the moon landing, landing. Second, it's Pokemon having its own Battle of Stalingrad. Two prize specimens, Aurora Borealis sauropods. At this time of year, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. Quite depressing, actually, if they were localized entirely in Principal Skinner's kitchen, because they just melt. They're not expected to live long because of the heat of the current environment, but I don't think that's any excuse. You could at least make the effort. You could take the initiative, alright? You could maintain them, chuck them in a cave full of Glalie to keep them frosty. Then again, they've developed Pokeball technology, something we could never hope to achieve, yet landed on the moon the exact day we managed to, so, you know, easy come, easy go.
How is it even a contest between Groudon and Kyogre? Not even just aesthetically. Kyogre gets mugged off on its own territory by something that's taken up, alright, I'll give him that 4 blocks of Minecraft space at least. Got the type and the home field advantage. Groudon's a striker in a wrestling match, but still gives Kyogre the business before Rayquaza comes down them stairs and starts undoing his belt.
Finally, some more Mustachemon representation. Maybe even the reason there aren't many mustache Pokemon to begin with when you've got King Gambit, the Pokemon with the mustache that'd shave you. If something like a Piloswine kicks off against a King Gambit, it might get his jaw spun, but hey, you'll probably get a nice skin fade out of it. But really, the skin fade isn't a favor. He's not trying to make you look fresh. He's not helping you pull all that gal pile of swines, you know what I mean? Alright, he's there to make you look like a loser. He's there so everyone can see that you were defeated at the hands of the king. As you can see, it's gone so untested, its hair's long enough to make a beanbag chair out of. Only the alpha Bisharps can reach this peak form. That's why this evolution happens. King Gambit is a reward, a status symbol. They all want to have a big scrap to compete where the grand champion gets the stool. The guy is pre-built with a throne. Biologically, he comes with a stump. All that grafting getting to level 52, paying your dues as one of the pawns, then taking out 3 of the top players of your species, and finally, Mother Nature was like, you know what, fair play. You can have yourself a bit of a sit down, go on. Got Bisharps sweating it out like, oh man, why can't I evolve already? My quads are killing me. Unfortunately, a king that's been given directions by an absolute peasant of a champion. Gita might raise the first King Gambit to actually use his legs. The state of this team, right? That's it, I'm off. Shouldn't be taking any orders from her. King Gambit, use Koto Cleave. Aren't you listening, King Gambit?
Hey, Gator, I'm a king first and a buddy second.
The true Alpha Bisharp. I think near enough every Pokemon can learn the move Headbutt, but I think that needs to be disallowed a bit, because something's telling me a Headbutt of King Gambit, that's going to be doing a bit more to your man there than 70 damage. Your HP bar's not going to go down to red and start beeping, it's going to go to nothing and start flatlining. Should have the attack power more along the lines of, you know, like Guillotine, Fissure, a double kick off steel toe-capped Hitmonlee. Can fully see why they've mostly had to shift from things like friendship evolution mechanics. Increasing your friendship points with Bisharp to get that King Gambit sounds like a lost cause. Taking him downtown for some back rubs, that masseuse is leaving that interaction with less fingers than Mewtwo.
Can we just take a good moment to appreciate just how mad it is Annihilate is a thing? Would you have ever imagined Primeape getting an evolution looking like one of those Dragon Ball Z fan art drawings you'd see in 2007 named like Goku Super Saiyan 7? So much rage that its physical form just couldn't hack it.
A tale as old as time. One's gamer rage, sending them straight to a shallow grave.
I've been saying since Zarude, we need more monkey Pokemon. Not just your standard ones, we got plenty of them. We need ones that'd rip your face off like they're peeling the screen protector off your phone. I don't think I'll ever see a Pokemon with more face-tearing energy than Annihilate. This menace, he'd rip your arms off and be waiting at the entrance to the afterlife to greet you with your own handshake. Your beef with Primeape or Annihilate is for life and death. You're just running for eternity. Beefing with Annihilate is a bigger commitment than marriage. In death, you will not part with Annihilate. He's waiting on the other side just to spark you out again. If there's an afterlife after the afterlife, he's gonna make sure you find out. Your best bet really, just be in a coma. on the limbo between life and death and hope it doesn't track down the hospital you're at. I don't even think it goes to the afterlife, actually. I think it decides to stick around post-mortem just because it wasn't done inhaling all of the smoke. The Paldea region to this weapon is just a country-sized smoking area, a continent-sized octagon. But hang on, Arceus, no, don't beam me up just yet. Did that Lechonk just look at me funny? Yeah, I think that Lechonk just looked at me funny. Come here. And the Pokedex used to pipe up saying Primeape looks peaceful in death. Hey, Dexter's getting a lot of trainers sent to the Shadow Realm gaslighting them like that. Oh, which one of your Pokemon died? Primeape. Your Primeape died. Nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry, you're good. Sorry. It's telling me this looks peaceful in death. Primeape looks like it's 17 Stellars deep and just watched Harry Kane miss the penalty against France. And every single creature that makes eye contact with him is the missus. The biggest menace walking the mean streets of Paldea. Easily annihilate. The guy looks like his name is banned from being said out loud on school grounds. And at least that name sounds threatening enough to fit the bill. With how they're naming some Pokemon these days, you're lucky it didn't get called something like Chimpangri. It is well outside the depths of my knowledge to know what you'd need to gather in order for this thing to perish. All I know is that there's probably 7 of them and they're scattered across the planet. What do you even go for first? The Dragon Balls? Chaos Emeralds? Horcruxes? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Like, did you gather those and just chuck them into the designated Minecraft lava pit? Is that how Voldemort got folded? Because as a kid, I got bored on the 4th Harry Potter. Are Horcruxes not like little goblin characters, like Jinjos, that you collect around Hogwarts? Your mask remains similar to its Unova counterpart, making for one of the more underwhelming regional variants, but all for a good reason. Because once slapped around 49 times or more, and once thrown under a bridge in the wild area, the real regional form of your mask spawns up. Because Rune Rigus is mad, like in the best way possible. How does this exist? You couldn't have gone much better than this creatively. You could have just done a peasant Cofagrigus form that's just a dirty plank of wood with arms. They go all out and give us a carved ancient painting that retains all of the horrific memories behind the picture carved into it. One touch, and those memories could be yours. No, I tell you, there's a lot of bored and awfully lonely people back in them ancient times, spending their days carving many things into walls. Slot machines apparently would have made the old games 18 plus today. I'm sure there's plenty of ancient artwork and some of those Rune Riggers roaming about. They'd get the 18 plus rating a lot quicker than a few slots. Darumaka and Darmanitan were top-level choices for the Unova region. Bring them over to Galar, and there's no botches to be seen still. Top-level design in any region it develops in, apparently. Who'd have thought a snowman would come along with some of the heaviest hands in the game? The Alpha Abominable Snowman. Crabominable wishes it could even step into the same ski lodge as Galarian Darmanitan. Crabominable couldn't even top up ice for Darmanitan's drinks, let alone go punch for punch with it, especially since it still has that Unova blood going through it with the Zen mode, the exclusive ice and fire dual typed mon. Now would you really want to start a fight with a snowman willing to set itself on fire just to spark you out? That's a snowman with nothing to lose right there. Look, whatever butterfly effect you've set off, if I'm Valiant ends up existing, you got the bad ending. I've no clue what banana skin you managed to comically slip up on to lead up to the universe where a madman once again decides to try and make the most powerful psychic Pokemon. They just had to go try and one-up the Don Giovanni himself, scientist with the intellect to make Iron Valiant, smart enough to turn Robot Wars from a show that gets aired at 2 AM on Challenge into a wide-scale conflict, yet can't figure out which HDMI slot the Netflix is on to watch the first movie. After seeing, or at least heavily implied, Mewtwo explode his creator's brains in, they might actually fill out the risk assessment sheet before undertaking this project. They'd regret ditching their 9 to 5 for this, begging to get back their day job of fusing giant Russian men into Harryhammers. No, trust me, I've watched the first movie. Mewtwo Returns as well, watch that one as well, and if it gets out of hand, we'll just put on the Harryhammer suits and slap the piss out of it. And if for whatever reason that goes wrong, I've got a bunch of rocks here, so we can bash its head in. This can't beat the classics, eh? Mega Gallade and God of War finally filled in the gaps and conjured up a non-binary form. What do you know? Well, that's just my luck. And it's just only me. Just went to make the strongest psychic type. What do? I only went and made the strongest fairy fighting type. Can't do anything right, can I? Well, into the hydraulic press you go. The only paradox with more than one Pokemon influencing how it evolved in the future. They could have played on that more with 2 existing Pokemon that would eventually develop into a pair of common ancestors. The paradox form being the future result could actually have been the best way to incorporate fusion Pokemon in a sense, without it seeming really forced or contrived.
I reckon it's fair to say Iron Valiant, a universal banger in lore, in design, in a dust-up outside a dodgy casino at 4 AM. Less so a dust-up for Valiant though. It might be from your perspective a throw-in-hands job. For Valiant, it's more of an Agent 47 job. You can't tell me otherwise, especially when that shiny form is looking so cold. All the future Paradox shinies are steel looking, but it specifically makes Valiant look like a proper killer.
Snorlax might be passable as a Mario 64 world, but Gigantamax Blastoise is looking like a Mario Galaxy level, about 30 bullet bills at a time stored up, just begging to fulfill their 10-second lives. That classic, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Trust the process. They gave it the Mega Form and said, hey, let's give them more cannons. They gave it a Giga and they said, hey, let's give it more cannons. So much firepower, it can't even accurately aim all of it. If I'm the big blast, I'd just go all in and having no ability to aim. I'm just gonna be spinning on my belly, firing off the whole shell, and if you get hit, it's your own fault. It's accumulated an inconvenient amount of mass. It's got the kind of mass that stops you from being able to function like a normal creature, like a bodybuilder who's had a sticker put on his back. Even in the base form, Blastoise has probably had the same itch on his back for like the past 20 years. Then you go and give it even more meat to spin around with. Looks left and right before crossing the street, has to move the same way a Hitmonlee does. But I would argue it's all worth it to become an actual Dreadnought. Warship Blastoise. In a list with an Iron Cyclops, Toxtricity is still the most metal Pokemon going. Poison infecting its brain, roaming about, contaminating the land, wielding the lightning guitar. At the end of a gig, Toxtricity does the guitar smash, takes the crowd out with him. I respect the hustle. That way, you always headline the show. It makes sure that the venue always puts you on last, so the crowd hasn't already been wiped out for the rest of the bands, turning the best Gala boys into a damn radio tower. If Toxtricity weren't such a menace, Team Rocket probably would have tried to hijack him by now. He definitely, exclusively played bangers too. Obviously, the most metal Pokemon going. King-sized Toxtricity.
When it comes to playing God and all of that stuff, with Dracozolt, they were cooking something there. They played God and won. This is the perfect compromise of freakish and prehistoric. Big chubby wubby gamer goddess on the back, and just a Weeman on the front. This size imbalance is like fusing Rasputia Latimore from the hit movie Norbit and Norbit from the hit movie Norbit. It kicks your whole cave down with the 400-pound back end, and when everyone goes after him, he quickly flips around to the front side like,
Whoa, I'm just a little guy. Come on, you wouldn't hurt the little guy.
the colors, the size imbalance, it should all feel so wrong, but it bangs so right. This goes to show the fossilized Drake is the main player here. Scientists, archaeologists, whoever better be working on the daily trying to find that top half. What do you mean you found 500 Drake pieces and every single one of them is fossilized Bunda? Some days, the number one for me is a lowland muck. Some days, it's Ninetales. I was close to it even being Sandshrew. But today, it was almost Cursula. Corsola 2, kind of a package deal here. Corsola getting a regional form was a banger enough. Then they had to spoil us even more and go and give it one of the most creative evolutions going. Imagine looking at Corsola back on your dimly lit Game Boy Color, and imagine that in 20 years, those 20 adorable pixels would become death in a pot. Xurkitree is one that I love the idea of. Freaky design, nothing else like it. Really tell me we're ever gonna get a Pokemon like this again. This is what your tarot card reading aunt thinks a 5G tower is. Whatever region these are native to, Xurkitree is their equivalent to Sudowoodo. If Ultra Beasts aren't ever coming back, come on, at least throw us a few Ultra Beast regionals. They already exist, you know, make them fly about to a different region and see how they turn out. You can make this thing a fairy type, obviously, make it get a big set of fairy lights. Can make it look a bit more inviting. Because as it stands now, Xurkitree in practice makes me really happy that the closest thing to a Pokemon I'm ever going to see in my lifetime will be behind a £25 entry fee and 12 inches of bulletproof glass. Because what a menace to society these would be. Could be every hustler's dream. Looks like it was AI generated to rig your electric meter and pry copper out of people's housing. There's just no middle ground. Xurkitrees being common would either revolutionize electricity or we're just done. That's it. Packing it in for good. It's going up in the loft, buried under the Christmas decorations. It's either massively keeping in or putting every Sparky out of business. I reckon it depends how quirky he's feeling. Maybe he's in a bit of a fry every bit of wiring within a 30-mile radius move. You know, he's funny like that. Maybe he's feeling like having a bit of a goof around. And have your phone charged slightly slower. Careful if you're browsing Twitter these days, might just juice up the voltage enough to burn in your screen at the right time and permanently brand Whitebeard's nudes on your screen. I don't actually care that much about the destructive side of these. I prefer the prankster side to them that they could be. I don't want to see solar flare everyone's device circuitry. More every day, flicking your plug switches on and off. Casual, inconvenient circuitry. Imagine having to explain to your lecturer for a late project hand in, like, yeah, nah, sir, I'm sorry, I just had no power this past week. Caught a Xurkitree flossing his teeth with the inside of my flat's fuse box. Yeah, sure it was. Alright, last time it was, oh, Buzzswole drank my nan. Now you're blaming the Xurkitree. Alright, just sit down, mate. Entei made the box office. Suicune made the box. Raikou got... You got fangs? Now, Raikou is very underrated compared to the other two. An underrated design aspect for Pokemon in general. The Purple Rain mane, literally built with thunderclouds. I have to rate it highly enough considering there's a 5-minute loop of me saying the name Raikou out there for some reason. Okay, I get what 2014 me was on about there. The name is actually very satisfying to say. Raikou. 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 Hello. Raikou.
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 Hey, Raikou, come here, Raikou.
I can see why people dislike Reshiram and Zekrom. They're peak examples of Pokemon hitting its, I guess, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds phase, if that makes sense. But once you embrace the change, once you say, hey, who cares if it's getting a bit too digital monster for my liking, they're a good pair of front cover legends. You can say what you want about the Kyurem forms making it look a bit overkill, making Reshiram and Zekrom look like Transformers, but instead of turning into Lambos and fire trucks, they turn into nuclear power reactors, but these two are a clean pair of front cover contenders. Even after Kyurem gets its grubby 3-inch biceps wrapped around one of them and fuses, they look overkill, which is usually a red flag for me, but they look overkill in just the right way considering what they're meant to be. There's always that inconsistency between who really was the first Pokemon. Is it Arceus? Is it Mew? Is it some kind of time paradox where they're both the first one and it keeps looping over? If it is a time paradox and Arceus created time, then Arceus created itself? Alright, you know what? Who even cares about the debate here? There isn't one. Because all you have to do is just look at Arceus and you know what it's about. Created the universe, made the gods of time and space, says he got a driver's license. Oh, you can be every type. All right, you know what? We get it. Relax. You can put the CV away. God, we know who you are, all right? You ascended to this interview. Don't even know why you drive. Arceus made Groudon to shape the Earth's land and specifically had him conjure up a region shaped like itself. And it might not be noticeable in land form, but what a clean design they managed to slap onto a Pokemon whose gimmick is Jesus' dad. The Alpha Pokemon, which implies the existence somewhere of the Sigma Pokemon. Rowlet and Decidueye blinded me a bit to the other Alolans. The Litten evolution line is actually a lot more clean than I gave it credit for. It shouldn't have taken a Smash Bros trailer for me to appreciate the machismo of Incineroar. That kind of gimmick is tailor-made for me, a Pokemon pro wrestler. I know I autopilot a bit going through Gen 7, willingly or not, but of all things, this didn't deserve to go over my head. Its pre-evolved forms have banger designs too, Houndoom being one of my top guys overall. It's no surprise that the black and red check off the right nodes going off in my brain.
That trigger-happy hedgehog infected my brain at a young age.
Anthropomorphic, looking like a fursuit? Yeah, no, you're right. Two things which can easily be red flags for me with Pokemon sometimes. Hit and miss traits, alright? But definitely a hit with me here. Right from the top rope with our mean elbow drop from the furry king, Randy Savage. It's enough of a stretch as it is, believing that humans would stand any chance at all in the Pokemon world. Whatever universe Roaring Moon is from, it's not the one we know, because humans aren't making it far with these flying about looking for prey. They are the seagulls of the beach, and you are a mere chip that fell out of the bag waiting to be swooped upon. In a world where Roaring Moon exists, humans are discovering the Shadow Realm before they even discover fire. I mean, this thing gets flamethrower at level 42. Maybe you discover both at the same time. Humans would only survive these dark ages if they adapt to live like the Digletts. Only the mole people would outlast the Roaring Moon, because this is dead on what you'd imagine a lethal prehistoric Pokemon to have been like. A faster Salamence with larger biceps than the Dark type? Thing probably uses Dragon Dance like Chernobyl just kicked off. People 20 miles out feeling the heat radiating off him. Power that transcends the multiverse. Gonna have Goku waking up in a cold sweat, confused as to why he's fully bricked up. I understand the Master Ball for Roaring Moon. You'd be on your knees praying to all 18 forms of Arceus if this weapon manages to break out that ball. No exaggeration, because I understand there's a lot of terrifying Pokemon out there, but how many outright come with the warning should be avoided at all costs? The professors are like, all right, 99% of the Pokedex we'll have to do. No, really, it's fine. It's fine. Take the certificate. Please take the certificate. It's just not worth it. All right, and I'm telling you, you're not going for Roaring Moon. That's an order, all right? I can't have another 10-year-old's blood on my hands just so I can update Bulbapedia. My first reaction to Flutter Mane, kinda dead. First gander had me thinking it's just a Mischievous who got a hold of Elon's barber, got that hookup for some top shelf hair plugs, managed to get a hold of Joe Rogan's pharmacist while they were at it. They both have a solid 2-foot of growth on that dome, definitely eating cereal with the juice every morning. Mischievous could use the HGH hookup, fair enough. But I thought maybe more could have been done here. Once again, I've been gaslit by the third dimension. 2D artwork. You've swayed me in my fickle mind once again. And my headcanon, and you can't tell me otherwise, this is exactly how a Mischievous evolution would have happened if it got one in Gen 2, instead of Gen 4 with the more simplistic style. And looking back, it doesn't look clapped in 3D, in all fairness. It doesn't look bad. I was just wrong. I guess the official art being released just opened my third eye in a sense. And that ghost fairy typing, like the pogo stick Pokemon that I've already manifested, it's gonna happen, or at least semi predictions. I semi-called this one because I wanted a Miss Major's regional form for Gen 8. I don't think any of us would have thought the idea would have gone to a 66 million year old Mischievous, a statistically yoked up version of Miss Major's. Nah, there's no chance it's not getting the hookup with Joey's dealer. Thing was asking to get banned being pumped up with the kind of sandwiches that make your head grow, along with the stats and typing to show for it. In conclusion, not natty attainable. Flutter Mane's piss could burn Paldea's land a second Area 0. The AI professor looking down on you, slinging Master Balls like the game has some kind of item duplication glitch. I mean, surely. The game's far too airtight for that kind of thing. Come now. It was a great shout not paying attention to any of the leaks for this final area. Because if you go in blind, you've got no idea what's emerging from those 6 slots. What ghoulish specimens potentially await? Slitherwing actually took me a second to digest, because it's not just an easily recognizable Volcarona with a bit of steel plating wrapped around it. It's an actual variation of the creature. So what if Volcarona was solar powered? Nah. Here's what you do. What if Volcarona were a 4-wheeler and could absolutely lamp you? I couldn't even tell you what the most efficient way to fight him was at my first instinct. My mind just went, look, just get rid of it. Okay, just concussive force, all right? Fire. Let's do fire. Not the Pokemon type fire, just fire. Maybe it's a deception tactic, because you see it roaming across the grass, and I don't think anyone looks at this and assumes, oh yeah, that's a fighting type if I've ever seen one, yeah? Expecting a puny bug slinking around the place, only for him to pop up on 2 feet and close combat you a new hairline. Slitherwing, as a top shelf Paradox form, is of course gonna slither its way into the top bracket of this list. Really is something special. The perfect blend of being so terrifying, yet so huggable. Do you think it's worth the potential close combat being laid into you if, you know, You just tried to get close enough to stroke its fur? Do you think it's worth getting your hairline blitzed back 5 inches? In this reporter's opinion, the answer is sadly, yes. Whoever drew these concept sketches in-game, they really done Violet dirty. Set them up for nothing. Then they go and make it out like Entei was contributing the dominant genes for Paradox Suicune. But as much as I still want to see how this fusion would turn out, I can't complain at all with Walking Wake. I'm not disappointed we ended up with Smooth Brain Suicune, lumbering about, showing off its wonky hexagon.
With all these videos I've done, I'm actually surprised at myself that I've never thought of anything along the lines of Cleaver. It's a perfect blueprint, really. Take any mon which is physically weaponized and see how they turn out with a different weapon to base them on. Cleaver is a banger take on that concept. I'm all for the Cyphers and Kabutops of the realm getting these weapon add-ons. Give Kabutops a pair of maces to swing about. Give Hitmonlee a pair of steel toe caps. How about a Glaswegian High Street Bishop form where its arms are 2 giant screwdrivers? Not everyone's gonna want a third wheel tagging along on a pair of fan favorites, but I for one welcome the Lumberjack Bionicle.
Classic monster is your man, the Big Tyrant. Did what Baxcalibur failed to do, being Pokemon's Godzilla. And it's arguably the reason why Baxcalibur is so underwhelming, when this is the industry standard right here. I criticized Baxcalibur for its stance, its design looking like it had to be Godzilla proportioned so a stuntman could wear it like a costume on set. The same could definitely be said for Tyranitar, but the stuntman proportions here, I don't think it looks detrimental to the design, especially coming off something like Pupitar. There really isn't anything pseudo about Tyranitar. One of the original Pokemon to really destroy any kind of canonical power scaling for these little mutants. Tyranitar, immune to any sort of attack, knocks down mountains like it's checking the family into a Premier Inn for the night. A portable disaster. An ice cream van of earthquakes coming down to your neighborhood every now and then and changing the entire landscape around you. Waking up for work and realizing your house is in a new city. That's the 5th time this year I've unwillingly moved town because of that dickhead. Tyranitar, he just has to show up thinking he owns the place, playing about with my front street like it's Roller Coaster Tycoon, shifting my house 20 miles down the road. Real funny, big man. It could have its perks though. You know, on one hand, it's a lot of destruction. An absolute nightmare for the council and neighborhood watch. Remain in your homes. Tyranitar's still at large, steaming drunk from last night. He's rampaging all over the ring. Homes destroyed? Yeah. Heavy civilian casualties. Almost definitely. But hey, no school today, boys. I'd be buzzing, listening to the radio, seeing if school's still on, like a snow day, watching Tyranitar from your bedroom window in the distance. Nah, this is sick. Like, if he keeps going, we might even get 2 or 3 days off and all. Knowing my childhood, I'd be sat in the car like, oh, gee, why is it always my school? Why is it always just my school that's still open on the Tyranitar days? All the other schools get a day off, and we're still expected to do science when the Richter scale's going off. A prime weapon. No one can dispute Garchomp's claim to the pseudo-legend throne. Would you dare question a creature scientifically classified as gargantuan chomp? How cocky do you have to be to step up to the big munch? It's like they threw a set of darts at a board full of dangerous specimens and merged them all together. Right, we've got Hammerhead Shark. Alright, that's a good start. Alright, next. Carcharodontosaurus. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right. And lastly, Grim Reaper. Right on. Pocket monsters are back on the menu. Oh, but maybe those 3. It's a bit too threatening, isn't it? Too dark? You know, it's still a Japanese creature meant for small children. I'll throw one more dart at the fun board instead to balance it out a bit. All right, let's see. Landed on Easy Jet. So it's Hammerhead, Carcharodontosaurus, Grim Reaper, Easy Jet. Alright, this has some legs. Let's get designing, boys. I don't even think you need to look at Garchomp to know it's packing a 600 base stat. I reckon you could smell Garchomp from a mile away and already know it's a pseudo legend. Like sensing Freezer arriving to Namek. Out of all Pokemon discovered in the Hisui region, there are many reasons why humanity in that region is hidden away in one remote village in the bottom corner of the map. And Garchomp makes up for about 70% of them reasons. An airborne hammerhead dinosaur Grim Reaper Shark, flying about at max speeds, consumes entire flocks of bird Pokemon whole. You wouldn't even know what's happening to you with that coming towards you. Teeth like razors, and you never have to chew. At max speeds flying into them, it'd feel the same as eating dust. It might as well consume those bird Pokemon off the end of a key. Tyrantrum, what an alpha specimen. You see like an Omastar, you don't question how it got wiped out. Tyrantrums are the ones where you're like, oh, okay, now I'm understanding. Now I see why they had to hire Sephiroth to wipe you lot out. If Caracostas are munching Omastars and no-selling how sharp the spikes are, think what I was saying, there's levels to this. Tyrantrum is then consuming Caracostas in the same manner. To be honest, I even reckon as a child in its Tyrant days, it'd still be taking on the more weaker Caracostas. But sadly, they specifically prey on Enamoras, not even the fully grown Auroras. They're a bit crafty about it. They go for the younglings who haven't learned any good ice type stab moves yet. Tyrantrum, that's enough now. Come eat Omastar's like the rest of us. But really, they're gonna eat whatever that jaw craves. The kingpin of ancient times, seen as invincible, has the jaw strength to crush cars into cubes. Not that it would ever come into contact with one. About 100 million years off. About as likely as Caracosta getting his car in. But you never know. Just in case a loud courser happens to be waking up the jungle at 2 AM, he's armed for the job. It's not completely restored. Implied to have had a feather-like coat. So I think it's implying the whole like, dinosaurs are actually now chickens. That thing you'd see as a interesting factoid one might ponder on Facebook in like 2011. You're saying the invincible kingpin, tyrant of the prehistoric world, might have been an 8-foot-tall dragon chicken. Take my Reddit gold immediately, kind stranger.
There he is, your man out of the Kanto birds, gotta be Zapdos. And this isn't even just my own scuffed opinion about how efficiently it would scran your takeaway at a convenient distance. Moltres, super effective against Articuno. Articuno, super effective against Zapdos. Okay, alright, fair enough, you got my boy there. But Zapdos, I don't want to say this pun, but electricity sparks out the parries. Yeah, enjoy that flying liability. Try not to hit any rocks on the floor after Zapdos tucks the lot of you in for bed. Shiyu, a mythical goldfish that has a real secret legendary aura surrounding it. It just looks like you found something special or incredibly cursed. This far surpasses anything Mordecai and Rigby could botch. Shiyu feels like once you've cracked into his safe, the entire planet gets hit with a destiny bond, swims through the sea of lava it surrounds itself with. You know, Shiyu's just a Diglett, isn't it? A magma Diglett. A Macargo who didn't gas up his skill set for the job application. A perfect summary of how grateful I am to be living in the times we do and as a human, instead of being a semi-sentient houseplant of a creature 4 billion years ago, having to hang around Lileep and Cradleys waiting to fulfill my life's vocation to be devoured. My favorite fossil lineage, the Lileep and Cradley family, based on predatory ghostfish, traps animals inside until they get digested. An ambush predator! I get it for Cradley, but it's quite the description for Lileep. He just looks like a freaky little fella out of Zelda Minish Cap. But Cradley, fair game. If anything, that description undersells the horror. They didn't pull a Kabutops and lose the horror aspect here. It only gets more terrifying. You have the mystique of Lileep's eyes and what its face could be in the darkness, just like Kabuto had. But this time they keep that and even expand on it with Cradley's, I guess you could call them, glamour muscle eyes. The tentacles extend 3 times the size, gives you a big old grab, digests you alive with the tentacle acid before it's even consumed you. Get you nice and juicy before consuming whatever goo is left of you. That's what I'm all about with these two. Such a one-of-a-kind Pokémon. They're just so unique. Unique to look at. Uniquely frightening.
Melmetal decided to take the Frankie post-time skip approach. Looking like you'd need to learn a strength HM to move those boulder shoulders. Armed with the kind of belly piercing that dictates wars. If you were getting invaded by an army with this as the main event weapon, you better hope your country comes up with a G-Max scissor with 2 giant wrenches for clamps. Loosen the nuts and hope he just spills all over the floor. From Iron Giant to Boneless Peter Griffin. The hardest punch in all of Pokemon. Pokemon, you wouldn't even be the hardest metal in the back of most Irish vans. This unit probably causes more accidental damage picking out belly button lint than many armies have caused intentional damage.
Manaphy isn't the only mythical that can produce offspring. Luckily, another mythical happened to suddenly spawn after 3,000 years, who's far more worthy of Ditto's precious plowing time. Hey, Ditto better not play too rough with him down the daycare district, said to deliver the strongest punch in all of Pokemon, and yeah, there's not gonna be a Pokémon alive that's gonna call his bluff on that one. Meltan had probably the best mythical reveal.
They worked us all, brother.
Got us all thinking Niantic botched the servers and had some little placeholder sprites start spawning, and I can't blame us all for getting worked. Little Nut didn't look real at all. Luckily, it was legit, because that product of the unholy binding of iron and purple goo can actually evolve again to keep the Melmetal species going. All it takes is a humble 400 candies in Pokemon Go. You can't evolve them in the games yet, apparently. Best get your running shoes on. Maybe you have to whack out the Mac Bite for this one. The top puncher in the game doesn't come cheap. Gotta pay its worth in calories. Grookey really had to go and do it to him. Chimp Charcoal really getting exposed here. Turns out you can have a monkey starter with a bit of charisma behind him, looking so sleek in comparison. Not even just a Chimchar, to any starter going, almost. Even with the top set PE Rabbit, Galar made its starter choice way too easy. If you had Grookey down in Kanto, you wouldn't catch Ash sleeping in. He'd have 20 alarms set. He'd have a half-hour long Wallace and Gromit machine that drops an anvil on his head 4 hours before Oak's lab even opens. Have to make sure you're first in line to cop that Grookey. Spawn us that monkey, Sammy. Arguably, Pidgeot needed this form way more than any of the other 47. Not only is the design a simple and effective glow-up, its stats and ability are too. It went straight from being outclassed by all other flying types to leading the pack. No Guard alone is enough to separate Pidgeot from all the other birds concussing themselves with every brave bird they pull off. Flying Stab guaranteed to land with Hurricane. Before Megas and the Fairy type came into play, Mawile was looking as tragic as Sableye, even hung out with him in the sweaty dark sumo caves. 105 attack might not seem like a big deal, but with the huge power ability, his attack is just factory set to be doubled. No wonder why his jaws can piece up boulders like a hippo scranning on a watermelon. Sizzle's clamps are mere litter pickers compared to these jaws. No one was rating Beedrill. A horde of these things couldn't even get the dub against a 10-year-old and a yellow mouse. You hear about all of those BuzzFeed level theories about Ash being in a coma since the first few episodes, but if even just one of those Beedrills knew how to Mega Evolve, and who knows? All I'm saying is that theory, it'd still be wrong, because they'd get straight to business, skip straight past the coma. Ash would be gone. He'd be going straight from Kanto to Sinnoh, because he'd be paying Arceus a visit real quick if Mega Beedrill spawned. Maybe you'd be seeing Giratina. Up to this point, the last time most people thought about Beedrill was when they were 4 years old, using it as an evolution tutorial. Now I know it's far from the strongest Mega out there, but it's almost definitely the most necessary. The design goes in, and it just might have the biggest gap in power that Mega Evolution has caused. Xerneas goes way under the radar for legendary Pokemon. Even back in Gen 6, you'd think the headline act for the newly introduced Fairy type would be a bigger deal than a keyring. If this came out in any other generation, maybe it would have got that attention. But it just had to be in Gen 6, where almost everything got overlooked by the Nostalgia Act Pick Me Boy Mega Evolutions. Might not be as X-shaped as Yveltal is Y. Might have to bust out the jean short wide stance to pull it off. And with a name like Xerneas, you can already tell his votes are going towards Calyrex, but it's by far one of the most clean looking legends on the market. I can't even complain that Gen 8 went with another dragon type that late in the franchise. You can't help but let it slide when it's got the dirty combo of being a ghost type as well, because it's still leagues ahead creatively than a lot of Pokemon out there. Dragapult throwing his name in the hat for Father of the Year right next to Benoit, using your own kids as like torpedo ammunition, the ultimate expendable resource. children. Can always just make more of them, eh, Dragapult? It's easy. And it's not just shooting them out for fun, like pushing them high in a swing. This sneaky demon is shooting them out of its forehead at the speed Garchomp flies. So Dragapult is on another level of speed, blitzes past the supposed Mach speed Pokemon. I reckon he flies about getting all the best Sky Scran before Garchomp even has the chance to eat anything. By the time Big Munch makes it to where all the tastiest birds would have pinned, Dragapult's already consumed a lot of them. All the chicken nuggets roaming the sky, and Garchomp showing up late eating nothing but clouds. The sky's equivalent to the broken McFlurry machine. A power boost that isn't needed in the same way that Alakazam didn't need it. And it too shares a slight case of main character syndrome along with Lucario. But first off, the design rising up from the ground and that white shiny form is looking spicy. But man, I can't ignore that Shadow Tag ability. That powerful, and you can't escape. If you don't have something hand-tailored to deal with this, then I'm afraid that's Gaga. This is just plain evil. Illegal. There should be legislation passed to prevent any entity from getting this kind of power.
Gengar's another Charizard case. If those eyes and smile fit on any product, then that product is just lactating to be monetized. But again, when you have forms like this, man, you can milk that chunky ghost for all it's worth, because whatever they seem to do with it always bangs. A lot of these forms canonically have a body count, or at least it's heavily implied. But Gengar, Nah, Gengar's never trying to fool you. No allegedly about it. Base form Gengar was already hobbling about consuming your life fluids. Humans may as well come with a Capri Sun straw poorly glued to the back of their heads once Gengar sets those incredibly marketable eyes on them. The G-Max form just goes and turbo fuels its ability to scran souls.
If you stand in front of its mouth, your brain is smooth.
No, it says you'll hear loved ones' voices. Inteleon might be literally gunning to beat Gengar's body count, but your man has to realize, Gengar is the body count. The afterlife is right there. Even lays traps around so you can join him. The little goof. Oh, what's he like? He's just having the crack with you, you know what I mean? Gengar leaving around rare candies hiding behind a tree with an anvil tied to a piece of rope waiting for you. Doing little Ed Netty schemes to scam you out of your life points. Oh, what's he like? The little Gengar.
We all knew Diplin wasn't done. Predicting double Diplin, it wasn't another one of my observation hacky feats. It seemed more, I don't know, like a common sense feat. I thought we all knew this was coming. You didn't have to be rigging up alarms for r/PokeLeak posts waiting for the confirmation. The Diplin was already getting buzzed off Eevee lights before Hydrapple was even a thing. But once he did spawn, is exactly what I'd hoped for. The Hydra, what a weapon. 5 whole heads. I just wish they'd stay out all the time and not just the main one. They could take out an entire Execute in one singular collective bite. My mistake, I must have miscounted. There's apparently 7 Serapents living inside. I guess those 2 legs at the back are just permanently there. They must just take shifts on and off to keep themselves fresh. So it could scran a whole rack of phalanx too, with a head spare to take a swig of beer. I can see why. Its speed is only 44, having to mentally and physically align 7 different minds, getting into arguments, simply trying to walk down the street like an eternal 3-legged race. Right, that is it. One of yous isn't pulling your weight. Come on, which one is it? Who's pretending? Alright, because I'm lifting the whole apple right now. I told yous, if you want to make it time for McDonald's brekkie, we've all got to hop together. They'd have to learn chemistry, like synchronized rowing, just to hop anywhere properly. If I were the head Hydra in command, I'd be ordering the lower ranks to walk me about like an Omnidroid. I already think Appleton is a banger, but Hydrapple is next level. Applin is such an interesting specimen to have this much genetic potential from a worm living in a 1-bed apartment fruit. Went from that to a 7-man penthouse, 7 times the amount of bodies it started with. They must have been getting all sorts of freaky inside that Diplin. Oh, so Hydrapple. Hey, how's it going? I was gonna ask, how did you reach this form from Diplin? Oh, it's you know, I learned Dragon Cheer, I leveled up, and you know? No, I don't know. What's that? What's no? Because to me it sounds like is you and your little worm friends using the inside of your body like a 1970s bathhouse. No, it's just, you know, Don't worry about it. I don't even care. I say let them have it. On guard, whatever, because Hydrapple is a banger. Being the poster boy to your boys' first game, I'll always have a soft spot for the golden chicken in the sky Ash saw as he went into Valhalla before being comatose when he had a tumble off Misty's bike or something. I don't know. I never read BuzzFeed. I'm not even gassing. Ho-Oh is this high up. Based on how often I see this one slandered for looking like the mascot to a money laundering chicken shop, this is looking like my spiciest take in a while. Or about 10 minutes ago. Spicier than the seasoning they doused Fearow in to make this glorious immortal phoenix. I've made the Fearow jokes along with yous. Even like 10 minutes ago, I was just saying if you chucked him in the air fryer long enough, it'll come out looking like the worst legendary going. But you're looking at that the wrong way, I think. Intentionally or not, they took a design as dead as Fearow and made it elite enough to be slapped onto a cardboard box, which would go on to sell 23 million times, along with Lugia. Now this is partly the reason why the Steiner Mathematics got this to 63, because I'm giving this one its own segment. The Forces of Nature Incarnate Forms as a trio, I ain't about that. Just gonna waste a potential banger concept of having a genie mythical Pokemon. So I'm gonna go about the Incarnate Forms as if it's a singular Pokemon, because that's how I see it. 3 alternate attires. The only thing I can see here is how lucky you got of loot boxes. I love the genie concept. All of the attention of this concept should have gone to just the one yoked up man on his Nimbus cloud. And that's why I'm saying mythical and not legendary, because a magical genie more than fits the bill of being something you'd only be getting a hold of by filing Pikachu's taxes in a spin-off game. Not a fan of my hand being held through the 4 islands of Alola, but I'm definitely a fan of those 4 islands, each having its own Hawaiian guardian deity. I was leaning towards Tapu Koko being the top draw here, but honestly, I've got to give it to the whole 4-pack, because I rate them all this highly for effectively the same reason. The Hawaiian god aesthetic goes in. It's like the opposite of Glacier and Spectria, an undisputed set of bangers. No fat here to trim, not a single Keldeo in sight to tag along. Incarnate Form trio better be taking notes. This is how you pull off a group and make it worth having it be a faction. Not only is Dialga an absolute unit of a legendary specimen, it's a peak example of the importance of legendaries compared to mythicals. Celebi floats around time and all of that, but Dialga's the one manning the Big Ben of the universe. That's not just knowing a trade, that's about as important as it gets job-wise. Takes 1 day off and the universe bricks. Given that Arceus and Mew are mythicals, Dialga along with Palkia surely have to be the 2 most important legendary Pokemon. The backbone of existence. Big Daddy Dialga. Mewtwo is the whole package of a legendary. Good lore behind him, juicy mental muscles behind him, and that final boss energy that only a small handful of legendaries can really pull off. Never seen a legendary just asking for a slap off that Master Ball more than Mewtwo. That voice as well. I know this Mewtwo and its dumb energy awakened a lot of weird things with a lot of you weapons, but I mean, hey, to be fair, Mewtwo is looking a bit buff, you know? A little bit more than one of Mew's hairs making them pectorals. 269 pounds. And this lean? You don't even have to tell me about the gene splicing. Already know Mewtwo definitely ain't natty attainable. But that's what happens when you merge the DNA of Mew along with the product of genetic jackhammer Giovanni. I love the little spicy salamander, so why wouldn't I rate the more agitated and slightly more sunburnt Charmander? Charmeleon is a few notches higher than the other 2 for me. I know it developed in pretty much the same way the other 2 did. Got angrier, bit on the weights, got a shade darker, but Charmeleon just hits different. Everyone's so gassed to get straight to that Charizard, they don't stop to soak in and appreciate the dark red weapon they're armed with currently. Ivysaur is decent, but we all know it's just a Bulbasaur who got a bit fat and is pissed off about it. Wartortle is solid, but easily the weakest in its evolution line. Charmeleon isn't getting overlooked by me, because I think it looks like a bit of a geezer. That dark red makes it look like a bit of a hard man. I was very worried where they were going to go with Fuecoco, because the middle starters are a risky game. Let's say you had to choose your starter for Paldea, but you had to permanently keep it in the middle stage, and you had no idea what these three would turn out like, just basing it on how the three first forms look on that day one reveal. You may as well take the mystery box, spin those 3 Pokeballs around a bingo cage, and I'll take one out like I'm entering the Royal Rumble. Am I entrant 1? Entrant 30? Maybe I'm entrant 19. Like, you know, it'll do. It's alright. It's all in Arceus's nubs now. Slim chance they could be elite like Grovyle. Much higher odds on it being a Combusken who'd land you an indecent exposure charge for using it in public. What I'm saying is, that red hot chili pepper could easily grow some mold on it by the time it reaches level 16. But the fire croc remains spicy. Only proves, once again, Crocodile, Egg. Undefeated collaboration. Throw in the stout build of an Igloo Sandshrew and you've got yourself an elite middle stage starter. The Croc line seem to do the opposite that many starters seem to do. Just progressively gets more hunched over until it's a lowrider. And aside from he'd chew up every bit of furniture you own when you leave the house for 5 minutes, and he'd probably slobber a lot too, but I can accept the flaws. How could you not want one of these? He's just so lovable. He's like the most loyal, stocky dog you could find. Any situation, he'd back you. Someone mugging you off, he'd use Incinerate on their wallet. House Invader. Crocodile would catch him stealing like we're under Sharia law. That right hand is gone. Getting made fun of on holiday because you got a bit too sunburned? Oh, everyone calling you Zoidberg? He'd will-o-wisp the lot of them. If you're Zoidberg, everyone's Zoidberg. Crocodile, ride or die Mon. Choosing from the 3 Paldea starters seems to be a very difficult choice for some, but I found the deciding factor to be very simple. I made my decision based on how they would demolish a chicken wing. Quaxley looked a bit too up himself. He'd probably use a knife and fork because he's afraid to get his feathers a bit greasy, and he'd barely get any meat off that bone. Carl Weathers would be getting a mean stew going off the bones Quaxley would leave over. Sprigatito would have a few. They'd have a couple, have a wee little nibble, but it's only finger food to them. Just a little bite before the margarita pizza arrives. Coco rocks up to the table like Bubble Bass rocks up to the Krusty Krab. The mood shifts. The entire kitchen staff prepare for war, 'cause they all know it's a bad day to be a chicken wing. Fuecoco, absolute scran. He'd be at those wings like he just got out of prison for the first time since 1997. Meat, cartilage, bone, all of yous can get it. No evidence that chicken even existed would remain. Be getting rid of bones like he's Dharma. A Totodile spiritual successor. A red hot chili pepper. Robust 4x4 stature. He's an all-terrain vehicle. The other two weren't even in contention to win, cause what an animal we have ourselves here. A chunky crocodile with zero self-restraint towards any food it sees. And how could I commit myself to a starter Pokemon who doesn't love a good scran? As house pets, let's say if you knew someone who had a pet Sprigatito, it'd be named something nice like Luna or Nala. And even though you've known the owner for 15 years, you've seen that cat about twice in your life. Absolute mirage of a pet. But you go around your friends who owns Fuecoco and it's like, yeah, that's Diesel. Don't go near him, it will take your fingers. It's taken many generations, but the fire types are back to being the frontman selection, the top dollar choice once again, cause pocket monsters are back on the menu, boys. I don't hate anthropomorphic Pokemon, a lot of great designs come from it. I mean, I can't chat, Blaziken is my favorite fully evolved starter Pokemon, but sometimes you just can't beat the classics. You can't go wrong with a thick, meaty monster of a specimen. The Lucario types, they might be cool to a lot of people, but 9 out of 10 times, I'm choosing the giant fire-breathing alligator that'd demolish your village and turn you into a main character. I fully expected it to be a monster alligator, but I thought it'd be a fair bit more humanoid in some form. I was thinking more along the lines of Vector, which when it attacks, you know, I actually had something there, but it's less like a Sonic Heroes alligator. It's more the kind of alligator that'd fight Happy Gilmore in a lake. And I'm happy it turned out more like my man Chubbs, because unless I'm forgetting, it's the first fully evolved crocodile that stays on all fours. We don't want any confusion now. You don't want another Venusaur situation where something in the design gets lost in translation and you all flip out because it hops around like a frog. Yeah, he's a heavyweight frog or like a toad. How were you expecting it to move quickly? What did you expect? Did you want him to walk back on his 2 feet and go around like, right lad, I'm Venusaur, My trainer calls me Davo. Nothing's getting aesthetically lost in translation here though. Jawline this alpha. Every time you throw him out the ball, Bring Me the Horizon plays. Skeleton and Dirge, as in a type of hymn you sing for funerals. Now that's a flash steal right there, cause too good to pass up. With his signature move Torch Song, you get killed, a liturgy, and cremated all in one go. Fuecoco, Crocalor, Skeledirge, the lot of them. They can all get it. Top ratings, that is. The top trio of Paldea's starters. The top trio of that whole country. No dispute. Not listening to it. Now, you all thought I was being a good little boy, not lumping in the 3 Kanto starters again, going down the easy road fence sitting. Well, I'm about to paint that fence gold and silver, gonna put an X-Rocker on top because I am a true Sigma male gamer. Gonna slide right back onto that fence for the Johto trio. Its final forms might be a bit on the lower end of the starter spectrum, but they're providing a collective S tier of a middle stage trio. When Croconaw is maybe the weakest looking, that's a top set right there. Might not be ready to withstand Elite Fours just yet, but what a unit the big jaw croc is, looking like it's built to withstand car crashes. The shift to yellow somehow banged for Thwacky, and you better know the same goes for Bayleaf. Maybe it's because of the frontman status from the anime speaking to me, even though I got bored of that when I was 7. But for as underrated as Chikorita and Meganium are, that only makes it even more noticeable just how much of a staple Pokemon Bayleaf is for the Johto region. And given how underwhelming the middle stage evolutions are half the time, Quilava might just be the best second form straight. Cyndaquil was already top shelf as it is. Could have easily botched this one, knocked it off the top shelf straight into the frozen food section, but nah, they maintained the heat with Quilava. This isn't even just me being overdosed on the Johto pill. The 3 of them are just elite middle evolutions. You know, I guess that says a lot more about their mid-final forms, but still, most of the others all feel transitional, but these 3 all feel elite. Charizard might be too high here by a lot of people's estimates, especially for me. I've roasted Charizard more than enough times for being the Glory Hunter's Pokemon, the favorite for the kind of people who think GTA 5 is the best game of all time, who thinks McDonald's chicken nuggets are the peak of Scran, and that's all okay. It's the easiest overrated target. Everyone loves the Big Mac for a reason, but I reckon being 10th or so out of 27, that's a fair placement. It's a good balance between there's plenty of better Ainsley's own sensational steak sandwich Pokemon out there, but at the same time, giving the big orange lizard its fair praise too. The Big Mac is immortal, always gonna have its place on the table. There's nothing you could do about it. I mean, who really cares if it's rinsed? Overexposed at every opportunity, it's still a banger of a Pokemon. And as I've said before, that 110 billion now. Must have gone up a few million bags since the last videos. I don't think I'm exaggerating again here that Charizard was a must-bang design. You slap it on the front box as the first game, it's a must-be banger. Seriously, tell me any 6-year-old out there is buying a box with like, I don't know, Fearow on the front cover. God, I used to be hyped for a game of... Wait a minute. Is it 4 or 5 times I bought Pokemon Gold? I think I said something like this in the first video, but Charizard being overexposed, getting all these forms and attention, it's things like this where I get it. The priority over the other 2 Kanto starters it gets, it's a bit weird, but aside from that, I get it. Even gets a bit of that Game Freak priority over some of the other G-Maxes, it seems.
The flames in his body burn at 3,600 degrees.
Nah, they're just adding Center Scorch there. Literally half the heat Charizard is packing. Game Freak showed Charizard Center Scorch's Pokedex entries for approval. He's like, that doesn't work for me, brother. Lizardon always goes over. But God Lizardon, banger. Even though in the grand scheme of things, everyone knows base Charizard is fairly mid when it comes to the pocket friend fisticuffs. And this form comes along, it makes you forget about that. It actually makes Leon look like the most lethal trainer going. This is the kind of holographic centerpiece mon that makes you look like the world champion. Chespin was my guy in Kalos, but I do have to admit, if we were choosing based on the full evolution,
Yeah, I can't gas to you otherwise. I'd choose Greninja too. Quilladin somehow didn't scare me off enough to switch to Froakie, but I definitely can't fault people for making the executive decision there. I can see why people would. Anyone can. Greninja oozes high levels of main character energy in the way that they tried to ooze out of Lucario, and as much as they kept squeezing Lucario like the furry Fruba is, it will never ooze that same charisma as effortlessly as Greninja does. A lot of people see Greninja the way I do Lucario, as a forced poster boy, which is true. It does get that promotional push, but to me, it doesn't seem anywhere near as forced or unnatural. Because you know what? It's actually refreshing that a modern generation has its own Charizard instead of them just using Charizard again. In a generation where they did just use Charizard again. Still, the most top shelf starter in all of the Hisui region. It has to be Typhlosion. It's mad how much the tiers can shift this much for me from a color palette swap and mellow it out with the god of rolling Tornadus.
A lot of the 6 starter Pokemon who got Mega Forms didn't really need them that much, but I'm not against the changes made to them either. Sceptile is one that arguably deserved an upgrade the most out of the 6. Going part Dragon is a unique move, and Lightning Rod being its ability because of how trees attract lightning, tying in lore and ability in a sense, bait in an electric attack and Sceptile could sweep from there. 145 speed boosted, might as well be fighting an outline of dust shaped as Sceptile.
Grovyle emits huge frontman aura, and that aura isn't lost in translation during the 10-second cutscene stretch to Sceptile. Looks tailor-made to withstand Elite Fours. Before there was Inteleon or Greninja, there was Sceptile, the first assassin starter Pokemon. Armed with that classic signature move Leaf Blade, Sceptile was slashing man up with the forearms before Greninja even knew what webbed hands were. Trico into Sceptile is at day 1, ride or die mon. They're from level 1 to 100 all the same. Charizard is definitely the A side of the box art boys for Kanto, a key part in moving the needle, but that's not a solo effort. You're lying to yourself if everyone only wanted the big red dragon. Sure they did, telling me kids in the 90s were gonna pass up on middle-aged mutant Ninja Turtles with cannons welded to its shoulder blades. No chance. Unless you were like 3 years old, you just like the color blue. Most kids probably didn't even look much past it than that, default caveman instinct. Do I like red box or blue box? You already know, out of the 3 originals, I'm in that Squirtle squad, but that membership is only temporary, at least up until Squirtle gets enough of Ainsley's sensational steak sandwiches down him to get that promotion into the Blastoise Brigade. Always my go-to final form with the Kanto starters. As unseasoned as Chimchar do be looking, eventually it pays off and gives you the whole Pringles spicy barbecue stack with Infernape. I can see how an orange monkey could end up bland, but how are you gonna botch an orange mixed martial artist monkey? It might have to gimmick infringe on Blaziken's type combination, but at least it grew out of the phase where copying Charmander's tail was the biggest physical trait it had going for it. The fire on the head should have been the play to begin with. Take what the Charmander line does, but have your own spin on it, straight from birth. Give it that Rafiki with the lighter fluid and see what happens. Maybe even add flames to the cuffs too, and you've got yourself a more banger-worthy set of starters. The only thing that really saves how Typhlosion can look is the flames coming off of his traps. One of the biggest L's taken shifting to 3D. This man got exposed to some dirty angles. 3D Typhlosion is an inspiration to Everstones. Those leaked models had me worried that they were gonna go and botch Typhlosion in 3D for a second time. Samurai Decidueye just wasn't enough to keep me on the Rowlet side because Cyndaquil was looking much more grabbable. When it starts hanging out of Tornadus, it evolves into what everyone seems to agree can only be called Typhlosion. And it's not just giving off ghostly flames on the shoulder blades, it's got a whole collar going around it. Cyndaquil this entire time had the potential to chong its way into getting the ghost type. Evolves from Quilava after taking one too many rips off Galarian Wheezing. Very different strand of Scooby Snack than our Salooners eating to get this form. Gonna need a professor who specializes in getting Pokemon on the bud. I mean, why stop at that? Just hook them up with anything that gets them a bit lit. Must be plenty of research to be done on Pokemon who can down enough pints to just gain the fighting type. It explained why it's Crabrawlers and especially Grapplock's only type. With a pint for each tentacle, your man's too dehydrated to be a water type.
In some regions, it's a very simple transaction. You've done your research, you know who the sidemen are, alright, just give me the Piplup. Then you have a region like Hoenn, where they make a strong case for being the most consistent trio. But I've gotta say, Professor Oak's boys have to be the most airtight in that sense. I don't think it's even an exaggeration for me to say that if you botch these three, and their evolutions especially, Pokemon wasn't ever making that 100 billion. The starter trio that people use as a personality trait on par with Hogwarts houses. You already know I'm part of that Squirtle squad, but it wasn't easy making that decision. Kanto had to go and make it so difficult, you just wanted all three of them. Pokemon Yellow did it right. You have three very equal options here. Bulbasaur isn't just a choice of refined culture, it's objectively the correct choice in-game. I don't know if the new games even go by this. I don't even know if Gen 2 did, given that Chikorita walked straight into a flying type gym, but Bulbasaur was easy mode, and you can rank it anywhere you want either way. It's always gonna be number one. And you can hate Charizard as much as you want for being rinsed out, getting first in line every time the latest gimmick comes around. But don't let that seep into grilling Charmander too. He's done nothing wrong. Who could ever hate this spicy little lizard character? And of course, the absolute unit himself, everyone's favorite shelled companion. I just wanna slap his bald head and tell him he's a good boy after a hard day's graft of sicking him on other people's pets and legally obtaining their pocket money, reaping the rewards of his bites. Professor Oak's table is as top shelf as it gets, a treble of instant classics. That's why I've had to put them all at the back end of this video, neck and Bulbasaur, you even have a neck? I'll rate Rowlet, even though if I stare at it for too long, starts to look kind of weird. Doesn't matter though, irrelevant. It's not staying around for too long under my strict training regime and diet of pure rare candies, because I'm definitely gunning straight for that Decidueye. Rowlet could look like Quilladin after an hour in Joe Rogan's sauna, and I'd still have to cop for that end result alone. Ghost types barely existed, and if you were unlucky enough to run into one, you'd have the life points licked off your skin. And now look where we are, handing them out as 10th birthday presents. The whole tripling down on fighting starters for ages, especially with Hisui and Typhlosion too. It's a write-off, we're good now. Sinnoh is lacking a bit in the lower stages, but these are clearly long-term investments. Piplup being the best first form by far, you best have that live up, and Inteleon delivers. Those two Machamps in their black suits rock up to Prinplup's 36th birthday, rips off their 4 sleeves to reveal the art of 8 limbs fully inked up. Gonna make that Nintendo Sealer quality permanent. Best fully evolved water starter, and that's a new one from me because I didn't think anything was dumbing Blastoise, but I just can't resist this Emperor's Groove. How can anyone deny Emperor Penguin with a trident installed on his mug? Now that is such a turbo flex. Not only is it the King of the Sea, it's the King of the Sea's weapon. There's a lot of Piplups around, so they can't all become King of the Sea. You know, some of them are gonna have to fall back on being like accountant supervisors, you know, but I think I've understood the hierarchy. Why not the biggest Empoleon? Simply grab a smaller and slimmer Empoleon to be their trident. Predictably, Grovyle is the top draw here. I can't tell just how much Mystery Dungeon is swaying me here, but it is. But Grovyle is about as clean of a design you're gonna get for a middle stage starter evolution. Doesn't feel transitional, doesn't seem like an in-between frame just to get to Sceptile as quick as possible. If Sceptile weren't a monster in its own right, you'd just have that B button glued down until you get a hold of that Everstone, because this isn't even a case like the Gen 2 Pokemon, where their third evolutions being mid is maybe what makes the second stage evolution stand out more. Sceptile isn't lacking any elite energy, and Trico's no slouch of a design in its own right. And I know, I've been trying to judge them all as individual Pokemon, but that to me makes it that much stronger of a design, because it's rare that you have a middle evolution that stands out so well when it's wedged between two already top dollar designs. Even if you can't bring yourself to like Snivy or Servine, I can kinda see that. But there's no chance Superior is unappealing. Embor's grown on me a bit over time. Samurott is a decent mon, but they're both factually incorrect choices. It's in the name, my man, not just a gimmick, and if it is, it's living the gimmick. Superior to every starter going.
nearly. I definitely made the frontman choice in 2011, and I had no idea till it hit me. You know you've matured as a Pokemon fan when your starter choices slowly shift towards that green.
Again, I'm not just giving wheezing ratings because your man predicted that one 2 years back just like Rapidash as well. But I really could have asked for any more here. It gets more creative the longer you look at it. You got the chimneys from England's, terrible air pollution. But oh wait, it's not just a chimney. Look down, it's the top hat from England's chivalrous sense and fashion. And oh wait, they're not just fumes, are they? They're not just fumes. I'd recognize that's your man's Barnet right there. Don't know whether to go out for a pint with him or take a big pull from him and pass him around the room. Wheezing would probably be down Berserker's local too. Be the old geezer who goes on about how Gala's not what it used to be. All these other regions coming over, taking our jobs down in the mines. You can tell exactly how offensive their opinions are based on how high the head of their pints are. If Alolan Meowth runs the most live club in Alola, then you best believe Galarian Meowth and Berserker run the hardest local pub in Gala. After a hard day's graft, 14 hours down the mines, that's your spot. What's on the menu today, boys? Pints. Today's soup. Rum. The locals, sesh crabs, and grappalocks armed with 4 bevies at a time. And then you've got the Galarian Meowths who respect each other based on how hard the coins on their head are. That's what sets the social hierarchy between them. Completely caveman brains. And I'll tell you what, I like it. I'd sesh with this crowd. Gala's side of the Meowth family is on my wavelength, you see. Hard to even comprehend that this is like a distant cousin of the 2 Persians. These two make the other Meowth family look like complete Tories by comparison. Alolan Meowth lives with royalty, and Gala Meowth's just like, oh yeah? How hard's your coin though? Go on, show us your coin. Go on, give us a flick of your coin.
Beta Quillfish had an evolution, so it's about time they got around to not leaving that one in the drafts. You'd easily convince me Quillfish's kind did more damage to Homer Simpson than they have any actual Pokemon. And even then, it had to take the L to be knocked out in the first place, to then be cooked and consumed for it to do any direct damage. It needed not only a form, but a fresh evolution to salvage that. Overquill? Same guy who came up with names like Execute and Pignite. He must be buzzing. Simpsons would have had about 30 less seasons if that all-you-can-eat fish bar served up an Overquill. And that's assuming it let you get anywhere close to taking it down and serving it up on a dish. Looks tailor-made to avoid being on coastal town menus. And even if you did want to cook one, how are you going to go about consuming that? Not even Ainsley could salvage up a non-lethal meal out of him. Looking like that one enemy Kirby couldn't even scran on. Kirby's eating BMWs these days. What chance do you have eating this? This right here. Easy S-tier use of regional forms. The potential of Quillfish was always there, but now it's finally being as weaponized as it always should have.
I had never even considered regional forms ever being an option for legendaries. I thought it was safe to assume that they're all a one and done, especially if you're talking about 3 well-established classic legendary designs, and not only that, making all 3 of them complete hits. Especially Moltres. Man, you are really pulling the grade average down there for the group. Looking like someone shoved fear on that oven and got bored halfway through. What I rate about the Galarian trio is that they all foil each other with their main type. Fighting to Psychic to Dark. A really solid set of types to see foiling each other. A lot more refreshing to see over your standard Grass, Water, Fire types. I said before in the regional forms ranked, I definitely know it's been long enough now. This isn't recency bias anymore. My judgment isn't clouded like Arceus's gaff. The Galarian Kanto Bird trio, all bangers. I don't want to hear otherwise. Especially Chocobo Zapdos. And really, especially Moltres. It needed at least 6 figures worth of cosmetic work done to sort that out. Kanto Marowak isn't getting any second looks, not catching anyone's eye aesthetically, because this appeal is carried purely by a Cubone sob story. The original Cubone has the potential to be either one, so really, all Cubones are destined for a tragic, depressing life. They all go through the same thing. The mother goes on, and the kid takes the helm. Literally. But which path do they go down? Because over in Kanto, And that's it. They evolve and go about their lives watching Netflix and chucking bones at cyclists riding past their caves. Until it's finally time to pass on the helm once more. The Alolan ones possessing the bones of its mother, using the spirit of its mother as its flames. Flames that never stop burning once it touches you. S+ tier handily for me. I fluctuate often, but right now I'm feeling that Alolan Marowak is my top regional form and will likely stay within the top 3 to 5 after reading into its lore properly. Sun and Moon may be bottom tier for me relative to the main series, but that front cover was selling me a dream, cause Ultraviolet Entei is anything but dead tier. Solgaleo, genuinely a top 3 legendary. They may have had to get a bit creative sorting out a legendary shaped like a Y, but they really pulled in a good few shifts designing something this top dollar based on a fireball. One of Alolan Ninetales Pokedex entries say, "It won't forgive anyone who harms nature." Well, in that case, Ninetales and Alolan Muck would get along handily there, but only the Alolan ones. Any of the Kanto ones show up, then it's beef, it's on sight. So Alolan Ninetales is a fox of superior taste, because Alolan Muck is one of the top regional forms for sure. Grimer isn't attracting tourism to the Alola region anytime soon. Maybe the wide selection of Alolan sweets are the source of tourism, because it's looking like Muck's gotten into a factory's worth of Starburst. When I ask about Grimer, what can you really do with a form that looks like a higher textured Ditto? This right here, Alolan Muck is the answer. Not just a saturation change, a whole new color palette. It even adds on a few poisonous crystals of some sort. Gives it a little bit of flair compared to the original. And just as a bonus, getting the dark type makes it such a weapon. Insane upgrade from the original. Wooper already looked like some kind of gummy edible with enough packed into it to send you to the Paradox world. And now they served us up a wee little Wooper Freddo form, developing into a poisonous gummy after losing a territorial struggle. Look, man, I think the guy just wants some limbs. He just wants some arms to function. Evolution's like, best I can give you is a poisonous film. Full body, but poisonous film, best I could do. Evolution dictated land, sea, air. Don't care, mate. Don't care. You're still not getting arms. Alright, you think arms are just a handout, do you? Arms are a level 20 privilege now. No excuses. Get yourself a pair of dumbbells. You go and give those a lift, pick them up. But Paldean Wooper is perfect. It doesn't need limbs, more antennas, more milligrams packed into them, nothing like that. Wooper doesn't need any more time in the oven, no more sculpting. Your base Wooper is seasoned to perfection as is. You don't want to tamper with such a pure design too much. All it needs is a variant. You can't go wrong with simply more Wooper. It was a really tough call deciding my favorite out of this slot. But out of all of these, which one was it again? Which one did I spend a good 10 minutes to myself just spinning the camera around after the evolution cutscene played? Yeah, damn right, it's Clodsire, baby. Had to take a break to myself purely so my eyes could digest all 500 pounds of him. Give him a well-deserved ocular pat down. Because I was surprised when it came up, since when I went into raising a Paldean Wooper, I was thinking I'd just be getting Paldean Quagsire. And then seeing that evolution cutscene and, hold on, wait a minute. Your man's a four-wheeler. Need a high-vis jacket to operate one of these. Everything about this unit, banger. Carries Wooper on its back to ferry them across the water. Not just an absolute weapon. A man of the people is Clodsire. Everyone loves a bit of Quagsire. I never would have thought making him horizontal, slapping 500 pounds of meat on him and having him roll around in his own filth for an entire evolutionary cycle. I didn't realize all of that would be such a game changer. Brown Horizontal Quagsire is an all-timer. Quagsire was always a good lad, a belly as slappable as its head, but I didn't think a muddy prone Quagsire would be this much of a game changer for it. I don't think any of us thought you could ever manage to improve such a sound boy this much. Fuecoco, Crocalor, Skeledirge, a lot of them. They can all get it. Top ratings, that is. The top trio of Paldea's starters. The top trio of that whole country. No dispute. Not listening to it. I seem to notice Buzzswole, he gets a lot of hate. What was this? What's the issue? Would he have a problem with an insect with comically large biceps? You think that's stupid? You feel a bit insecure that he's got more mass than you? You think that's a stupid design? Everyone gives the pass on Machamp, and he looks like if King DDD had his own Squilliam Fancyson. I'm not hearing otherwise. This is an elite mon that's bestowed upon you right here. And where Buzzwole is meant to be a common one, my headcanon is that this Buzzwole right here is the weakest one they had in stock. This Buzzwole gets fat shamed back in its home territory, considered obese by the rest of the Buzz clan. Strongest insect in the normal world, sub 6 foot scrawny Scizor. Weakest insect in the other world, Mosquito, who set the anchor arms to jerk size. Really, what's the issue with Buzzwole? It doesn't want to hurt anybody, alright? It doesn't, well... Alright, long as he's hit his macros for today. Snorlax was just wasting those calories anyway. Buzzwole just wants to show the world its abnormally swollen muscles. Unknown if it's a threat or a bit of arrogance. Personally, I believe it's dependent on the context. Like Alex Louise Armstrong, the physique is there to impose dominance to the enemies when necessary. But it's also done in like a, oh, he's throwing up the double bicep. Oh, that means he likes you. God, give him a squeeze. Don't pop him now, he's a bit tender. I know this seems like a huge cop-out, but I genuinely can't fairly decide between Koraidon and Miraidon. They might just be the most visually appealing front cover legendaries going, but I went with Scarlet. So Koraidon, I suppose, is the de facto #1 here. Because I am a simple-minded goon and like to choose my version as if I'm 6 years old again in Game Station, choosing between Ruby and Sapphire. And the only factor in my decision making is what piece of cardboard stimulates my fragile mind more. Koraidon's color scheme squeezed my brain more. Miraidon actually uses as wheels. To each their own. Style over efficiency. You know it's the futuristic one when it makes your game run faster. Less frames of animation for the running cycle, so Violet is apparently less likely to slow your game down. I wouldn't know. When it comes to wheels, Koraidon's all glamour muscle.
Hey kid, the tires are for show.
But really, how are they not the best Paradox forms though? First off, they're gonna be the best ones when they're the main characters, the front men. Their purpose is to attract dollar. Brute Bonnet on the front cover would make you think you're buying a fake pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Second off, all the other Paradox forms are a variation of existing and, I guess, mostly liked Pokemon. But here, you have two legendary specimens being compared to the Pokemon's equivalent to a rentable e-scooter. So it's the one set of Paradox forms where they had to reverse design, just filling in the gaps to make Cyclizar. Not young enough to be the Winged King, not old enough to be the Iron Serpent, born just at the right time to be a Just Eat bike. To Koraidon and Miraidon, the cause and solution to you and your friends perishing in cold blood. A rather delightful pair of legends here, actual bonding experience with them. Personality can make the Pokemon. And they just did what they do to every companion creature in movies and shows. They just made it a big dog. The times have changed. You weren't ever gonna see Groudon and Kyogre getting the toothless treatment. And it seems like most of us had a difficult time choosing what games to go for, because I don't think anyone is disputing that these two certified bangers. The Sea Guardian, the Elite Four Kingpin, the Chubby Postman. So many of these pseudos are out to erase humanity. Dragonite balances out the scales of good and evil. When Hydreigon is carrying out the canon event of burning down your home village, or Tyranitar is customizing the map of your hometown like a Sims editor, Dragonite is out there on the front lines, salvaging shipwrecks, rescuing anyone in need. It's more of a Sea King and seeking. If Mew never existed, which to the average citizen in this world, about as tangible as Jesus, may as well not exist when you're not the chosen 10-year-old player, so Dragonite is Kanto's real legendary. I usually dislike it a bit when Pokemon designs don't stay consistent enough to their evolution line, but this is one of the anomalies. If Dragonite and Gyarados were meant to be switched like people theorize, they made the right call here, and Dragonair is debatably a better design. There's no rest set, none of that. Right, you want a Salamence? You want a Tyranitar? Then your pet is going in the hole. It's getting locked in a dog cage for the next 20 levels. You don't have the weird looking baby. You don't have the cocoon phase. It's just banger after banger after banger. Dragonite is just peak Pokemon. Absolute classic. You love to see it in this sport. You really do. Alolan Ninetales is still the premier regional form if you're talking about Kanto's spiciest mammals. Maybe Hisuian Arcanine can dethrone, but we'll see about that. But for now, it's all about Ninetales getting one of the best shape-ups regional forms have handed out so far. Vulpix has a set of two decent looking counterparts to each other. When they both evolve, there's no competition. No chance you're going for that base form, surely. You ask me for something aesthetically pleasing to the eye out of any Pokemon, my go-to answer isn't going to be too short of Alolan Ninetales. Okay, let me explain here. Done a lot of segments so far that include both Pokemon within the same evolution line, and Sandslash was lower down on its own. So did I just forget to mention? Did I really forget Alolan Sandshrew? How dare I even consider forgetting the frosty boy himself? Alolan Sandshrew is this high up. He's going solo. It's better than its evolution? Even better than Ninetales? Nah, it'll get bodied by those two, like, it's pre-evolved form, you know, obviously. So why is it still bodied those two and almost everything else in the rankings here? Okay, now, I'm no qualified optician, but my man, are you blind? Look at him. Look at the boy! Look at this lad and tell me he isn't worthy of the sacred S tier. Sandshrew was already a tidy design in Kanto, but making him an ice type, rounding off his edges a bit, smoothing in the boy out, making him a bit more of a chonker. You could, like, keep him as a little pet, and he'd also keep all your snacks and drinks cold. Give you a quick little icicle spear for your rum and cokes. That's a good little lad. Slap him on his bald head. That's the only thing though, I guess. It probably wouldn't be that nice to, like, you can't really stroke him. It'd be like stroking a frozen lamppost. I wouldn't really be a fan of getting my hand stuck to a bowling ball that weighs more than my fridge.
If you ask me what I'd expect to spawn out of a wormhole from another dimension, Blacephalon is what I'm gonna be expecting the most because it's unexpected. In my opinion, the peak Ultra Beast in terms of how weird they could go. Because it's the perfect balance of being a design that's familiar to us since it's humanoid, but looks so freaky and otherworldly at the same time. With the others, you can kind of give them the old ocular pat down and gauge where they're at. Guzzlord is a giant scran machine. One look and you know to run. Leave the house, leave the kids, cause it's all getting scranned. Kartana is a giant blade. One look and you know, give him your shoes. How do you even approach something like this? It's not intuitive at all. Can't gauge if it's friendly, an enemy. Is it a nobody? Buzzswole in shambles. No clue how it wants to flex towards it. Maybe it wants you to have a little dance, have a little peanut jig, bust out some karaoke. Maybe it's a 6-foot tall microphone. Any guess is valid if you saw this thing slithering its way towards you in the dead of night. You just have no clue how to go about this thing. Do you run? Do you avoid eye contact? Orb contact? Do you just stand there making no movements while it slithers around you, tries to gauge you to see what it wants to do? And while you're sat there analyzing the situation, it's too late. It goes malfunctioning Eddie on you. All these unconventional movements, these quirky colors distracted you. Didn't even have the chance of clocking it's effectively got an electrode screwed onto its arm balls there, did you? Because it's a firework Pokemon. That is a banger right there. That's why I rate this Ultra Beast the most. In its own unique way, it's the most unsettling yet tantalizing thing out of these 11 that a wormhole could conjure up. Growlithe is a good lad in its own right, but Zorua here is the best Hisui house pet. Voltorb might have been my choice, but once I thought about it more, the vinegar disciplining, it was always gonna backfire. He'd be rolling around the house, he's spilling it everywhere, it's just, get it in the carpets. You can't get vinegar out of carpets. It's just not on, really. Zorua is low maintenance. Don't have to roll it around the park every day, hoping it doesn't Harvey Dent a kid. Zorua doesn't even want to be here. He hates humans. Barely even likes other animals or Pokemon. He'd pretty much have a cat. It definitely wouldn't be living that no XP Gumi lifestyle, though, because his Shuey and Zoroark, undisputed banger. By far the most worthy Hisuian of getting that fully rendered cutscene of a trailer to get the hype going. The 2D artwork especially makes it look almost too good for Pokemon. From looks alone, there's only one creature I'd expect to be fighting this, and it's not a Pokemon, it's not from Pokemon. It's from Okami. If Zoroark were like this from the very beginning, maybe it would have actually worked out at being the golden boy of Unova, Gen 5's Lucario. In an alternate universe, this trailer was for Zoroark's Smash Bros reveal.
There can only be one elite specimen, peak genetics, an unfair entity to even exist hypothetically. Metagross is like a kid made him up. That one kid when you play fighting who just had to keep shifting the goalposts. No, I'm not dead because actually I've got super strength, super speed, big claws, laser eyes, steel armor, psychic powers, I've got four supercomputer brains, and I can actually fly, and also when he killed me, by the way, but I was mega evolved, so yeah. I also have 4 arms, and I've got a giant big mouth that eats things on the underbelly, and I've got a big X on my face. The guy's one notch away from coming with karate chop action if your wedge is back in. He has a string in his back, and when you pull it, he says nuclear launch code. Some pseudo legends are questionable when it comes to their status. Metagross doesn't need the ID. Quite frankly, I think everyone's a bit too afraid to ask. Gets free drinks at the Salty Spittoon on a first name basis with the owner, a local legend. The place has photos on the wall with him shaking hands with Richard Nixon in 1971. Metagross checks off everything humanity fears. Far too advanced robotics, AI sentience, UFOs, spiders, and most of all, Germans. He's not just gross, he's German gross. 1,212 pounds. Boy, that's a huge specimen. Every pound of weight there to pin you down and consume you with its underbelly mouth. Metagross is one of my favorite Pokemon, so I've got to give it top ratings for that alone. But I can't lie, there's at least 0.00001% of my brain that's making sure I make it very clear that I'm saying it's the undisputed best. At the delusional chance that Chris Chan's prophecies of the dimensional merge come to fruition and fictional characters come to the real world, and there's the slightest of possibilities I'll run into a Metagross. A prime spot for a mythical being when you're the sleep paralysis Pokemon. And nah, not just the kind of thing you'd see in the corner of your room after scranning on 64 slices of American cheese at 4 AM. Your man paralyzes you in your sleep and gives you unending nightmares. Man's like the Futurama Dream adverts, but just implants your mind with Courage the Cowardly Dog on repeat. Gains health from you as well based on its ability. Puts you into a sleep that you can't ever wake up from, and it just leeches off you. But come on, how are you gonna softlock my life? The only cure, it seems, is a slice of Cresselia. It's like getting a terminal illness and your doctor telling you the only cure is to find and rub yourself with the fur of a Peruvian spider monkey. Most people wouldn't even think mythicals are real. Medical professionals telling you to go off and find yourself a strand of Jesus' hair if you want to get your kid out of bed. What I really like about Darkrai though, the lore behind it, the sleep paralysis aesthetic, the occasional thigh gap being presented, I mean, yeah. But what gets me is that he's just a bit misunderstood. It's this nightmare of a weapon and he doesn't want to do any of it. It's more scared of you than you are of it. That's why it spikes your drink somehow. It's a defense mechanism. Can't help it. Just wants you to stay out of his swamp. My top few choices here are actually a bit similar to the mythical ranked video. Darkrai being one of my top mythicals, the Pokemon who gives you unending nightmares. And here we have Giratina, the Pokemon who stars in your unending nightmares. But who could be scared with a shiny form like that, looking real fresh? Giratina in its base form at first might look a bit stubby, but who even cares about that when Giratina is what being a secret legendary is all about? At least before it got slapped on its own front cover. Hadn't the slightest idea Giratina even existed when I played through Diamond. A solid region that, rewarding the player for exploring just like Hoenn. And then it starts piping up in the story. Didn't think I could get jump scared from a 3-inch screen, but here we are. The origin form really is what sells the gimmick that much more. Got Cyrus rethinking his entire life's choices. One look at him and you already know that Seal of Orichalcos must have got a hold of you. Cyndaquil may just be the Johto region's lovable hedgehog starter, but for me, it's every region's GOAT base form fire starter. A little porcupine fellow with fire for his quills, not even up for dispute if that's a banger or not. I don't want to hear it, I'm not having it. It's very clear that the Sinnoh region used to have a far better taste for its fire starters back in the day. What kind of devolution happened here? Going from something as unique as Cyndaquil to Charcoal Chimp? You know what, Hisui, Sinnoh, we'll call it even, since they did already give us that massive upgrade from Oshawott to Emperor Piplup. Entei might have got the box office rub. Raikou might have got a 5-minute loop of me saying his name in 2014. Suicune got The second biggest rub out of the lot, the frontman of the legendary beasts. They knew this was the shout. Suicune getting the third game. Don't even need to make a third counterpart to Ho-Oh and Lugia. You've got such a peak specimen right here to slap on a box and hustle people for a third time. I know you're just buying the same game, but Suicune acknowledges your existence this time around. But still, a top shelf game with a top shelf banger as the mascot. Now I rate Deoxys very highly, so damn right I'm gonna rate the only man big enough to smack him about 7 days a week and twice on Sundays. Even Darkrai goes to bed and gets nightmares about Deoxys, but Deoxys sees a therapist over Rayquaza. Darkrai looking into Rayquaza bedsheets as we speak. The Lake Trio combined can barely hold back Dialga or Palkia. Rayquaza whips both of the Hoenn legends into line just with its presence alone. The Sky Slinky is the only being powerful enough, the only one with a belt long enough to call a referee stoppage to the pair of them. Mewtwo must be shook, knowing it's had every drug possible pumped in between its toes to make it the strongest. Then it's finding out Rayquaza's all natty and still this powerful. Big Ray, the first legend to make Mewtwo humble itself. Now Armani Giovanni, he must have been fuming that he invested probably half of his net worth making the ultimate life form when he was about 5 years away from a Space Haribo landing coming factory built to be the ultimate combat specimen. Telling me all he had to do was shoot a laser at an asteroid. Years of dangerous expeditions through South American rainforest, tracking down Mew, splicing its genes up to create what was once the ultimate weapon, and it turns out all you had to do was fire a laser at a space rock. You know, maybe that's why Team Plasma, they were onto something. That's why they gave their Mewtwo the cannon. Alright, galaxy brain move you got there. Spawn up a Pokemon tailor-made to do it for you, to find the next Deoxys and shoot some asteroids. Deoxys is easily my favorite mythical Pokemon. The first alien Pokemon, a literal strand of DNA, which morphs into 4 forms optimized for giving you the business in the most efficient way possible. Terrifying. Darkrai goes to bed and gets nightmares about Deoxys. Best mythical. Maybe best legendary. Who'd have ever thought Basculin wouldn't only get such a beefy upgrade, it'd be one of the staple mons in, well, really any of the games, to be honest. Back in the old days, Basculin evolves when it gets possessed by the deceased souls of other Basculin in its school, and you'd think for how easily Basculin gets tucked in for bed being as weak as it is, you'd have discovered this thing 10 minutes walking into the Unova region. Overquill comes very close, but the top one from Hisui still has to be Basculegion, the deceased souls of the ones who didn't make it upstream possessed Basculin. How dangerous must Hisui be for evolution to kick in post-mortem? Your animalistic instinct after death is to merge, must become one with the big fish. I might not have survived making it upstream, but I could still make a difference as the ghostly Megazord known as the big fish. Basculegion is pretty much Basculin Valhalla. This is your afterlife, swimming about forever, starting on all the other fish. The little Basculin, they're all probably loving it in there. Can see why it's extinct these days. None of them are getting deceased. Only the occasional fainting, because they're all cozy swimming down the Unova region. Again, that American lifestyle is making you all soft. The deep waters of the Hisui region were clearly keeping them on form. None of them care about Valhalla down Unova. They've got their wasted Mackies or Arby's. Whatever America has getting chucked in the seas for you Basculin to scran on, making you all cushy. No coincidence Basculegions only ever existed at the same time as Overquill. And Unova's got to get that Basculin body count up. You plant a few Overquills into Unova's ecosystem and their legions will be spawning up again real soon. Is this fueled by nostalgia? Oh, most definitely. Everyone's top picks for the starters are gonna be nostalgic. Or could it be, is this being my top draw being fueled by it being a fire-breathing, mixed martial artist chicken? Combustion goes from local in Super Weenie Hut Jr. to the VIP section of the Salty Splatoon. It's one of my favorite types, who practices my favorite sport, and it's based on my favorite food. So you know it's true. The best fully evolved starter Pokemon is the undisputed #1 starter Pokemon of any stage of evolution, fueled by nostalgia. Oh, most definitely. You're damn right. Totodile gets me plastered on nostalgia. Peak nostalgia trip it takes me down. How could it not be when it's literally the first Pokemon I and many others have ever used? Totodile could have been one of the first words I ever read properly for all I know. Man made me pay attention to being literate. The one that even my caveman child brain that was easily attracted to fire still preferred over the also top dollar Cyndaquil. That's how you know. But even without the grey tinted 8-bit lens on, Totodile is still the triple S plus tier orbed companion, not up for debate, the elite of the elite.